What is going on, everybody? We are here for our it's massive. I feel like this is just an insane Jurassic June live stream. I am Brad Jost, host of the Jurassic Park podcast. I don't know if this is the first time you've checked out the podcast over on YouTube or never heard of us, over on the podcast feeds, but we do a weekly podcast about Jurassic Park. And today we're going to be talking to so many different brand partners with Jurassic, with Universal, and of course, a ton of great just listeners and fans and so many amazing people in this Jurassic community. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. So I want to introduce you this person right here next to me. What side is it on? I got to remember which side the video feed goes to. Tom is over here. Tom Jurassic, welcome to the live stream. How you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks, Brad. I am really excited for this. This is something that we have been working on for so long behind the scenes, and it's all kind of hectically come together at the last minute. But we have got a lot of really awesome things that have ended up being a part of today's stream. And I'm really excited to share it with you all. Obviously, in any other time, we would be together right now. We'd be watching Jurassic World Dominion. But the world is a very different place currently. And I am just incredibly hyped that whilst we can't be together celebrating a new film, we can all hang out together virtually, put on a really fun stream, and check out some awesome content from every walk of the community. So I really could not be more hyped.
Yeah. I think this was this your idea? Did you like conjure up this whole plan?
Yes, I think this is why you don't like me anymore, because I came up with this so far back.
Yeah, it's a very stress-inducing time, but we've managed to somehow, for now, fingers crossed the stream goes fine, we are here, but I'm very excited. You presented the idea to discuss, Jurassic with all kinds of different people, get as many people as we possibly could. And I'm very excited about that. So what you guys will be seeing is just basically mostly, pretty much all pre-recorded content that we're going to be, putting up into the stream. Me and Tom will be your hosts alongside of all those commentaries and stuff like that. But we put together a lot of really fun packages with the new brand identity that we have here, created by Mike Spiers, and we're really excited about it. So you're gonna hear from so many fun people. Here, let's put up the I'm gonna put up the stream schedule here, so you guys can see exactly who is gonna be coming here. So, all right, there you go. There's the stream schedule. It's a long day. Very long day. So if you want to check it out for a little bit, go do something else. Go jump in the pool, cool off in the summer. I don't know what you want to do. Go eat some lunch, dinner, and then come back at any point in time. That's fine. We'll be here all day, all night.
Yep. We're just never leaving. This stream's never going to stop.
I know. Yeah, so this is going to be going late into the night here. So there's so much content, community content. There's artwork, tons of stuff about art, Jurassic World Evolution, Jurassic World the Exhibition, Little Golden Books. We've got the author from that. We've got cosplay. We've got toy collecting. We're gonna be talking with Mattel themselves. We're gonna be talking about the music of the franchise with Caleb Burnett. We have so much fun stuff.
The more you say, the more I'm like, how the hell did we manage to pull this together?
I don't know. I have no idea. But like you said, it did kind of come together, very quickly and very last minute. So we literally have been working down to the wire, literally the moment right before we went live.
Yeah.
So we have so much fun stuff for you guys. And we are also doing a donation project as well. So please, this is something that we did last December, I believe. Yeah. We did a big live stream, right, where we brought together the community. I had conversations with different people, and me and you, I think, produced like some content where we talked about some things. I forget, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
But we ended up doing a nice charity drive, and we raised I think it was like over $1,000. So that was awesome. So today we're going to be doing that again. So down below, you'll see a little button there to just click that, and you can donate any amount you want. Doesn't matter. None of that will go to us. That's all going to be going to the Trevor Project. So it is, as well as Jurassic June, it's also Pride Month, and we wanted to help give back as well to the LGBTQ community, and I'm very excited about that. So it's a nice way to coincide Jurassic June with Pride Month. I'm very, very excited about that. So we're going to try to give back to help them provide, crisis intervention and stuff like that. So we are very, very excited about that, about partnering up there. So yeah, I can't wait. And I hope you guys help donate, help give back for Jurassic June.
Thank you to Jurassic Souls, who has just donated $20 as she said that. So we're off to a good start.
Thank you. Jurassic Souls always just, tops in the community. It's just such a great person, and I always love interacting with you. So thank you so much.
I think we might even hear from them later in the stream, Brad.
Oh, see, the thing about this stream is I have not watched any of your content, and I don't think you've watched any of my content. So we have no idea. Like, I'm gonna be watching along with you guys. I am very, very excited about that. Like, I know what the content is that Tom has created. I just don't know what the conversations were like, and he has no clue what I talked about. So that's very fun. And also, one of the big things, let me go back to that stream schedule. Right here, you'll see the listener videos. We actually reached out to everybody in the community and said, you know what is that one thing that you want to hear from, or want to see from Jurassic World Dominion, right, Tom? I think you kind of set this up as well.
Yeah, definitely. What's the one thing you're most looking forward to about Jurassic World Dominion? And the whole important thing with it was that it wasn't just necessarily the film. But there might be other things that you're looking forward to as well. So one thing for me, everyone knows that I am a massive fan of toys. So maybe I'm looking forward to getting more of them. My wallet's not, but I certainly am. So it was kind of getting people thinking about the broader things that we really, really enjoy as well, and what's going to happen with those as Dominion comes out.
Yeah, so that's going to be just however many people submitted. There was a lot of you that sent in your videos, so we're going to see you guys. I'm very excited about that because it's always great to put like a face to a name, or however you filmed your video. It doesn't matter, but we're very, very excited to present those and dive into Jurassic World Dominion. I know it's been a hot topic recently, so I'm very excited to see what everybody else thinks. We are constantly giving our opinions here on the show. Yeah. And, sometimes it's just nice to hear what other people think and to see what you guys are looking forward to with the upcoming film. And yes, it was supposed to happen, a few weeks ago. Imagine sitting here and we know the entirety of Jurassic World Dominion, if that had happened. But unfortunately, that's not the reality we live in right now. But maybe some of us has seen a few clips, maybe. I don't know. That's an iffy thing right now. I know it's also a very touchy subject, but I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, so like I said, we have a lot of stuff lined up for you guys. And we'll be doing little conversations in between a lot of the things that we're presenting here. So let's see. And we're going to try our best. Because I did like outline all the different times and stuff like that, but I have no clue if we're going to be able to stick to that schedule. We're going to do our best. It's going to be fun.
We're just going to try it, yeah. if anyone here has seen a live show with me and Brad before, it usually goes off the rails at some point. So just prepare yourselves.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Everybody that knows that I have a podcast about Jurassic Park, they always ask me, what do you talk about? Like, after all this time, like, the movie came out in 1993. What is there possibly to talk about? And I'm like, oh, you have no idea. We're literally never short of topics. And if I am short, I reach out to the listeners, the people in the chats and stuff like that, and it always works out because everybody has something that they want to hear about or want to talk about. But yeah, so this is going to be fun. I'm very, very excited. I see, I'm looking through the chat right now. I see Ben there. We got Jurassic Site B. And maybe you'll see Ben later. I don't know. Maybe you'll see Ben later. So yeah, we got Neemz. I see Neemz. Sarah, like you said. Oh, we got so many fun people in here. So do us a favor and share this around. Help get the word out there. I know you guys have been incredible so far, right? You've been sharing it nonstop. I put out all the poster arts and stuff like that for the stream. Even with I know there was a spelling error in the most recent one. My bad. Okay, I've worked very hard up until that moment, and the
funny thing is you sent it to me to like look at it ahead of time, and I just didn't even clock it.
Didn't catch it either. So. Okay, but we're doing the best we can. So you guys have been just doing amazing work, sharing it around and getting the word out, and we really, really appreciate that. And you guys show up every time. I typically do these live streams every Wednesday night. Not these 7-hour live streams, but just the run-of-the-mill, generic hour and a half live stream every Wednesday night. But I've kind of been slacking recently. I went away for a few weeks, and then all the news broke. Every piece of news. Every news, and then I felt so disconnected from it because I was trying to enjoy my time away, and it's one time to get away from all the work and all the the effort that goes on behind the scenes, and then literally everything pours in. So I do feel a little disconnected from a lot of the news, but I am very excited to get back into it. Probably, I'm sure we'll get back into it next week, but yeah, it's a time, man.
Yeah, loads of news coming out. I really felt for you actually while you were away, because it was just me the whole time like, hey Brad, I've done this thing for the stream. Hey Brad, can I publish this article? And I feel like you're probably like, just leave me alone, Tom. Just stop.
No, I mean, I was trying to stay connected as best as I could. I literally I arrived at one of my hotels, and the news of the Dominion poster, I think the thing that Sam Neill shared, it seemed like a little early, that got revealed, and I was like, all right, I gotta make a video, and then I made a video, and then it's got a ton of views, so that was really fun. But I made it right there in my hotel room, so I was trying to stay connected, but it was difficult. So you might have to fill me in as the stream goes on. What's been happening? What's been going on? And we'll get back to the podcast.
Just being quiet.
That's what I was like. I actually said it in this past week's episode, which felt like super delayed and just out of touch. I released everybody's thoughts on Camp Cretaceous Season 3 because people sent in a lot of calls and stuff like that. So I was like, I know it feels like it's been so long and so much news has happened, but I wanted to present that, and I said, I'm not going to talk about any of the news in this episode, not at all. So I made it very well known that there was not going to be any discussion, but probably in the next episode for the Jurassic Wire. You can always guarantee that, right?
Yeah, like a 3-hour-long discussion breaking everything down.
So these 7-hour things, not too odd. I typically will chat with Aaron for 6 hours, no joke. So so this is all not too new, I guess, but we do want to get into our first presentation here. So why don't you go ahead and introduce this first one here, because I know this is one that you took care of.
Yeah, sure. So up first, we have got a video from Fanatic, who are one of many different Jurassic licensees. Fanatic make loads of different collectibles. They do collectible coins. I'm struggling to think of anything else because it's off the top of my head, but they've done playing cards, loads of really, really fun in-universe bits and pieces. So we caught up with Ollie Hancock, who is the person who is in charge of their comms, and we had a chat to them about what it's like working with Universal Pictures as a licensee. So no pressure, Brad, but I'll let you bring the video up.
All right, let's try to do it. So I'm going to fade out the music, and we'll head right into the video. So enjoy, everybody.
So Fanatic, everyone at Fanatic is a geek and about all sorts of things. We're all massive film fans, we're all gamers. So what we wanted to do to begin with was create stuff that was almost in-world things. So we have our specialty is tickets, in-world tickets. We've got we launched last year some tickets for the opening weekend of Jurassic Park, of the park itself, that were in 24 karat gold plated, and it was the best product we've ever done. It's sold out immediately, which is great. So we like doing really cool stuff like that. I've got a load of props here that I could show you, but I won't do anything just yet. But one of our favourite ones was the don't know if you can see that properly. The gates of Jurassic Park in a metal ingot. So we like these collectible things that people put on display. Not necessarily toys or things that you could actually use, although we do bottle openers. But stuff that people can put on display, that's what we like to do. So it's got to be the original. I'm a massive Steven Spielberg fan, so that first one, not so much Lost World, but the original film is probably one of my favourite films ever still. And like the effects now, what are we, 20, however many years later, 28 years later, stand up, they're amazing. The mix of animatronics and a little bit of CGI, I think, for 1993, but unreal. And even today, like Joe Johnston's Jurassic World 3 is fine, but the effects in that aren't as good as they were in the original film, I don't think, in my opinion anyway. Yeah, it's such a good film. I love it. So it is well thought of and highly regarded, so there is that little bit of pressure about whether something will be well received. But it's been great to work with because we all love the franchise so much. We've had the license for 3 years now, and we've just renewed it as well. So we'll be producing stuff well after Dominion comes out next year, if it ever comes out. And it's been really good to work with Universal. They're really good. They're nice to work to. We speak to them directly. With licensing sometimes as the mediator, but not in this case. We speak to Universal directly, and they're really good to work with. So we get a set of style guidelines, they're called, from Universal, that will have a lot of imagery that we can use, but we're not strictly tied down to that. So if we come up with an idea, we can submit it to them, and they will either approve it or give us changes or just say, no, you can't do that. So it's basically just, we have since we've been working separately and everyone's been at home, we have a 11 o'clock meeting every day on Skype, and someone will just remember something from one of the films, or they've watched something recently and just say, what about this? And then we'll take it from there, really. So you have to keep a lookout for things that will make good collectibles. Like we've got the bottle opener, the Velociraptor claw bottle opener. So we wanted to get something that you could make from the Velociraptor claw that Alan Grant has. And this has been one of our best products, and I love it. It's on my fridge at home. Use it all the time. So just, yeah, we know what we can do in terms of making things like ingots and tickets and stuff. So, and coins, we do a lot of coins. So if we see something or remember something from a film and go, oh yeah, of course, we could turn that into something. That's really the way that we come up with the ideas. And yeah, in our 11 o'clock Skype meeting every day, someone will suggest something, and then we'll sort of like spitball it and see if we can work out if it's worth doing and whether people will like it, and take it from there. So we would have the idea, then we'd one of our designers would come up with some sort of like preliminary drawing or design for it, and we'll submit that to Universal first of all, before we do too much work, in case they just say no. And once they give us the go-ahead, then we speak to our factories. So we've got factories all over the world that we use, different ones for different things. We'll speak to them, and they'll create a 3D drawing for us of what it will look like using the materials that we suggest. And they will give us, quite often they'll give us different materials they can use to see what it looks like. So we have the silver and the gold things, but we do just like dull metal things as well, and dull, not dull as in boring, but dull as in not as shiny. And yeah, when they send us those drawings, we sort of tweak them and perfect them and see how they're going to look. And then once we're happy with that, they make a sample, which they will ship over to us, which is what this is actually. This is one of the samples. We got loads of samples. It's full of samples, this place. And once we're happy with that, then we speak to Universal again and show them what the final product will look like. And then we give them the go-ahead to produce it. And there's quite a bit of a lead time. It's usually 3-4 months between us giving them a go ahead and them actually landing with us. A lot of our a few of our factories are in China, so it takes a while to get over here. But yep, once it hits us, then we ship them out to either retailers like Zavvi and HMV, who we supply, or we send them directly from people that bought from our website to you guys. So, I mean, there is a lot of pressure to get it, make sure it's right. That's why it's really good that we work directly with Universal, that we can just sort of throw these things at them and say, are you happy with this? And they're obviously really protective of the brand, because I imagine it's their, I don't know for definite, but I imagine it's their biggest franchise that they've got in their books. So with things like, we don't necessarily do a lot of things that will appear on camera. So the tickets that we do may be from the universe, but they're not necessarily things that you'd see in the film. So some of that we do have to use a bit of our own creativeness to come up with. I've got one of the tickets in front of me now. This is the Jurassic World Dino of the Deep, the Mosasaurus show ticket, the gold one, which I think was exclusive for Zavvi, I think this was, or the Hook Group. So this, I mean, you've got the image of the Mosasaurus there that's from Jurassic World. And then we use the different bits that we will have found in the style guide, like this little logo here, and then we sort of add ticket bits to it. So that would be your tear off stub, and you've got the InGen logo there as well. So it's just it's quite a, we sort of take bits from all sorts of places, like our own ideas and the style guide, and then things from the film. So it's quite, I mean, it's not dead cut and dry. You've got to make sure you don't like throw too much stuff at it and make it really busy, because it'll make it more expensive. It'll make it not appear great. But yeah, so we've got really good designers who know what they're doing. I really like this. I might keep it. So we do colours are a big thing that we use. So this was our first Jurassic World product. It was a blue Velociraptor blue coin, and we used more of an orangey packaging colour, whereas the Jurassic Park stuff is like the darker, more traditional stuff from the original logo, the red and black and white and yellow logo. So a lot of it is down to just packaging, and they do the logos are slightly different. The Jurassic World one is a T-Rex still, I think, but hasn't got the Jurassic Park written across it like the original Jurassic Park logo had. But yeah, you're right about tone. It's interesting that I mean, there's not many people that are big fans of the first 3 films that aren't fans of the Jurassic World films, but it still does feel like the original. Certainly, the first film was probably a bit darker than the later ones. They seem to, well, the second one as well, I suppose. But yeah, so maybe brighter, more colourful things are what we perhaps go for Jurassic World stuff. But I mean, there's no sort of cut and dry rules for it. It's great. It's like they're such a iconic company. We've got a few different franchises that we license off them. So we've got Back to the Future and their monsters range. So we've got Frankenstein and Dracula bits as well. And it's really good to work with them. They're great guys, and like some of these companies who they're so huge, like Universal is. Like we will be a tiny little fraction of what they have to do on a day-to-day basis, but they're attentive and they get back to us, and yeah, it's impressive. It's a good thing to say you're doing. You deal directly with Universal Pictures, which is nice. The Velociraptor bottle opener, without doubt, it's so cool. I just hold it. This one's attached to the backing still, but hold it between my claw like Alan Grant does at the start to that little kid that he terrifies. It's really cool, and not just because I'm a big drinker. That's not why. You can open non-alcoholic beverages with it as well. But we've sort of landed on drinkware, because we do the bottle opening. We do coasters. I've got some coasters here as well. So there we've got the gates and the T-Rex skeleton. They're not as detailed as things like the ingots, because a glass has got to sit on it without falling off. And we've just this last few months launched shot glasses as well, which are really cool. So there's different iconic bits from the first film as well. So that's been really good to work with. Like things you can actually use. I mean, collectibles are great, and I do love them. And my wife hates me for it, but I collect all sorts of stuff. But I do like the things that have actually got a use, like the bottle opening. Well, I mean, there's when Dominion comes out next year, I imagine there'll be tons of new stuff that we'll be able to do. We don't get any like sneak previews of anything, annoyingly. It'd be nice if we did, but we don't. That'll be great. I'm sure that'll be a treasure trove of stuff we can create new products from. In terms of stuff that I'd like to work with, it'd be cool if we could do stuff. The main iconic part of the first film. I've said iconic a lot, but you have to Jurassic Park. The first T-Rex chase in the car when the car gets flipped over and the kids are trapped. Something from that. I'm not sure exactly what. I don't know, a model of the T-Rex's eye or close to the window or something. That'd be really cool. And we've just recently just launched like gift boxes as well with a few different products in, which are quite cool. So that sort of stuff that we might start doing more of. Premium things. We've just launched the premium pin badge, 24 karat gold pin badge, which I have here. We're going to start doing more premium stuff like this. So this is like, we wouldn't put it on like your jumper or anything because it's quite heavy. It comes with a little gold foil print of the gates, and it's like a chunky proper pin badge of the mosquito in amber. Another thing that'd be quite cool to work on, actually, now you mentioned it, is Mr. DNA. It'd be great if we could create something with him. It'd have to be a kid's toy or something, I think. That'd be cool. There's not really anything that I can show or tell. We have got a sample of something that I'm not allowed to show you, but it's along the same lines of something we've done previously. And there's a couple of big things that we're hoping to launch towards Christmas, but I can't tell you about them. And then when Dominion comes out, hopefully we'll need a new warehouse for the stuff that we produce from that. Just keep being big fans of the franchise, because that's what's getting more stuff made, and that's what we like to see. Not just so we can produce stuff, because we're all such big fans, and we want to see more content being made by them. TV series, fine with that, and we can't wait for Jurassic World Dominion to come out. I'm really excited about it. I was a big fan of the last Jurassic World film, which name completely escapes me. Fallen Kingdom. I know it wasn't particularly well received, but I think J.A. Bayona is one of the best directors working today, and I absolutely loved it. Like the haunted house feel of it with dinosaurs in. Like, I was sold at that. So I know it wasn't particularly well received, but I was a big fan of it. So yeah, more films. Keep being fans, Jurassic community, please.
Hey, what's going on? We're back. Did you guys like that? Did you guys think that was good? Dude, I legit was watching that and I'm like, this is awesome. This is great. I loved hearing from him. I actually I brought out a few of my favorite things as well, because is there our music? All right, there's our music. All right, there it is. It was like in between songs. I was like, hey, what's going on? But I loved hearing from Ollie there. That was great. And I brought out a few of my favorite things. What are some of your favorites from Fanatic? Because I know like he showed off a lot of stuff, but what's like on your list of favorite things?
I did not come as prepared as Brad for this. Again, we've been planning this for months, and I didn't come prepared. That says everything you need to know about me. My favourites are their recent pin badge collection. So they're blind boxes where you get a pin badge in them that's either based on Jurassic Park or there's a couple based on Jurassic World. I just think pins are such a cool way of like immortalizing a moment from a film. And obviously I'm sure we'll talk about it later on after the next segment when we talk about theme parks. But there's some really, really cool pin badge collections out there. So it's got to be those. And also their tickets. I mean, you saw the Mosasaurus ticket in that video. They're really, really cool, fun pieces of what if in universe merchandise, which I think is awesome.
Dude, I just like had a lot of excitement on my face because I don't think I've ever taken it out of the package because I just like the way that these tickets look in the pack. It's a very nice like presentation. So here's the lid. So you'd be looking at something like that. But like, so I love seeing this 24-karat gold plated VIP ticket thing. So I took it out. I didn't realize that they come with little stands. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
I actually just bought a bunch of stands the other day because I've had some of these. Actually, I held up the wrong lid for that one. But because here's the gold one right here. There's a gold one right there. But so
when I opened mine, it fell out because I opened it at an angle, and I was just like, no.
So I really like the Actually, you know what? The coins were interesting to me because when they first announced them, I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't think I need coins or anything like that. But I got a few copies of them, and I was like, oh, actually, I kind of really dig these. I don't know why. There's just something about them. The lovely like little cases that they come in, and so this is the Mr. DNA one. I'm obsessed with all things Mr. DNA, so that's great.
That's their most recent coin as well.
Okay, here's Velociraptor Blue. I love that one, and then of course the T-Rex. It's super cool. But like I said, like I wasn't like through the roof when I heard about them initially, but then once I got them, I was like, okay, I get it now. Like I'm on board. I kind of love these things, and like the tickets were ones that really just like stood out to me right away. Like having, these opening weekend Jurassic Park tickets, like that's incredibly cool. Like that is so cool.
It is, isn't it? And I think it's cool because, like Ollie was saying in that discussion, they kind of focus on doing things that aren't necessarily going to be seen in the films, but they're just kind of pieces of lore that you think would exist. So a ticket, for example, we never see it in the 1993 film, but we see them preparing for the grand opening. You see the workers on the scaffolding in the visitor center.
Yeah.
So there's so much additional lore that's there for Fanatic to really, really dive into. And I think I'm really excited to see what companies like Fanatic do around Jurassic World Dominion, because when you blow the world wide open, there's so many possibilities.
Yeah, I really love these in-world, and I didn't mute my watch, so that's really cool. But I love these in-world products, like you're saying, and you asked them that question. Because it showcases something that could have existed, like you're saying. This ticket right here, I have to like read it on an angle. It says VIP helicopter ride to Isla Nublar, first ever public access to safari tour, and what's that last one say? Complimentary refreshments at the visitor center. So like it really treats it as if it's like a real opening thing. It opens 7 no wait, how do you guys read dates? July 16th, maybe 1993. And it looks like that's really cool. I just love it so much. I think they're really fun. And then of course this, I think he showed it in there, but a different color one, but like the gates, this thing's super cool. Mine says sample on there. I don't know what usually says. But I do love these things. They're super cool. Do you have anything else that you love from them, or because I have one more thing.
I just think that it's going to be a bit corny, but the whole way they engage with the community is really cool. So you guys have seen it in the past. They always reach out and share information, and they were willing to come on the podcast, which is huge. And I always appreciate people who give us their time. And I think Fanatic are a really good example of that because they are kind of like a homegrown business of people who, like Ollie said, are really passionate geeks
Yeah.
themselves who love pop culture. I think
Mhm.
that really shines through in what they do. So
Oh,
they are
yeah.
my favorite thing about Fanatic, Brad.
Just them themselves.
Yeah.
And yeah, one final thing.
Ollie, if you're watching this, you.
Specifically you. So I love those, like, really, you know, those cool collectible things, but then they just have, like, you know, a nice little poster, which I was like,
Yeah.
I saw this and I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. I know it's kind of glary there, but it's just like this iconic rock work look. I think, is that from the projector or something in the
Yes.
lunchroom scene? But I've always loved that rock work logo there. I think it looks super cool.
Yeah.
And then just having just like the most normal poster ever. Like, it's super normal, but it just has John Hammond. He's got a delightful meal prepared here by Alejandro. So there's that. And then, yeah, just that rock work. I love it so much. And stuff like that comes with, like, certificate of authenticity here from Universal and Fanatic. So, yeah, it's really cool. When you suggested for them to come on the stream, I was like, absolutely. That's going to be really cool.
Ollie's in chat. Hey, Ollie.
Hey! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ollie. That's really cool.
Hanging out. It's been awesome.
Yeah. So next up, we're gonna get into it in a second here, but so I've been in contact with somebody fun in the community for a while. So this is a community member, and you know, I think for so many other people in the community, he's been such a delight. Right, like, so this is our next video is going to be coming up here from Michael Carelli. If you don't know Michael,
it's not Michael Carelli, it's Owen Grady.
Oh, yep, you're right. I'm wrong. Sorry, my bad. So if you don't know Michael, he cosplays as Owen Grady, and he's actually opening up the world a little bit. I've seen him as some Nathan Drake looks going on there.
Yep.
So, but Michael's awesome. I've met him a few times actually down in Orlando. So always welcome to, like, introduce yourself if you see him out there. He's super cool. You'll see him anywhere in the Jurassic section dressed as Owen Grady. He's not like an official thing or anything, but it's always super cool to see him down there. And he has some really fun stories about, you know, maybe being mistaken for Chris Pratt and fun stuff like that. But yeah, so I recently went down there, and we'll probably talk about this more. But he's super cool. He always hooks me up with some, you know, merch that's always down there and stuff like that. But I had the chance to see him again just recently, and, like, it's so funny because, like, I was waiting in line for Velocicoaster in this massive line. I knew he was there somewhere, and then just out of nowhere, he's like, "Hey, Brad!" And it's just like a bag pops out of like thin air, and just he hands me a bag with, like, a Velocicoaster shirt in it, and I was like, "Oh, there he is!" Like, we spot each other just out in the wild, like, waiting in a line. Like, the line was, like, going back and forth, and we just so happened to spot each other. But yeah, he's awesome dude. And I think he's got some really fun stories, some personal stories as well. And you know, I think it's a very uplifting, fun story to get to know Michael a little bit and to see what he's all about, because maybe you just seen his Owen pictures, which are phenomenal, by the way, but maybe you've just seen his stuff or his toy photography or just his theme park photos. But, you know, he's a great dude and just a wonderful part of the community. So definitely go check him out.
He's a really positive voice in the community, and I think
for sure,
that's what we need.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to go ahead and play a video here. I had a chance to talk with him. So Michael, take it away, I guess. Enjoy, everybody.
At least at Universal Orlando. Not officially. I'm Hello, I'm Michael Carelli. Or wait a minute. No, I'm Owen Grady. At least at Universal Orlando. Not officially. I'm just a fan. So, if you don't know me, or you might have seen me, there was a viral TikTok that went around from a person we are not going to name that said, I was Chris Pratt. And from behind, I mean, yeah, I guess, but why would Chris Pratt be in Orlando when it was 95 degrees out in a pleather vest, pants, and boots? So I cosplay Owen Grady. And I take some toy photos. And I make memes. And I just, overall, tons of shenanigans. I mean, I started out as a casual Jurassic fan, and it was kind of my outlet for a while. Just with the theme parks, I did the photography. I kind of worked my way up to being a Jurassic fan. With Jurassic World, I think Jurassic World is kind of the thing that just pushed me over the edge when Fallen Kingdom came out. That was my version of the Lost World, kind of like how, just like what you had all the marketing and the promotional material, all the toys, everything hitting overload. And for me, this was my Lost World. That's kind of what tipped me over the edge, and just the Mattel stuff. I always wanted to buy Jurassic Park toys, but I wasn't impressed with Hasbro. And then we got the figures without the screw holes and just the really detailed paint apps. So I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna buy them all. And I think I did. I have ADHD, so I hyperfixate on things, and I think this is the thing that I hyperfixated on the longest. I mean, I've always loved dinosaurs. I grew up going to the theme parks. Jurassic kind of came in later. Like I said earlier, I was a casual fan, but I never went to Universal. I have 3 sisters, so we always went to Disney, and the only place you can get dinosaurs is on the dinosaur ride. But there's no princesses at Animal Kingdom, so that was my outlet for a while. And then I saw Jurassic Park when I was 10, and I was just casual at the time, and then I went on the ride at Universal in 2011, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. I wanted to go on it over and over and over again. And then Jurassic World came out. I was already a big Chris Pratt fan, and I guess that's kind of where my personality stems from. Just, he's so happy and goofy and happy-go-lucky, and yeah, he was a big inspiration for me. I based my weight loss off of him. I saw his weight loss. I was like, if he can do it, I can do it too. And then that kind of went into play with the Owen cosplay thing. A lot of people picked up on that, the team members, guests, and just it made people happy. So I kept up with that, and it kind of created an identity. But I think Fallen Kingdom is the point where I just lost it and dove into the deep end. Yeah, so when they started that push, it's just, oh my gosh. I worked at Toys R Us at the time, and that was hard work in there because you'd see all the new toys rolling in, and you'd be like, I want this, I want that, and I was all over the place. I had Star Wars, I had Marvel, I had a few DC, the NECA horror stuff, and I was like, nope, I'm selling my whole collection. I'm going to focus on Jurassic, because there was finally some good product coming out. They never really put that much out for Jurassic World, I don't think. And right next to me, I have my life-size baby Blue. I sold so much for that, and just this collection in general. I love it. It brings me so much joy. And just this community, too, is so friendly. We feel like one big family here. The first one is the life-size baby Blue. That is I think that kind of was the first, probably my most expensive purchase ever, because I was collecting Star Wars Hot Toys for the longest time, and I sold those because they were discontinued figures, and it immediately bought me blue. So yeah, I love blue. I have a blue shrine on one of my shelves. I pretty much buy anything blue, and I keep it there. The next one I would probably say is my first Legacy Spinosaurus, and the prop sign that I have from Universal Studios, which was part of the Fallen Kingdom display. It's a wooden sign that they used in their shelving, and I bought it at the prop shop, so that was cool to officially own a part of Universal Studios. And then probably the grand opening pin for Velocicoaster. That was really cool. I love the artwork on it, the sunset. I think that's kind of where I got my inspiration for my painting from. Oh, I remembered. I'm sorry, I can't believe I forgot this. My Ian Malcolm Funko Pop that I got signed by Jeff Goldblum at MegaCon 2018. Meeting him was amazing. You just go up to him and he's like, "Haha, here I am. I'm Jeff Goldblum. You're being graced with my presence." It was chaos that day, and I was working as a cosplay photographer, taking photos. I had clients all throughout the day, and my friends were just hanging out at the con, and I was like, "If I give you this pop, can you meet him for me? Here's some money." And they're like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then his schedule got moved around last minute, as things do at conventions, so you could entirely miss meeting him. And I wrapped up with my shoots on time, and I walked down there. I was like, "Okay, let me see if he's still here." And they're like, "Go, go, 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 go. He's going over there now." And they made sure everybody had their cash ahead of time, and they gave you a little sticky note on how many autographs you were getting. And he buzzed through that line like crazy. That was probably the shortest wait I've ever had for any celebrity. Very professional. He gave everybody the right amount of time. It was an experience, and I can't believe I forgot to mention that. Alright, so for the cosplay, I never wanted to be a cosplayer because Alright, so I used to be really overweight, and I wasn't happy with myself. So I was like, alright, let me be the camera guy. And my friends who are cosplayers, I would practice taking photos for them. And then Owen's vest, they put that out at Hot Topic as a replica. And I was like, oh yeah, let me wear that, because before Fallen Kingdom, I tried cosplaying as Owen once, and that was for our Lego Jurassic World building event. When I was working at Toys R Us, I cut up a brown shirt to make a vest, and I put that on, and I was saying hi to the kids with Jeffrey. Funny thing is, one kid, when he got up to me, he looked at me and he started crying because he thought that I was gonna sick the raptors on him. And that was always kind of in the back of my mind. I was like, that was really fun. And so circling back to Fallen Kingdom, I got the vest and everything, and I went out and I met Blue. It kind of got a negative reaction. I posted my photos, and I was like, oh, this is what I look like? And I was getting bullied for it too, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna show you. And circling back to Chris Pratt's weight loss thing, I was like, if he can do it, I can do it too. And so from April of 2019 to December, I went from being 287 pounds down to 202, jumping about 3 clothing sizes, and just improving the cosplay and feeling more like that character. People started getting into it, and I started getting some positive reactions from it, and it just boosted my confidence. And with that, I made a lot of new friends. I started talking to Tom and Clever Fangirl and Neemz. Everybody just kind of reached out and they're like, this is really cool. And I actually made friends with a girl who cosplayed as Claire. So we went around a couple of times, took photos, got stopped by some park guests. There was one lady that just shoved her baby in my friend's arms. She's like, here, I want a photo with you guys. The baby was dressed up as little baby Alan Grant, which was really cute. And then I had one guy break down crying because Jurassic meant so much to him and he loved our characters and what we did with it. And it makes people happy. It makes me happy. I've made so many friends through it, and I'm thankful for the reactions. Jurassic brings people together. Just this past December, I was going through something, and Tom and Neemz and Laura, aka Clever Fangirl, I didn't say anything what was going on. They just texted me all in that day, and it was all at once. It was kind of weird. It's like, are you following me? And I feel so loved. You guys have definitely made a difference in my life, and for that I'm thankful, and I don't take any of it for granted. Okay, so for what happened this Sunday, I had the annual pass holder preview for Jurassic World Velocicoaster, and because this was kind of a thing, this identity that I took on as being the guy that goes to Universal and pretends to be Chris Pratt. Not really, but Owen. I don't go around announcing, look, it's me, Owen. But people pick up on it and they get in the mood. They're like, oh, hey, Owen. And we kind of ramble around about the Raptors and get into character. And so, yeah, I just went there that day and I was getting pulled to the side for photos, video. Marketing knew who I was because if you check my Twitter or social media, I'm just bombarding everybody's timeline with Velocicoaster and photos of me in cosplay. And then there was a TikToker we will not name took a video of my back turned at the Starbucks in Islands of Adventure's Port of Entry. And he tagged Chris Pratt in there. And he's like, hey, look, everybody, it's Chris Pratt. And so apparently some people who knew who I was, they were like, a lot of people are trying to find you right now because they think you're Chris. So I was walking around, I was getting stopped for photos, just chilling out on the waterfront. I had one lady come and grab my arm and she's like, oh, no. Okay. Okay. Just watch me get a cease and desist from Chris Pratt. Oh, hey kid, that's really cool what you're doing. Stop. Yeah, there was one kid that I met in October last year when they started doing the Halloween thing at IOA where you could dress up and go around and get candy. He was all decked out in his Jurassic clothing, and after I met Blue, he had his mom pull me aside and he showed me the video of him meeting Blue. He's like, do you think I could make a good raptor trainer someday? And I was like, oh, you're so sweet. Because he thought I was the real Owen. And then just the shenanigans with Blue. It's a different encounter every time. I did break Blue once, and that was when I did Chris's warm-up video, or his warm-up dance in the behind the scenes. Yeah, it's that famous gif. And I started dancing around and Blue's like, what is going on? And the handler's like, he wants you to dance, Blue. So she starts going up and down, just bobbing. I kind of left my expectations blank. I knew they were putting a lot of love into it just based on marketing and merchandise and just the details. They didn't have to go as hard as they did, but they knocked this out of the park. So I went in with a blank mind. I wanted to be open and experience and not let my expectations get in the way of what was delivered. if you know what I mean. I didn't want to go in like, oh, you needed this and this and this. I just wanted to enjoy it. And I think we do that a lot with media. We kind of form our opinions on it before we even experience it, and then we get disappointed when it's not what we want. And so yeah, and another thing that I want to mention is I am not a coaster person at all. The most intense coaster that I've been on, a lot of people are probably going to laugh at this, is Expedition Everest. So I've never done Hulk, I've never done Rocket, and my nerves kind of just overtook me. I was excited to be there. I was thankful, and I ran in and I saw the loading platform. I'm like, do I go? And yes, I go. It's Jurassic. I'm obligated. I have to do it. I have to say I've done it. If I don't like it, I won't ride it after I've done it the first time, but I've gone on the ride 6 times now. I love it. It's an absolute home run. Just the lead up to it, they encapsulated the franchise perfectly. All right, so when you first enter, there's this big open area like a lobby. You have the 2 raptor statues kind of going down at you, and there's going to be torches that shoot off fireballs every time the coaster comes down, the drop. So that's pretty cool. And there's just this incredible lighting package. It feels very Transformers, very military base. It feels simple, yet sophisticated at the same time. There's a lot of these lights. I think it's just the symmetry. Everything's just so perfectly done, and it syncs up together. And I forgot, in the Dr. Wu room, there is lockers with a bunch of Easter eggs. There's Dr. Alan Grant's book, and Ellie's book is in there. Malcolm's book is in there. Owen's training bracer from the Fallen Kingdom flashback video is in there. There's an RC model of the train. There's the behavior logs. There's the glass of water, the T-Rex glass of water. There's some training treats. And then you turn the corner, there's some really cool posters about attractions. There's the Indominus Rex coming soon, and then River Adventure, and there's a Camp Cretaceous one with the Brachiosaurus and 2 kids on the zip line also coming soon, which is cool because in canon, those attractions weren't open yet. You go through the metal detectors, you go up a flight of stairs, and there's a few switchbacks. It's like the big board in the control room. It's the TV monitor with Claire and Owen. She's all very, hello, I am Claire. Welcome to Jurassic World. You've challenged us. We hear you. More teeth. And then she cuts to Owen, and he's like, oh, is this thing on? Oh, your plan's stupid. And she's like, oh, we're on. And it's just going back and forth. The writing is just so perfect in this moment. It really reminds me of the Lego Jurassic World stuff. Just the banter and the silliness of the whole plot. I love it. It's classic Owen and Claire. And it also feels canon to their relationship too, because before the events of Jurassic World, they didn't really like each other. They had that Peter Parker, Mary Jane kind of thing going back and forth. Will they, won't they? They like each other, but they're not really friends. So you see that play out. Owen is getting the launch tunnel prepped. The Raptors are kind of misbehaving. He has this spiel about, this is really bad. They haven't been fed yet. I talked to corporate, and they don't want to listen. So you just see a really sarcastic Owen going back and forth. One of the ACU troopers accidentally shocks Delta, so she's freaking out. Owen's getting upset. What's really cool is you see Gregory Hall and Shelby Honea, the creative director and producer, in their ACU outfits in the background of the video. So that's really cool. I love this ride so much. I know that's easy to say whenever you get a new attraction, but it's just, this ride is a home run. 10 out of 10 gold blooms. I don't know how to rate it other than that. This ride is making me a coaster person. I never thought this would happen. I was always timid and shy, like, I don't want to do this, I'm doing coasters from now on. I would say, just do it. If you're scared of coasters, do it. You're gonna have so much fun on this thing. I don't want to compare myself to you or anybody else that wasn't a coaster person. Just, it's so smooth. It takes a lot of the scariness out of it, and it's something you absolutely can't miss. And especially as a Jurassic fan, you'll be in paradise there. It's perfect. I'm excited, and I feel like Universal finally has the confidence in Jurassic, because I'm going and the merchandise is flying off the shelves. Just like Mr. DNA. These mugs just came out today, and there was barely any left when I first saw them. I never thought we would ever get Mr. DNA merchandise. And here we are. Thank you so much for inviting me. Like, again, I said earlier, I never thought I would be here, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the love and attention you guys have given me, just cheering me on, being in my corner. That's what it's about. We're a Jurassic family. We got to take care of each other.
Hey everybody, we're back. So first off, sorry for the mix-up at the beginning there. I had his audio muted and I didn't realize what was going on, and then my audio was muted. But thank you so much to Michael there, because I loved that presentation. I loved chatting with him. I loved learning about his history. It was just so heartfelt. And I think when you talk to Jurassic fans and you really start to learn like where everybody came from, how everybody got into the fandom, and how, you know, just that outlet, because everybody's is different, right? Mine is different from yours, Tom. Tom, yours is different from Michael's, and everybody else is different. It's really interesting to hear how people got their foot in the door, and just to hear how inspiring it is, I think, because I felt very inspired by his story, to be honest.
I think, yeah, and Michael's story, I feel like it struck a chord with so many people in the chat, and it really does with me as well. I think it boils down to online community, especially being somewhere where all of us can come together and we can share a passion for things. And I think that's what Jurassic does so well. There's so many people from so many different avenues who love so many different things. And I mean, hopefully you're seeing it today with how many different people from different walks of life are involved in this stream, with everything from cars to the theme parks, like we'll talk about shortly. But it's just so nice to feel that this is such an inclusive community where everyone supports each other, because that's ultimately what we want. We all just want to geek out about dinosaurs and share our love for them in a positive way, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like, I feel like we're all like kids at heart, and we like to just kind of, you know, showcase what we love, and, you know, this is what we love, and we love talking about it. So I do want to just shout out to everybody so far that's been donating. You're all super awesome. I'm sure, you know, the Trevor Project really loves any donations coming their way. So please hit that button below. Donate whatever you want, $1 to however much you want. There's no, I mean, it said, I think it probably says a goal below of like 500. I just put that there. No pressure. I just had to set a goal for it. But yeah, any amount we're able to raise today will be very exciting. I love the fact that we've come up with this like Jurassic Gives Back initiative. You know, we've used it a few times. We used it, you know, back, like I said, back last December. We donated all of it to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And then back, I think it was like last June, I think we donated to Color of Change. We did a whole thing for that. That was really cool. So, you know, the community, like Michael was talking about in the thing, he was just talking about how supportive and how awesome everybody is, how comforting at times of need. And I think that's, you know, that's something pretty special that we're able to offer the Jurassic community. We're able to give back, and I'm really proud of everybody. Everybody is super awesome and supportive, and we love you guys. So yeah, thank you for continuing to donate, and we'll be here all day. So anytime, or not at all. If you don't donate, that's cool too. But yeah, so I wanted to talk a little bit about theme parks. I know this is probably a little off your spectrum there. Do you have you don't have any kind of Jurassic theme parks out your neck of the woods, do you? You go, wait, there's one behind you. Look.
Yeah, I am on Isla Nublar right now, guys. The signal's a bit patchy, so if I disappear, that will be why.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a better host Brad can replace me with anyway, so it's fine if I get eaten.
I don't know.
No, the closest thing we have, a lot of zoos in the UK kind of do like Dino Park segments where they will have animatronics and things that you can go and experience and sort of walk around. So the best example, probably for me, and something that we've done a video on the podcast, is Paradise Wildlife Park in Hertfordshire, where it's literally a knockoff Jurassic World in the sense of you go in through a big gate, there's a hatchery area, there's loads of animals throughout the park. There may even be an animatronic that says it was hatched on Isla Nublar that looks like an Indoraptor.
Yeah, that's right. I remember
that. There's all of that kind of stuff, which is cool. But I feel like, again, going back to a sense of community, I'm really, really lucky to live the theme parks vicariously through you guys. So obviously, Michael, Brad, I know you are theme park obsessed, and I'm always seeing content from you on the theme parks, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So it's cool getting to live it all through you guys and kind of see it all. So why don't you take the last little bit of time here to talk about theme parks for yourself, Brad? Because you have literally just been there.
Yeah, I just was down there. Like I said, I had the chance to meet up with Michael again, but and so many other people too. I went down there for, my wife had like a conference down there, so we ended up going down and making like a little, event of it, and we went and did a few other things. So it just so happened to coincide with the opening of Velocicoaster, grand opening at least. The thing has technically been open for like, over a month now, in like soft opens or technical rehearsals. They've been kind of preparing before the grand opening, but it was literally open every day. But I was there anyway for the grand opening. I woke up at like, I don't know, it was like 4:30 in the morning to get over there. I had my car down in Florida, so I was able to drive over to Universal. I was one of like a few people at the parking like lot gates, and waited there until the sun came up and went in. And like I said before, waited in a huge line to get into the park itself. But it went pretty quick. And then I had the chance to go on Velocicoaster, and that thing is amazing. That it's the best. I mean, I find myself to be a big coaster enthusiast. In the theme park community, I also have another podcast, Grim Grinning Hosts, where we talk about theme parks and coasters and all that good stuff. But this one, it's definitely the best coaster I've ever been on. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Jurassic fan or anything like that, but it is literally the best coaster I've ever been on. It's so incredibly fun and thrilling. It was a thing that like I've heard a lot of people say like it's super like scary and thrilling, and in a way where like everybody has to hold on tight, keep their eyes closed, and just go for it. I did the opposite, and I literally sat there with my arms up the entire time, and I felt like I was gonna get thrown out of the thing a few times, but in a good way, because it's super safe, don't get me wrong, but like just the way that the coaster threw you around and tossed you around, it was incredible. Not like hurtful or anything like that. I didn't get like whiplash or anything. It was just so smooth, so incredible. There's this one part called the Mosasaur roll, and it just like, it's a heartline roll that kind of just goes like this, and it's incredible. It's so, man, I just want to go on it again. I had the chance. I did have the chance to go on it twice when I was down there. It was a short stay. I was only at Universal for one day. I'll be back down there in a few months probably, so I'll have some more chances. But what they're able to
podcast road trip.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. You driving? You got a car behind you. Let's use that one.
I'll just hop on in.
But my initial thoughts when this thing was announced, I was like a little apprehensive, very apprehensive. I did not like the fact that they were going to be tearing down the beautiful waterfront, that they had down there in Orlando at Islands of Adventure, for just this big, massive coaster that just is, could look like an eyesore. But they've done a great job at producing like a really, really amazing waterfront. And it's just, it's everything I could have hoped for. I mean, it's interesting because on one side, which you saw in the video, Michael talked about like how the entrance is very like Transformers-esque. It's got a lot of like metal and just very just looking like, just I don't know, but it looked very cool. But then when you pan right and you look to the right, there's the Discovery Center, and it's Jurassic.
Yeah.
It says Jurassic Park, and then right there it says Jurassic World.
It's like the clash of both.
It's a weird thing, but it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel like wrong or anything like that. They've done a wonderful job. Plus, when you walk into that area, you just hear like Fallen Kingdom music, and I'm like through the roof. I'm like, yes, this is amazing. Fallen Kingdom music. And the Q video, I know he talked a little bit about the Q. It's incredible. Like, you get to see Owen and Claire going back and forth. The banter definitely feels like it's straight from Jurassic World. But yeah, I love that place. And I did have the chance to go on the River Adventure, the original Jurassic Park ride out there. And, it's okay. I mean, it's not the best ride in the world these days. It's looking a little old and outdated with some of the animatronics and stuff like that. But as an experience, it's still really good. Like, it's still a fun experience to go out there, hear the lines of dialogue and see, the Q videos and the drop at the end of this ride. So it's a boat ride for anybody who's unaware, but you go up a massive like lift hill and into a building, and then you drop down. I think it's like 80 something feet, and it's the best drop boat ride there is. Like, at that point, it's just, Splash Mountain is very good out at Disney World, but the drop is good and the ride's good, but the drop is so much better on Jurassic Park River Adventure. It's so thrilling. Did not get a chance to meet Blue this time. I was bummed about that. And another fun thing about the grand opening is we got through the ride, right? And then at the end of the ride, like, you go out of the the building and everything, and there's just people there holding churros, handing them off to every single person that left the ride. And it was amazing. We got churros.
They just do that all the time.
I know, right? Like, just this here is your reward for riding Velocicoaster. It was pretty awesome. And I think they had said something along the lines like, here, these are presented on behalf of the Today Show or something like that. So it was really cool, though, just to have, all these churros given out. I had 2 churros there. The first time I got the first churro, and then we walked around, we did some other stuff, and we went to like a little, just a food place on the walkway, and they had the blue churros. So there's like another churro with like blue icing and all kinds of sugar and stuff all over it. It was like just a gross looking concoction, but it tasted fantastic, and I had to get it. So I was like, all right, we got to get another churro. So I paid for a churro. And then we went back on Velocicoaster, and they were still doing churros. I didn't eat anything other than churros the entire time at Universal. The whole
so
day,
guys,
only
when,
churros.
When we go into our next video, Brad and I are actually going to be sat eating churros.
I wish, that would be, if somebody could just bring me a churro, that would be fantastic. But yeah, it was a great time. Oh, and the tribute store that they had down there was really, really cool. If anybody doesn't know, Universal sets up these, like, they're called tribute stores. They set them up for like events, themed events and stuff like that, like Halloween Horror Nights or Mardi Gras. So they did one for Jurassic World tribute store, and there's like so much amazing theming in there. That big wall that you see in the Lost World with the amazing artwork. There's actually like physical real props from the movies, which was awesome, like screen used items, which I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like the screen used John Hammond like bronze statue that's in Jurassic World. I was like, are you kidding me? That's amazing. I stood there, I took a picture with it. I think I put my hand on it. I'm like, all right, I gotta like vibe with this statue here for a second.
You were like, is there Richard Attenborough DNA on this?
But it was amazing. It was so good. I got a lot of merch and stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think when it comes to theme parks, and we were talking about this the other day, the thing that I love most is thematics. So immersing people in a world and making it feel really, really alive and kind of lived in. And they've done such a good job with that tribute store. Like all of the laboratory equipment, like you say, the fact that there's a Biosyn box from Jurassic World Dominion, which is crazy. all of that kind of stuff that's like mixed into this space really helps to make it feel so immersive. And
Yeah.
and it's those kinds of real world experiences that I feel like you don't get enough of. So I'm really, really excited to see them embracing more of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And because obviously we'll touch on it later, but it's very, very similar to Jurassic World the exhibition in terms of its delivery and its execution. So I live for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I was very surprised. I don't know, is that Biosyn thing literally from the movie, or just the logo is from the movie, which we've seen before? Do you happen to know?
I don't know. I don't know if it would have been a specific prop from Dominion, but
okay. Because I don't know,
right?
but I do know that there is an Ian Malcolm book that's in the queue.
Yes.
It's in the queue for Jurassic World Velocicoaster, and that is apparently from Jurassic World Dominion. It's literally like a prop from the set or whatever. So that's really cool. I don't know.
Really
At some point, I guess that book shows up, and it's like how the world ends, or I don't know. Don't quote me on the name of the book, but it's something similar to that. Yeah, going down there was awesome, and we have a few minutes left here before our next thing. But I wanted to jump over to Universal Beijing. Have you gotten a chance to see any pictures and stuff out of what they've been doing over there?
It looks incredible. I really, really, really want to go and visit it. I honestly, if there is a world where you, me, and Tim from Collect Jurassic could just go and hit up Universal Beijing and live in Jurassic World for like a week, I am here for it. I feel like I've got to go there at some point. And the thing is I'm the kind of person who, whenever I go on a trip, I overthink every little detail. So already right now, my brain is like, but what if there's linguistic problems and I can't talk to anyone over there? I don't care. I'm going anyway. I will starve for a week. I need to go and see that place.
Yeah, I know with a lot of theme parks around the world, they don't just center it on the one home language of wherever it's located. They kind of, cater to a lot of different languages as well. I'm looking at pictures now of the because they actually built like an innovation center from Jurassic World, and
like there's a whole Main Street kind of setup going.
Yeah, there's it's like a whole Jurassic World section. It's called Jurassic World Isla Nublar, obviously, but the innovation center has these, like, when you look at the spire from the inside, there's a queue in there, so you go back and forth and wait in line, but there's massive video screens like on the panels on the walls and windows and stuff like that. And I'm looking at pictures here of like just a massive screen of Blue or Owen. I see Owen doing some stuff, and I don't know if that's from the movie or not. That's interesting. But the ride that's coming there, I've heard like a little bit about it, and it just, everybody cannot speak more highly about it. It's just so, like, it sounds like it's going to be one of the best experiences that Universal has ever offered out there. So I am very
What Brad's
hyped.
saying is you'll need to hold on to your butts.
You will, yeah. I know it's supposed to be coming out sometime soon. I think July, but I don't know. I haven't really kept an eye on the time frame, but yeah, that's very exciting. I don't know what the attendance is going to look like right now currently, but the fact that there's a giant mountain out there for Jurassic, there's several themed restaurants, there's a roller coaster, there's like a themed dark ride, kind of Transformers / Spider-Man style if you've been to Islands of Adventure or Universal Florida. And there's just so much out there, and it looks like it's going to be incredible. I just... Like you said, I really want to get out there. I really want to experience this with other Jurassic fans. And I know Tim seems like he's pretty serious. So I'll have to take that up and go with you guys, because I want to go on the Jurassic World adventure. It looks incredible. I can't wait.
Let's do it. Let's just let's leave our families and go and live in Jurassic World.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about that. Well, maybe we'll temper that expectation there. But let's go have a few days of fun, maybe. But yeah, it looks amazing, and I hope one day, every Jurassic fan has a chance to attend. And if Jurassic World is Velocicoaster is any idea of what they're capable of, It's going to be awesome. So we have another video here I want you to go ahead and introduce. I know you had a chance to talk with our next guest.
Yeah, so we have got a video coming up from Ari Kaplan. This is part one. There's going to be 2 videos, and this is all themed around little golden books. So for those of you who are in America, you'll be familiar with these books that you grow up with. Ari wrote the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book and also worked on Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs. So in this first segment, you'll learn a little bit more about Little Golden Books and creating the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book.
All right, so let's go ahead and dive right into the video here and see what Ari has to say, because I love these little golden books. We'll talk about them in a little bit, but this is part 1.
Little golden books have to be written in a very specific style. There's very specific type of verbiage that you have to use to make it feel like a little golden book, and then that's only part of it, because a lot of it is, only part of it is writing the narration. A lot of it is structuring the story and writing the art notes to the artist, which are sort of akin to the stage directions or scene descriptions in a screenplay or a play, which tell the actors what to do in any given scene. And also describe what the characters look like and what the settings look like and everything. And little golden books have that too. They're just called the art notes. And a lot of writing a little golden book is writing in the art notes. You're also, of course, as I said, writing the text or the copy or the narration, whatever you want to call it. But a big part of writing a little golden book is writing the art notes, and it's very much, you have to do it in a concise way where you're not being too verbose, but you're still getting across, you're sort of evoking a kind of a mood. What happened was, I don't know whether Universal had come to Little Golden Books or vice versa. I don't know how that works. I don't pretend to be, I'm not in those meetings, and I'm just a freelancer, so I'm not privy to that. But I do know that when Little Golden Books came to me and were like, would you like to write the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book? And I was like, oh, absolutely, yes. But it was a little bit of a challenge because, as opposed to, you could say that there's something adult about Doctor Strange as an IP, and that, it's a challenge to write it for little kids, which it is. And then I believe the second one I wrote, the second Little Golden Book that I wrote for Penguin Random House was the Avengers one, which is called The Threat of Thanos, which I have somewhere around here. Here it is. And with that one specifically, it was, I certainly got questions when that was coming out, like, is the snap gonna be in there? Nervous laugh, and it's like, no, the snap is not in here. This is actually an original story that I wrote, where they asked me to pitch them a few different Avengers ideas, and I pitched one, and I had pitched like 3 or 4, and the one that they went with is the one that I wrote, and then it was like off to the races. But it's, even though it's a bunch of characters who were in Infinity War / Endgame, and even though Thanos is one of those characters and he is trying to collect the Infinity Stones, all that also applies to a lot of the comic books that predated the Avengers comic books that predated Infinity War and Endgame. So it's not, it's not an adaptation of those movies, this book. And so it doesn't end with the snap. The snap is not a part of it, because also even if it was an adaptation, there's no way to make the snap not horrifying. What I found fascinating about the ending of Infinity War, and spoilers for a movie that's several years old, but is it ends with the snap, and that was like a more disturbing thing to me than most horror movies, and it's partially because you don't expect a horror movie beat to happen at the end of what is, until that point, a fairly lighthearted superhero movie, even though the filmmakers do warn you that some scary stuff's coming, because it opens with Loki getting killed by Thanos, and again, spoilers for a movie that's several years old. But hopefully, if you're listening to this, you have seen Infinity War. If not, pause this podcast and go interview and go see Infinity War, because it's a really good movie. But you know, it opens with Loki being killed in a pretty disturbing way by Thanos, and then Thor's dealing with all this trauma for the next two movies, you know, for the balance of Infinity War, and then also for Endgame as well, with having like half of the Asgardians being wiped out, including a lot of his the most beloved people in his life, like Heimdall and Loki. And so, you know, a lot of people thought I was trying to turn Infinity War and Endgame into this book, which I was not. This is a different story. I just want to make that clear. But with Jurassic Park, I was trying to turn Jurassic Park, the first Jurassic Park movie, into a book for 2 to 5 year olds, which was quite challenging. But I think that we pulled it off. Meaning me and Josh Holdsclaw, the illustrator, who's incredible, as you can see from this artwork on there, and of course the editors, you know, Dennis Shealy and Rich Globlotsky. But it was a challenge, but I definitely know I was up to the challenge, and it was basically a question of, okay, I'm going to make a list, and I'm going to make a list of scenes that are in the film, and I'm going to make a list of scenes that are in the film, and I'm going to see which ones I think I can adapt for this, and where, and also how simple I can make the spine of the story, because it's already got a pretty simple spine, right? It's already got a pretty simple spine. I'm going to take out the stuff that doesn't work. I'm going to take out the stuff that there's no way to explain it to a kid. So even though Dennis Nedry is a very big part of the movie, and even though Dennis Nedry is a very big, he's pretty much the closest thing that we have to a human antagonist in the first Jurassic Park film. He is pretty much, you know, a lot of people think the dinosaurs are the antagonists, and they pretty much are, but in that they are definitely an obstacle in the path of our protagonists, you know? Okay? They are definitely a big obstacle in the path of Alan and Ellie and you know, and Ian and the kids, and Tim and Lex. But that having been said, we do have this human antagonist who you can reason with, because he's a human being with a human personality, and that's Dennis. But how do you explain any of the stuff that Dennis is doing on a Little Golden Books level? How do you explain, okay, he's like, he's got these dinosaur embryos, and he's selling them on the black market. None of that is translatable to like a Little Golden Book story. There's no way you could explain that stuff. What's the black market? What's an embryo? What's like, it's I can't, there's no way. And so there's everything about him is sleazy, and that's by design. That's the function he fulfills in the Jurassic Park movie. However, that's also the exact same reason that I had to strip him out of the Little Golden Book version, because there was just no way. It's just, in the Little Golden Book version, the dinosaurs are the antagonists, period, and that's it. Well, there's like, you know, certain other characters that, like the lawyer for John Hammond's lawyer. Yeah, I know the kids are really dying to see the lawyer character in the Little Golden Book version. Spoiler alert, they're not. And also he dies on the toilet, and that's a very funny scene in the movie. It's very silly and silly on purpose in the movie, / scary, because no one wants to die like that. No one wants to die, period, I don't think, but no one wants to die like that, you know? But I can't put that in the book. It's like, you put in a toilet in the book, and for shock value, and you know, and it's for little kids, and they're like, "Mommy, Daddy, why is this happening? What's a lawyer, and why is he dying on a porta potty?" You know what I mean? There's just like stuff that'll raise too many questions, and also it'll gum up the works. It'll get in the way of telling a good story, because you have like, I think it's like 24 pages that you have to tell this story, and there's maybe like 25, 27 words that can comfortably fit on each page. All right. And then a lot of these are spreads or 2-page spreads. And so you've still got like 25 words that can fit on each page, but you're trying to do it in as few words as possible. You're trying to tell the story. You've got to explain who Alan Grant, Ellie Sattler, and Malcolm are in the most concise way possible. You've got to explain who John Hammond is in the most concise way possible. You've got to explain how they brought dinosaurs back to life. How they not brought them, they weren't dead dinosaurs that they somehow turned into zombies or anything, but how did they do this? How did they create new dinosaurs? How did they create them from DNA? What is DNA? You know, how did they do that? You have to unpack that in the most kid-friendly way possible, and that's the biggest challenge about writing a book like that, honestly, or about writing that book in particular. And also, you're taking a fairly adult property. Again, I said it's like your first horror movie if you're a kid of a certain age. But let's be clear, this is mostly a movie for adults. And it's got some very adult jokes and relationships and everything. And again, that's not a bad thing. It's not a slam against the movie, but it does make it a little bit of a challenge in how exactly you're going to turn this into a Little Golden Book. You know, and that's basically the challenge there. But you basically approach it like you approach any other project if you're me, because I work on a lot of licensed character books and video games and comics too. And you like approach it like, okay, I'm gonna figure out how to do this, and I'm gonna figure out. And part of it was also like taking scenes that are kind of scary from the book and figuring out how I can lighten them up and make them lighthearted and fun and even slapsticky and comical in the movie, you know, in the Little Golden Book. So like the scene of where Tim and Lex are, I think they're in the kitchen at the visitor center. I think they're at the visitor center at that point, right?
Yeah, they are.
They're at the kitchen, yeah. And I'm flipping through this as I'm talking to you, so I'm making sure that it's yes. I do say in the book that they're at the visitor center because I want the reader to like follow along with me, and like I want to be very clear as to where we are on Jurassic Park in this scene and everything. And they're in the cabinets, and there's that scene where like the raptors are coming to get them, and they see what they think is Lex, but it's really Lex's reflection in the mirrored surfaces of the cabinets, right? Because they're all made of metal, and they see what they think is Lex, and they run towards her, and then boom. They run into a wall. It's almost like a Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner cartoon, you know. And I thought, okay, that scene is very, very suspensefully directed by Steven Spielberg, and it's a very suspenseful scene. It's almost like Hitchcockian scene in the movie, but it's also kind of funny because, you know, the dinosaur was outwitted by its own lack of understanding of basic like laws of physics and the way mirrors work and everything, and the fact that it was just looking at a mirror. It feels like a human assassin like gunning for Lex. You know, that human assassin would be like, wait a minute, I think that's just a reflection in the mirror. I don't think that's. But dinosaurs can't logic that out. So, you know, but that's what makes the scene work. But what makes it work in the Little Golden Book version is that you can actually put a lot of slapstick, a lot of sort of Wile E. Coyote style slapstick in that scene and make it work. And then bam, it was just a reflection. Ha ha ha. You know what I mean? You could turn it into like a very silly slapstick heavy moment. So you draw out the comedy that's already there from the scene in the version of it that exists in the movie. And then you also strip out all the suspense that's in that version of the scene in the movie. And so you're kind of doing two things at once. And you're basically trying to do that with everything. You're thinking like, if I was like, you're using your own like mental Wayback Machine to, for those of you like is it Rocky and Bullwinkle, or is it? I can't remember. What is the Wayback Machine? Is not from Rocky and Bullwinkle.
It's lost on me.
It's from Sherman and Mr. Peabody. Thanks,
Okay.
Thomas. Thanks for remembering that. old ass cartoon that makes me sound old because I'm referencing it. I'm 900 years old, kids. Anyway, but you're basically using your own mental wayback machine or time machine or whatever
Yeah.
to think, okay, when I was a kid, what about this story would appeal to me? So like when they find the Triceratops and she's sick and Ellie is tending to her, you obviously focus on that and the fact that kids are going to be sympathetic because it's a dinosaur and it's injured. And you're supposed to be sympathetic. You're supposed to have a lot of empathy for that dinosaur in the movie. But what you don't include is the giant pile of dinosaur excrement right next to it, where Ian Malcolm is like, "That's a lot of shit." You don't have that. You don't have that in the Little Golden Book. So that's a good example. That and the scene in the visitor center with the mirrored countertops are good examples of like scenes that you tweak a bit. You include them in the book, but in the Little Golden Book version, but you kind of tweak them a little bit. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the trick. That's a large part of the trick to writing something like this. The other thing is, the dinosaurs are always trying to eat all these people, and in some cases they do eat the different human characters in the movie. They at very least kill them. Dennis Nedry, we don't see him die, but we do see like a dinosaur like lunging at him, and that's the last thing, and him going and that's the last thing we see of him. So it's implied that he's just been murdered, by the dinosaur. So in that, I was like, how do we deal with that? And then it came to me that, a big overall global fix for this is that instead of the dinosaurs trying to eat them in the Little Golden Book, they're just roaring at them. So once I realized that you could do that, it might not sound like it's like brain surgery or anything, like it's this big like epiphany, but for me at the time it was, because once I realized that, it made writing certain other things in the book much easier. Because I was like, oh, you can just sort of blanket over all this violence by saying that you just like you're using like a pencil eraser to like erase it, like get rid of it, and you're getting rid of the violence and just saying that they're roaring at our characters, because to a little kid that's scary enough. It's like, oh, I don't want a dinosaur roaring at me, and you don't, and an adult doesn't want a dinosaur roaring at them, but it's for a different reason, because with an adult, they know that the dinosaur will follow up the roaring by gobbling you up and eating you, or doing to like in in the first Jurassic World movie, there's that poor lady. She's like, she breaks down Howard's personal assistant, and
this has been trending on Twitter recently, with people really angry about how she literally gets like picked up and tormented by a pteranodon, and then just when it's over, the mosasaur comes out and finishes her off. Yeah.
And I was rewatching that when I was writing the Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs, and I was like, well, at least the Mosasaurus in this book doesn't do that. And it's like, and again, this is nothing against the filmmakers. If I was writing a scene like that, I would probably go there too, because you gotta top the dinosaur kills from the previous movies, and the audience sure hasn't seen anything like that before. Because she sort of dies 3 times. She gets like it's like the dinosaurs are playing a game of like volleyball, and they're like volleying her. She's the ball, and they're volleying her from like one dinosaur to the other, And so, you can't include something like that in the book. There's no way to do it, But I think that it was very smart of Penguin Random House and Universal to do something like to like commission something like the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book, because they know that there's a whole generation that grew up on that movie that now, when they were kids, they saw the movie, and now they're parents themselves, and so they can read the book to their kids, and they can reminisce about it, and it's got the nostalgia factor to it. And then the kids, this is their like first experience to Jurassic Park, and they see the G-rated kid-friendly version that's in this book. And then when they're old enough, they'll watch the PG-13 live action version that's for grown-ups. You know what I mean? And they can like, this is a way to like ease them into it. And so I think it's a very savvy thing of like for Little Golden Books and Penguin Random House to do. You know.
You're live.
Okay, everyone. So hopefully you enjoyed that segment with Ari. As you heard, he spoke about reading the book to your kids. So Brad was reading that to me during that break, and I think I finally understand the story of Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about Little Golden Books as a whole, Brad? You had some interesting comments on the behind the scenes and trying to make it more accessible for other fans as well.
Yeah, I really dug the portion where he was talking about like Infinity War and stuff like that. Like, how do you translate things that, you know, they are kind of for families and a wide audience in a way, but like they're dark and they're not necessarily for like that 2 to 5 year old range like he discussed. So I appreciate like him trying to like, you know, work through that and talk through that as far as like, how do you get to that point where you figure out like, oh, what is good enough to show and what's not good enough to show? Because like, you know, when I'm reading the book to my kids, I don't want to be like, and then the velociraptor killed somebody, you know, like, so it's kind of brutal, but so I love what they were able to put together here. Cause like when I remember when these, we love these in our house, like just the Little Golden Books in general, like all of them. I think they're just kind of like a staple. I don't know. Have they been something like over in your neck of the woods? Like, is that something that you guys have been, you know, collecting?
So in the UK, I think it's a different brand. There's not Little Golden Books. There's like Little Bird, I want to say, or something along those lines.
Okay.
But they're more like cartoon centric, sort of not based on films or anything, kind of more original stories.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, these have been around forever, and it's like, you know, just they're kind of like iconic at this point. I feel like you see this little you know, golden spine on here, and then like the images like on the that's upside down. The images on the back of like other books to buy. Like my son will read one of these, and then he'll be like, "Oh, do we have this one and that one and that one and that?" So it's like a good marketing technique to have all those on there, but. I love the artwork, and I love all the stuff that they produce for these Little Golden Books here. The Mr. DNA one, which I guess we're going to hear maybe a little bit about in the next, because we do have one more video,
Possibly.
part 2.
Yeah.
But this one, you know, I can't help but not like read it in Mr. DNA's voice. So like my, you know, son, he actually like, he's been kind of trying to mimic me a lot recently with my shelves and stuff like that.
I saw that video with the hair comb over.
Well, yeah, he's doing his own podcast intros and stuff like that. But like sometimes he sits down here on the ground and he's like, "Oh, Dad, I just want a shelf like that." And I'm like, "Oh." So he does have a little shelf in his room, and he put this up on the shelf. I was like, "Oh, where is it? Where's the book? I can't find it anywhere." And then I didn't look because it was just sitting like you know, it's got its own like little shrine over there on the shelf. And I was like, "Oh, that's cute. He wants to like collect this book." But I can't help but read it as
you
Mr.
stole
DNA.
It back.
You know? Yeah, I stole. Sorry, Lincoln. I stole it for today's stream. I'll give it back to you later on tonight. But yeah. So I just love these things so much, and they're so fun. So I hope everybody out there is gaining some insights and learning about it, because I was. That was the first time I heard that interview, and I was like, I didn't expect all the Infinity War stuff. I was like, oh, this is actually cool. I like hearing other stuff too. So that was pretty fun. But yeah, what do we have to look forward to in the next part here? Because we have part 2.
Okay, so yeah, coming up very, very shortly, you have got part 2, which is talking all about Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs. So obviously, the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book, as Ari explained, is a very, very different kettle of fish to a book like Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs, because this book he kind of wrote entirely himself. So there's some really, really interesting insight into how he approached that, and how they chose the specific animals and other things to be a part of this book. So no pressure, Brad, but as helmsman, I will hand back to you.
Okay, well, I just wanted to play a little clip here of my son as we were reading the other night, and
Where do you come, Mr. DNA? From your blood.
So he loves Mr. DNA. He loves reading this book. So yeah, I think we should go ahead and lean into part 2 here. This is it's like 18 and a half minutes, so stay tuned, sit back, and enjoy the next part here with Ari Kaplan here. So let me go ahead and play that for you guys.
In general, each of these books is a challenge, and I don't want to sound like I'm complaining about it because I'm not. But it is a challenge as to like, okay, how do you tackle this? Because again, you have a set number of pages and a set number of words to work with, and so you have to make it work within those confines. But you know, it's always a lot of fun tackling those challenges and figuring it out. Like I said, with the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book, the main challenge was how do you turn a fairly adult action movie into a book that's suitable for 2 to 5 year olds. With this one, the challenge was a little bit twofold. It was, first of all, how do you structure it? Because you get a little bit more into the weeds as far as like what DNA is and how these dinosaurs are created by DNA. And so you have to explain that on a little bit more of a deeper level than you explain it in the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book. But also another challenge is I have to replicate the way Mr. DNA talks because all the narration is done in his voice. So that was a lot of fun too. And it was one of those things where I kind of look for these challenges in my career because it's like, because if I do it right, I'm going to look like a freaking genius. So I'm going to just work as hard as I can. So a lot of it was like, so first I looked at the Mr. DNA scene from the first Jurassic Park movie, and I watched it over and over and over again, just broke down, transcribed everything he said, and then made notes on like, what are the red flags? Like, what are the things that are going to be difficult to replicate in this book? Like, for example, here's a really good one. He doesn't say dinosaur. He says dinosaurs. So dinosaur has 3 syllables, but the way he says it has 4 syllables. You know, he says dinosaurs. You know, but you can't, there's no way to replicate that in the book unless you're going into like Mark Twain style dialect territory, you know, where you're having the, let's see, it'll be like DINOSAWERS or something like that to really make it sound like the way he says it. But if you do that, you're confusing the little kids. You're confusing the little kids who are reading this book because they're going to be like, dinosaurs? Are they called dinos? Or is this how you spell dinosaurs? Or, you know, it's just going to confuse them because they're not at that level, at that age. Like I said, they're not independent readers. They're certainly not going to read any books that have dialect in them, that have like that are written in dialect. You know what I mean? So you can't subject them to that. That's one of the most kind of Southern things that Mr. DNA says, because he talks like a cowboy in an old West movie. You know, in an old like Western, the kind of Hollywood would put out like the 30s and 40s and 50s. And that's the whole idea, is that he's supposed to be like, you know, one of those educational film strips that like teachers would show to kids in the 50s. He's supposed to be like a throwback, like a parody of that, right? And so I wanted to keep that quality and put as many like cowboyisms as possible in his dialogue without having to write dialect, you know? So he could call a dinosaur like a big galoot or a cowpoke or something like that. That's something you could write in like non-dialect English that's not misspelled, you know? So it wouldn't be an issue. You can't do the dinosaurs thing. He just has to say dinosaurs. But you can have him call a dinosaur, a specific dinosaur, like a cowpoke or a big galoot or something, or have him say like, well, golly, or something like that. So those are the kinds of words I would I'd make like lists of these like cowboy type words, like Westernisms or cowboyisms that I could give to Mr. DNA, and like ones that I thought were taking it too far or ones that I thought were appropriate. I put in the ones that I thought were appropriate, and it was a lot of like swapping them out. Like this, what would I have him say about this dinosaur? What would I have him say about the Mosasaurus? And also, you've got to constantly remind the reader that this is a tour through Jurassic World, as though and this is something that is either Dennis Shirley or Rachel Klobowski. I think it was Dennis who said this when I was working on this book. That was like, imagine that the reader is in like one of those carts, like in an amusement park ride, and they're going, like the cart is going from exhibit to exhibit in Jurassic World. You know what I mean? Like keep your hands inside the cart at all times, like one of those, you know what I mean, at a theme park. And so I'd have to constantly be reminding the player. I work a lot in video games. The reader. I'm talking about books now. I'm talking about that part of my career. You'd have to constantly remind the reader that they're in an amusement park ride. And so it was cool because it's in a way like writing in-world fiction, because you're very much in the world of the movies. When you're writing something like this, you're writing it from the perspective of like, if there was a ride where Mr. DNA was taking you through Jurassic World from exhibit to exhibit, from this part of the park to this part of the park, his dialogue that would probably go something like this. So I approached it as though I was writing like in-world fiction, because like for most local books, they're not written like that. They're written very much, you're writing them and you're sort of removed from the world that they take place in. You're not writing them as though you're in the world. And that, again, that's not a bad thing. It's just the way it is. With this book, for example, you're writing, the narrator is very much removed from the events going on. The narrator is not part of the events going on, Yeah. But with this, and then the same is true of the Jurassic Park logo book too. But with this, you're in it. You know what I mean? There's like, here, I'll show you a good example. Yeah, here you go. I got it. Lucky you, we're just in time for the Mosasaurus feeding show. Stand back unless you want to get splashed. So, like, that kind of stuff, giving him lines like "lucky you" and like it contributes to like, that's one of the like the cowboyisms, the way he would talk. I almost thought about like that he kind of sounds like Jack McBrayer. He kind of sounds like Kenneth from 30 Rock, if you know that show at all.
Yeah.
So like almost imagine that I was writing for that character. Like, how would Kenneth from 30 Rock walk you through Jurassic World? But the idea of having him say like, we're just in time for the Mosasaurus feeding show, stand back unless you want to get splashed, like that very much sets up that that establishes that you're in the Jurassic World. You're in the world of Jurassic World, for lack of a better way of saying it. You're like in the car, you're in one of those, I can't remember. You're in one of those gyrospheres.
Yeah.
And you're just like barreling your way through the park. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, here we go. Like this large reptile lived in the ocean. She weighs about as much as a motorhome. See those sharp teeth? Those are what she uses to chow down on smaller sea creatures. Now, it might not sound like much, but just the fact that I put that word choice in there, chow down, is like very much like a Westernism or a cowboyism. So that was very much part of that like big list that I drew up while I was writing this, of like expressions that I could use. Now, like some were, I thought, taking it too far, but some were just right, and that was one where I thought it was just right. Like here's another. This isn't a cowboyism, but this is another thing to remind you that you're in the world of the park. These are the Triceratops. These fantastic creatures only eat plants, and they live in herds. Go ahead and wave to the baby Triceratops. So see, you're waving from the cart that you're in, or the gyrosphere, or whatever, or one of those little like jeeps that they have in the first Jurassic Park movie. the stuff that the tourists, the visitors use. But go ahead and wave, reminding you again that you're in the park. But also you'll notice that there's a couple of actual facts about these dinosaurs in each page or each spread. So in a way, those are real facts. Those are true. The Mosasaurus, like here. Anyway, the Mosasaurus does weigh about as much as a motorhome. And those facts were a little bit of a challenge too, because you had to find facts that were very simple and that were sort of comparing the size and shape and weight of these dinosaurs to everyday objects, but everyday objects that a 2 to 5 year old will be familiar with. So like a school bus or a motorhome or a football field or something like that. And so those were, so I had to look up a lot of serious scientific articles about dinosaurs and their basic stats, and then like sort of boil it down to something that a 2 to 5 year old could handle. And that was like cloaked in like metaphors and similes, like weighs as much as a football field. This is kind of like, you know what I mean? So like that, or as big as a football field or something. I don't know what a football field weighs, but it's as big as a football field, So it's that kind of a thing. So that was part of it too. And then the other strand of writing, the other element of writing this book was also, of Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs, was also that I don't know if this was my idea or Dennis and Rachel's idea. I don't remember, but it was, I think it might have been theirs, but I don't recall. But it was writing it in the order that you go through the park. So I had to study all these maps of Jurassic World, specifically Jurassic World, not Jurassic Park.
Did you get to see the difference with the lagoon in the maps by any chance, where it's like at one point it's in the middle of the island and then suddenly it's on the coast in the Fallen Kingdom map?
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
What is the reason for that?
I think it was just an inconsistency in the film that made it through to the final cut. But in Fallen Kingdom, obviously you've got the gates that open out into the ocean, so they needed to have it there to make that sequence happen.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's funny. I didn't notice that. But I think the reason I didn't notice that was because the maps that I studied were largely from like other tie-in books, of like Jurassic World. And those were extraordinarily helpful because it was like, oh, here's the Gallimus Valley, and here's the aviary, and here's the, you know what I mean? Here's the raptor. Is the raptor pen? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I can't remember. You know what I mean? And like, here's where everything is, and so we're going to want to go in order of that. We're going to do the Gallimus Valley here, we're going to do this here, we're going to do that there, and the aviary, we don't get to the aviary to relatively late in the game because that's close to the end of the tour, so to speak. That's like fairly like towards the exits, so we don't talk about pteranodons and that kind of stuff. And also, how do you unpack this for kids? Like with the Ankylosaurus, it was a bit of a challenge until I came up with this. It was like, the Stegosaurus is one tough cookie. See, again, calling her a tough cookie is like, sounded like a very much like a cowboyism. But if any predators threaten her, she swings her spiky tail like a sword. And like a turtle, the Ankylosaurus uses a protective shell as a shield against other dinosaurs. She's also got a heavy club tail, and she can use it to clobber hungry predators. So clobber is another cowboyism, but also I was trying to think of like, what do I say about the Stegosaurus's tail versus the Ankylosaurus's shell? Because I was like, if I'm not careful, I'm going to sound like I'm saying the same thing twice because they both have tails.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something about the Stegosaurus tail and then the Ankylosaurus tail, and they both have like things on their backs, where the Stegosaurus has plates. Do I mention that? And the Ankylosaurus has spikes. And then I realized, here's what it is. The metaphor is that the Stegosaurus has a sword-like tail, and the Ankylosaurus has a shield-like shell. So it's like a sword and a shield. It's like a medieval knight. paradigm.
So it shows how they complement each other as well.
So exactly. And once I came up with that, I was like, it just clicked into place, and I was like, oh, that's a good metaphor. That's a good, because it makes little kids think of like a knight in shining armor, like a sword and a shield, so you're sort of always looking for that, like how to boil it down on like a little kid, a young reader's level, but a very, very small child level, You're not trying to get too into the weeds, but you're trying to actually say things that are scientifically accurate, but you're saying it in a way that they can digest it, And that's also in Mr. DNA's voice. So there's a few sort of balls that you're juggling while you're writing something like this, but I think it came out really well. And again, I have to say, like Paul Davies, it's with a Z at the end, Daviz. He did an incredible job in the artwork, and it even looks like that sort of like 1950s animation style that was very popular in like late 50s and early 60s on TV shows, like the early Flintstones had this sort of art style, and also the UPA cartoons, like Gerald McBoing and stuff like that, and also like Rocky and Bullwinkle and those kinds of cartoons, and Sherman and Mr. Peabody that I was referencing earlier. So see, it all comes full circle. But it does have that like 50s and 60s very like that sort of design sense that was very rooted in the 50s and 60s that you saw in a lot of children's books from that era, and you certainly saw in a lot of television animation from that era and advertising art from that era. And it's very clean, design-wise, graphically, and very bold at the same time too. Like a lot of basic, simple geometric shapes and stuff, and it just works for Mr. DNA because that's what he's a parody of. Look, I take a lot of pride in writing these books. As I said earlier, I feel a very big sense of responsibility because while I'm writing these books, I'm like the temporary custodian of these characters, of these IP. And so I feel a lot of responsibility to get it right and to do a good job and do right by the licensors, by the rights holders, and also do right by the fans, obviously. And so hopefully that's what I've done. But it's also just like, honestly, as an author and as a parent, I take children's literature and children's books seriously because I think that there's a great tradition of children's books in all over the world. There's, if you go back, whether it's like L. Frank Baum's Oz books or the Jan Battery's Peter Pan or Morris Sundek's books or any, you know what I mean? Any number of children's books over the Madeleine L'Engle's Wrinkle in Time or anything. There's such a great, rich tradition of children's literature to draw from when you're writing children's books today. And when you are writing them today, you feel like you're certainly a link in that chain. You're a part of that tradition. And so I guess the one thing I'd say first of all, to Penguin Random House and Little Golden Books and Universal, and to the fans, is thank you for letting me be a part of this series and this franchise and this IP, and thank you for letting me tell stories, and hopefully I've done a good job of it, because it was great fun, and I love, man, it feels so good to have the final product in your hand and be like, this is what all the hard work was leading up to. And these books are very special to me. So
oh, hello everyone, welcome back. I'm not used to doing the introduction side of this. So yeah, I hope that all of you really enjoyed hearing from Ari then. Obviously, Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs, like we were saying beforehand, is incredibly different to the Jurassic Park Little Golden Book. It does a lot of things differently, in terms of the fact that it's its own independent narrative. So, Brad, have you had a chance to... James, why are you here just when that happens, of all the times to appear? So, Brad, have you got your hands on Mr. DNA's Book of Dinosaurs?
Oh, yeah,
and if so, what do you think of it?
I love it so much. I think it's so fun. And yeah, I was saying it before, like how I just like talk in Mr. DNA's voice the whole time. And the entire time that whole segment was just airing, I was like literally reading quotes and like, hey, howdy there. And I love that. I think he did capture the voice of Mr. DNA pretty well. So that's a good thing. I want to see more and more Mr. DNA, and luckily the theme parks have been giving us tons of Mr. DNA recently. When I was down in Florida, side tangent here, but I got like a Mr. DNA shirt, Mr. DNA hat. I was like getting all kinds of stuff because like he's in the attraction, like he's in the queue for Velocicoaster, so he's making a big resurgence now, and I love that. I love that this character is being embraced again, and people are digging it, and they found the voice yet again for this book, and I think it's a genius way to bring back the character in like a book like that. I think it's super cool, and if you want to teach kids about dinosaurs, who better than Mr. DNA? I love that whole bit where he was talking about how Mr. DNA says dinosaur. It's like it's a very extended a dinosaur. Yeah, it's like, and now we have a baby dinosaur, and it like goes on for so long. but yeah, so thank you to Ari Kaplan there. That was amazing to get some insight. Like we said, we've been working with brand partners and community members and stuff like that on this live stream, and that was just another like impressive discussion there. So thank you so much for handling that and taking care of that. So that was awesome.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, anytime we can get to learn like about these things that are different than just the standard, things that we all know about or whatever, I think that's always fun because, maybe these are aimed towards kids, but I think, adults can enjoy them too, just for their fun stories. But
yeah, definitely. And I think it's worth saying to everyone, we really wanted this to be a bit of everything. So it was really cool, actually, that Ari reached out and was so willing to get engaged, because we kind of always envision this live stream as being a celebration of Jurassic June and giving you guys a chance to hear things that you might not normally hear. So we don't normally hear from people like Ari who work on these separate pieces of memorabilia or merchandise. So I thought it was really awesome to get the chance to actually go away and talk to him and highlight an area of the community that we don't always touch on. So hopefully we'll do that a little bit more throughout this as well.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here laughing at everybody saying dinosaur over in the chat.
I was like, what did I say wrong? What did I do?
Making you panic. No, but so in a few minutes, we're going to be doing another discussion here, but I wanted to kind of lead into that a little bit. So in a few minutes, we will be discussing Jurassic World Evolution, not Evolution, Jurassic World, the exhibition, a different E word. And it's something that is, finally returned, and it's coming back here in the States. For a while, it was back. Don't quote me. I don't know where it was. I think it was like in China for a little bit or something like that. And initially, back in like 2019 or so, or maybe even earlier than that, we did hear that they were going to be splitting this tour up into multiple tours and going all over the world and doing all kinds of fun things. And then, of course, COVID hit, right? And then all of that stuff stopped. So right now, we're at this place where things are starting to get a lot better and everybody's becoming a little bit more comfortable, and we're able to go back and do these things. Like I just said, I went to Universal and I felt good about it. I mean, I've been vaccinated, so I felt, comfortable doing that. But, these things are opening up with a lot of safety precautions and doing things the right way. And I talked with him about all of that. But how exciting is it for themed entertainment to be returning? Are you excited to see this stuff finally come back and be a part of our lives once again?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things I can remember just before the pandemic was going along to the War of the Worlds immersive experience at the Leadworks in London.
Ooh, that's cool.
And that was one of the coolest things, because it was kind of, it's bridging that gap between themed in-world experiences where you have a walkthrough experience and also the use of technology. Mm-hmm. So in that particular thing, for anyone who doesn't know the War of the Worlds story, there's a scene where a character called Ogilvy gets lit on fire by a laser beam, and that's kind of the first attack by the Martians. And
how do you write that in a little golden book?
To do that in this experience, they had like a 3-dimensional hologram screen that came out of the wall as practical fire effects went on.
Mhm.
And I just feel like those kinds of things are obviously that's a really extreme example, but those kinds of things that really immerse you in the world are so incredible. And I
Mhm.
feel like this is something I've always said. Jurassic World is prime for that. Why they haven't done it at the parks themselves, I don't know, because it's the perfect thing to just have a walkthrough experience with animatronics where you get the opportunity to interact with actors, see
Mhm.
the dinosaurs, learn more about them, and actually make it an experience that's grounded in that universe. So
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I think it's really awesome, and I really, really hope that they bring it to the UK eventually, because I know, obviously, we spoke about it a while back. At one point in time, there were meant to be free touring. It now looks like it's just the one, but the one has had a lot of investment into things like Camp Cretaceous,
Mhm.
to try and bring it more in tone with modern day Jurassic, which is really awesome. So I hope they take that investment and they let everyone experience it, because I think this kind of stuff is like next level immersion for people who are really big fans of something.
Yeah, yeah, and it's been something that's been around for a few years. I did have the chance to go to it a bunch of times when it was in Philly, and since then, it is just transformed. Like, it's so different than it was, and it's really cool to see the transformation as it's gone from city to city, adding one little thing here and there. It seems like, and now coming back to the States, it's like it seems like a completely new experience with so much more
Yeah.
life breathed into it, and it's very exciting to see. And in our conversation, we did talk about the different new features and stuff, and I think there's a lot of cool details, even if you've been to it before, to maybe have the chance to go to it again. And I know, we're still in this place where not everybody feels comfortable and not everybody feels, safe just yet. But, you got to take it at your own, your own pace, I guess, and just kind of see
Yeah,
how
for
you
sure.
feel about going out to that. He has some reassurances and in the conversation, and that was good to hear. I wanted to make sure to talk about that, to see if like, yeah, how careful are they going to be? But as we know, things are changing constantly. So
Yeah.
who really knows? So what I asked them whenever we had this conversation, it was like a month ago. Things have definitely changed since then. So, but I don't know as far as the logistics on their end if they've changed or not. But yeah. So it sounds like a lot of people in the chat are excited about stuff coming back, and Neemz is saying he's going to the exhibition and Universal in the same week. That sounds awesome. That sounds incredible.
Yeah,
And
that
like you said,
sounds like a lot of fun.
it is interesting that it's never made its way, not just the exhibition touring there, but like nothing like this has ever made its way into the
Yeah.
parks at all. We have a raptor encounter, but that's it. There's nothing else. Like I would have loved if the raptor encounter expanded to multiple different raptors in different pens and paddocks and different animals and different things. So you got a Gallimimus, a Dilophosaur, like just things all over the place, not just a raptor, because they have two raptors
Yeah.
now in Orlando, but they have the same pen, so they share the same space. I know
Well, if you're
somebody
making it a walkthrough ride, you could do like a breakout situation as well, where you're walking
Yeah.
through peacefully seeing the animatronics, and maybe one of them breaks out, so you have to quickly leave.
Yeah, I don't know what their thoughts are on walkthroughs. I mean, it's a very rare experience in a theme park right now. Universal, actually in the same park as Jurassic, has a walkthrough experience, but it's been closed down this entire time. All of COVID, it's
Yeah.
been shut down, so they've never actually reopened that portion. But yeah, I would love it if that eventually did find its way. But I know somebody asked about the live tour. I've inquired about that a few times, and I know a lot of the people. Actually, one of the raptors from the live tour is now part of raptor at the exhibition. So, it's cool to see that they're transferring their roles to different programs and stuff like that. But I don't know. I haven't heard much about it. I know Feld Entertainment is bringing back a lot of stuff, but I haven't heard anything about that yet. Maybe they're still in talks. Maybe they're still trying to figure out logistics and spaces and different places to play. But I haven't heard anything just yet on that front. So we're always keeping our eyes out and our ears to the ground with Jurassic World Live Tour, because that is one experience I would love to see come back, because it was such a brilliant story and not enough people got a chance to see it. It was such a shame, But That does lead us right into our next conversation. So just before we get into it, please, down below, you can donate to the Trevor Project. All that money, anything you donate will go directly to them. And even if it doesn't hit that mark that I indicated as far as like a goal, everything will still go to them. So it's not like, I know somebody mentioned like Kickstarter or something like that. It's not going to be like that. So, but yes, please donate and have fun and enjoy.
Please
this
share
next...
so we get other people coming and hanging out as well.
Yeah, we're having a blast here, so share it around. And let's go ahead and listen to Stephen Shaw. He's from Round Room. Round Room Live is a company that works, hand in hand with the exhibition to bring it here to the States. So let's hear what he has to say about the exhibition.
Yeah, of course. So this goes back to 2016. I worked for a company at the time. This is before Round Room that we came in as an original investor in the first version of Jurassic World, and that was produced by a company called Imagine Exhibitions. It was a guy named Tom Zoller, and I knew Tom quite well, and we put some money into the show, and was sort of a silent behind the scenes producer with Tom. And I remember going to Melbourne for the opening. This is the first Jurassic Park, Jurassic World exhibition. And it was March 2016, and I remember walking in and realizing that this was an unbelievable show, right? This exhibition brought Jurassic World to life, and I was blown away. And the show ultimately did over 400,000 people. It was a phenomenal launch and opening, and that was obviously before it came to Philadelphia and Chicago and toured the world. And the exhibition franchise was purchased by a producer, a group out of Singapore named City Neon and Victory Hill Exhibitions. The well-established, well-financed company, great team, top to bottom, and they knew exactly what they're doing. And they started to produce multiple units of the show. And at the same time they were building these units, I had found Round Room, and we were establishing ourselves as a serious contender, right? A serious contender in the family entertainment space. Kids theatrical, exhibitions, experiences, those sectors. And they came to Round Room and said, we'd love to partner with you. We'd like you to be the North American promoter and bring the show to life on a North American tour. We had a really experienced museum and exhibitions team. Guys like Mikey Smith and David Parr and Luke Stefan, guys who have been in this business forever and ever. We had this really strong relationship with NBC Universal as well. And so they were looking for someone who understood all the elements of how to put a large-scale exhibition out, including this exhibition, which we had experience on, and that was to run all production and operations and marketing. And we were the right team, and it's been a great partnership so far. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of benefits to the museum partnership, right? You said you saw it at the Franklin Institute in Philly. You have this built-in membership platform. You have the added marketing support. You have this financial security from a risk perspective, and they have the infrastructure and the staffing and all of that. And it makes a lot of sense to go into one of those great institutions. But this show keeps on getting bigger and bigger and better. Right. And as I said, City Neon has done a phenomenal job at producing this sort of one-of-a-kind experience. But when you start adding in more scenic and more dinosaurs, and the size and the scope start to increase, it becomes hard to find museums with that type of space, right? But on the same sort of side of creating this sort of as you described it, a self-contained experience, we love the idea of creating our own world. Right, exclusive to the show. Patrons feel the magic from the moment they arrive, right? And that's what we're doing in Dallas, and we're super excited about it. Yeah, it's just what we sort of talked about, right? It's the size and the scope of these projects, right? You are moving 30 trucks filled with scenic and sets and dinosaurs. And, in the case of Dallas, we're building a 20,000 square foot venue, right? So the logistics, the coordination, the orchestration of all of these things It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of resources, to ensure that you are creating and building the most magnificent, live experience that you can build. And then, once that's all built, there's obviously the challenge of getting the word out, right? And marketing the show and getting people to buy tickets and wanting, knowing about it. We're fortunate with the brand like Jurassic World that telling people about it is almost enough. There's a Jurassic World exhibition, I got to see it. It's their typical response. You're not really teaching them about too much. Obviously, they need to know that it's a walk-through immersive experience. But the biggest challenge is just the sheer size of it all. It's a big show. Yeah, and we're going to be in the States for a while. So Dallas is just the first market. Oh, I mean that's a great question. Listen, it's the customer journey, right? Like it's bringing the storytelling elements to life, right? The idea of you just mentioned it a few minutes ago, sort of getting into the catamaran or the ferry and taking a trip to Isla Nublar, but walking through the world famous Jurassic World gates, to me, when the iconic John Williams score plays, I think it has this sort of profound effect on the guests. They're immediately transported to Jurassic World, and all these scenic elements, like it's so detailed and it's so incredibly well done, and these scenic elements create this unbelievable anticipation. So when the gates open and they see the Brock, right, in the treehouse, for the first time, that magic we all felt in Jurassic Park 1, right? That magic is recaptured here in this experience, in this exhibition so well. And it's recaptured in the flesh, it's recaptured live in person, and it's not on a screen, it's not in a theater, it's up close and personal. And then there's these dinosaurs. I mean, it's so phenomenal, this show, on what it can make you feel and how it can make you feel. That combination of being up close and personal with the dinosaurs, mixed with things like those scenic elements, those elements from the films, the gates, the Jeep, the score. It is magical, right? It does make you feel like you are there and in person, and it's something really special. Yeah, so obviously, in addition to everything that you probably saw in Philadelphia, the experiencing the world inspired by this sort of beloved film franchise. What we've done is we've built sort of these exhibition guests are able to pose for these one-of-a-kind Instagrammable photo moments, right? Which are it's really well done, and we've sort of put in the incredible baby dinosaurs, including Bumpy from the hit Netflix series, obviously, Camp Cretaceous. And other new elements would be fans would have the opportunity to sort of play Jurassic World Alive, the popular location-based AR mobile game, and unlock exclusive exhibition-only incubators. So there's a few elements, and we'll continue to adapt and innovate and add new elements. As you said, it feels like there's something new in every stop you go to. The goal is to keep on improving, but the show obviously has some great new pieces that we're really excited about. Yeah, I mean, I did see it a few other times. I saw it in Melbourne, and then I saw it at the Field, but in Chicago. But the new one that I just sort of referenced is these photo moments, right? And I know that there was previous sort of photo ops, but we've taken it to the next level, right? We understand how important photos and sharing photos are, right? So we developed a photo taking technology. It allows visitors to have carefully curated photos of them, their friends, their family, while inside Jurassic World. So when you arrive, you will receive a QR code, and it will trigger a series of carefully directed photo moments throughout the exhibition. right? It's free, it's immediately sent to your email, and as I said, there's sort of a wonderful way to sort of capture those moments, those incredible moments, but have the ability, because we know how important it is to have content to share on social media platforms, right? So yeah, we're excited about that, and that's something that I was really pushing for, and for the integration of that, and it looks like it's going to happen for Dallas, so I'm really pleased about that. The behind the scenes really depends on when you go, right? And meaning, like, obviously you just said it, the installation, the tent build, the tech rehearsals, like that is a busy time. The show doesn't open for another 35 days or so, 5 weeks, and we have a huge crew already on the ground. Right, that's how busy, that's how long it takes. It's a lot of people working together to build this one-of-a-kind experience, right? Now, during the operation of the show, everything's built, it's a little tamer. But behind the scenes, you'd expect the same, the high technology running the show, a central control room that produced sort of the magic, and a ton of power being pushed into that tent and structure. Okay, well, the gates. Okay, I can't get over it. I know I said this earlier, but how iconic are the gates? Like, how iconic is the John Williams score? Like, it hits me in no other way, in a way that no other film score does. And the anticipation is an all-time high. And then you see the Brock, right? And the music is sweeping, me into this world, and like, yes, that is my favorite. That, because you just, it's also the best because you're just walking into the show, right? And you're going to get to see all of this amazing stuff behind those gates, and so that's my favorite sort of area, as you said, of the attraction. Dinosaur. I mean, the Brock is special, right? As I just sort of mentioned it. That's one of my favorite dinos in history. I do tend to like the herbivores, but in the exhibition, I guess I'd go with the raptors and the raptor training facility. Because you can literally get within inches of the raptors, and they look and feel so real, and their eyes will move at you, and you could lock eyes with them, and it's almost truly hard. It's very hard to believe that they are not real, when you're staring them in the eye. So that would be my favorite dinosaur in the exhibition. Yeah, the T-Rex is literally huge. It's and it all comes down to the setting and the environment and sort of triggering JP1 and entering paddock 9, and you see that sort of long concrete barrier, the electrified fence, right? The 10,000 volt sign, the sounds of the thunderstorm in and around you can be heard in the distance, and then the boom, boom, and I think when you mix lightning with the silhouettes of the silhouette of the T-Rex moving in, I mean, how incredible is that, right? I don't want to say too much more, but I'm guessing that people know. I mean, you probably understand. You've seen it, but there is a feeding. The power may go out on the high voltage fence, but yeah, no, it's such an iconic scene. The recreation of it is done so well, and it's powerful. It's really powerful. Listen, the exhibition immersion, right? Interactivity, it's everywhere, right? That's what makes a lot of shows, and this show, specifically so special, right? And this is what makes it truly one of a kind. Like, you are on the catamaran, where you are now immersed in the story, all the way to the sort of the Gentle Giants petting zoo, where you're encouraged to touch dino dung, right? And then you go to the Hammond Creation Center, right, where you're encouraged to sort of take part in this sort of scientific thinking and behind Jurassic World, right? So fossil station and DNA stations and the control room security console, where that's a really cool, and guests are allowed to sort of view live security footage of the park by touching the hotspots on the main screen, on the main screen park map. So I think that interactivity is so important for children and students. It encourages so much more than entertainment, and the entertainment factor is the best, right? But adding that educational layer, that educational approach, it just becomes a more dynamic offering, and that's something that this show has done. The show and the franchise, the media franchise, the exhibition, the experience, all of it have done so well. Is this amazing sort of amalgamation of like pop culture and history and education, and it's phenomenal, and then the exhibition does it so well. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no question that this has been a devastating year, right, for so many industries, and including the live entertainment space, right? And our company, Round Room, we've been so fortunate to be able to weather the storm, but it's been so challenging for so many people. And for us, the original plan was to open Jurassic World in the fall of 2020. And we obviously had to push that back, and so we pushed it back approximately 10 months. But we're grateful, right, for that time off, right, from constantly you're sort of constantly putting out shows, and a complete stop gives you the opportunity, the chance to really sort of take time to reflect on the projects you have, the shows you have, and thinking outside the box, to create and perfect the content and the promotion and the rollout and the on sales and the announcements and the operations. And so, I think that extra time gave us the confidence that we were going to build and launch an even better slate of productions that will be unprecedented, right, in the level of entertainment that they offer. Well, first things first, we can guarantee that the show is going to be worth it. It's so fun, it's magical, but there's all the safety precautions, right? And so while it will be an incredible experience, it will also be the safest experience possible. And it's something that we take really, really seriously, extremely seriously. And you can sort of count on Round Room, because our team and we are professionals, and we've taken every protective measure. So what we do want families to know is that they can be totally confident that when they come and see Jurassic World, the exhibition, that safety is that utmost priority, and that the only thing they have to worry about is having a great time, right? We've got a fully cashless experience. All guests and staff are required to wear masks. So we have implemented social distancing pulses. We have clear venue signage to help assist in attendees. We've got everything from the cleaning and sanitization, and all public spaces are going to be clean during the operating hours, at limited capacities, pulsed entries, as I said. And we've got this we've implemented a sort of a state-of-the-art industrial HVAC system that will increase airflow and ventilation inside the venue. So we are doing everything we can to ensure that this is an experience that is the safest experience it can be. Well, I mean, I think you have, listen, when you have Universal Parks and Resorts, and you have NBC Universal, and these are this is one of the biggest companies in the world, and they are obviously very smart in how they roll out their activations and timing, and there's many learnings that are shared between the producers, the creators, the design teams, coordinated and orchestrated by the studio for better experiences across the board. So, I think you can expect nothing less from someone like NBC Universal. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I've said this a few times already, but Jurassic World, the exhibition, is, in my mind, the most magical and incredible experience I've ever seen, right? Best show I've ever seen. You take this sort of one of the most beloved film franchises, 5 billion in sales through 5 films and video games and comic books and apps, and the sort of power of this media franchise is so significant, and through that we've created the Jurassic World, the exhibition, and it's phenomenal, and we're bringing it to Dallas, and we're opening at Grandscapes, and it opens on June 18th, and something we've been building and preparing for a long time, and our partners at City Neon have been rolling these things out for years, and we are all really excited to open the show. The show will be open for 7 days a week. We're opening every day at noon, June 18th through September 5th, and tickets are available at JurassicWorldExhibition.com. Get your tickets now. We've seen huge ramp up in terms of sales, and I urge all fans to buy tickets as soon as possible before we are out.
All right, now we're back. All right, we want to transition over here, take a look at the calendar real quick before we move too far forward. But thank you to Stephen Shaw, Round Room Live, Jurassic World, the exhibition. Very, very excited about that. But let's take a look at our schedule here. All right, so we just got through Jurassic World, the exhibition. And when you look at this schedule, we're still in the beginning. There's so much more left. There is so much more content left, and coming up in just a minute here at 2:45, which you got 3 minutes. But we got some lovely people from the Bryce Dallas Howard community, and I'm very, very excited about that. This, like I said, this is not just a stream about brand partners and stuff like that, but it's also about the community and the love for Jurassic. I mean, we got a little taste of that with Michael Carelli before, so now we're going to get some more taste here in just a minute, but I'm very, very excited about that. So what do you think? I love the fandom. I think it's a great place. Give me some thoughts. What are you thinking these days?
I think it's awesome that there's so many different people from so many different walks of life who are passionate about different elements. So just looking at that timetable, you've got people who are passionate about particular actors or actresses, people who are passionate about recreating the vehicles. You've got gamers, you've got toy photographers, podcast creators, all of these different people who are from all different walks of life within the community. And I think it's so cool seeing how different elements of it get people incredibly passionate. I love that there's so many sort of different things that can be taken away from Jurassic, and there's kind of something for everyone. And if you don't necessarily see something in a particular part of the films, somebody else might see more in them, which is really, really awesome. And shout out to Neemz and also Jay Jurassic for the 2 huge donations there. We are getting very, very close to the target now, which is awesome. And Jay, it is awesome to have you in here with us as well.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Thank you to everybody donating out there. But we're getting close to the first mark. So if we pass that 500, of course, we'll up the goal and keep going from there. But yeah, we appreciate each and every person out there donating. But and Jay, good to see you here. Yeah, and it's, you know what's funny is I've been following online and all the tweets and stuff going on during our live stream, and I'm cracking up at the pictures of us. We're shooting behind the scenes. We're both like relaxing as the videos are happening, watching them, eating some snacks, and everybody's sharing the pictures of them and their shirts and everything else out there. So please keep sending us, keep tweeting at us, Instagram stories, do all that stuff, showing you watching the stream, you wearing some fun Jurassic merch or clothes or whatever, showing off your fun stuff, and we'll definitely retweet those and get those spread around. So yeah, I'm excited though. We have our next stream is coming up right now. Our next conversation, right? Is it now? I lost my place in the chat. So, all right. So this one is we reached out. We were going to do things a little bit differently, but then we reached out to Jennifer Evans and Jen. You know Jen from the Jurassic Mailbag. So she has a conversation with herself and Sarah and Marie and Ashley, and it's going to be a really, really fun conversation. Get some insight into the Bryce Dallas Howard community. So. Let me go ahead and pull that up here because it was something I was interested in. And like you said, we wanted to get different branches of the fandom into one place. So I think this is a good opportunity to do that. So take it away, everybody.
I am your host, Jennifer, and I'm joined by fellow community members. It's going to go clockwise. So Sarah.
Hi.
Marie.
Hi.
And Ashley.
Hi.
All very, very, very huge members of the community for very different reasons, but I love them all so much. So I guess we should just start going around and saying like what we do in the community, why we love it, who like how it affects us, or even like all of us, I think kind of like little projects we do within the community. So how does that affect everything? And clockwise, Sarah, you want to go first?
Sure, let me start. Okay, I'm actually so happy that I found this community online because I don't know, I found so many beautiful friendships and so much support and validation. Honestly, before this, you know, I thought art was like, being creative in general was just like a hobby, something that you do just because it's nothing close to a career or anything very important. And as I started sharing my art online, like fan art, little silly things at first to express my love for like Bryce, Claire, Jurassic, like I was so surprised, so shocked when like people started actually appreciating it, and everyone was so supportive. And even just beyond like making art, I found very beautiful friendships, and Bryce is just the glue that holds us, that holds us together, but also, we still stick together, and that's beautiful. And I think he inspires all of us with kindness, and it's just it's just beautiful to be part of this community. And just for someone who has very low self-esteem and confidence like me, it's very important to find someone who really makes you feel welcome and validated and shares your same interests and passions. So I really love you. Okay.
Yeah, my favorite thing, I gotta say, Sarah, my favorite thing is whenever, like, because you've been doing the art stuff for so long, I love how you go back and you take something that you made like a year ago or a couple years ago and then recreate it. Then you can really see like how amazing, like how much you've grown in it. And I love when you do that.
Thank you.
It's my favorite thing to see.
It's mostly because I hate, like, I look back and I'm like, ugh. So like, let me redo it. And then honestly, I never expected to just keep going so much, because I had started once, like, I tried to make another Twitter account for like Jurassic fan stuff, like art and posters and stuff, but it didn't really start off very well, so I deleted it like after 1 week. and I was like, okay, that's it. But then I never expected to go this far. Like, I do it because I like it, and then I found friends through it, and I never expected to actually, because I'm always like, okay, I'm out of ideas now, I will never do anything ever again, because I cannot come up with anything. And then boom, I find something that inspires me. I mean, mostly Bryce related, but yeah, also the support that I got from Bryce herself. I was like, how did I get here? It's like, it's so nice to have everyone always supporting me. in what I do, but to be less, self-centered. It's just so nice to have a community that just we support one another and everything. It's just so nice. And I think Bryce's kindness really inspires us all to be kind to one another.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, we're just one big group supporting a really, really nice person. So I would think that all of us have like a piece of that in us. So it's a nice big mess of nice people. Marie, what about you? What do you think about the community?
Well, I wanted to jump in what you just said. That's something that's really great in this community, is that we're not just like, we don't have like a celebrity, and we're not just like the fans. Like we have like that, like Bryce created that relationship with her online family, and we like she really cares about us and about what we do, and like about what you do, Jennifer and Sarah, and she's always here like to support you. And I think that's like we are really lucky like to have someone like her. Like I feel like it's like one in a kind in a way. Like when I see other fandoms and like other people like loving celebrities, they're just like, they have like that gap between them, and I feel like we don't have that. So I'm really grateful for that, and I think we all are, that Bryce like is really like creating those relationships with us.
That's true. You know what though? She would say the complete opposite. She'd say that we're all doing it. Like she's lucky to be part of our group, or she's lucky that we build this thing. And we're like, well, you're literally like the glue, like you said.
Yeah.
We
all met thanks to her, and we do what we do thanks to her, and I'm really grateful because, like as you said, we got to meet like so many wonderful people thanks to her, and some of you like you met in real life, and I'm hoping we'll get to meet in real life, and that's like real friendship that we got to create thanks to her. So she is like the glue of the whole community.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've had other fandoms where we met people and we did this, but and here now, like you meet the celebrity, you meet the fandom, you meet this, but like this is such a unique molding situation where Bryce comes out of her way to like talk to us, meet us, know who we are, learn about our lives. Like I guess I've been doing this like 6 years or so, and like she was there through like everything, like when I got married with Wyatt, like but just in general, just life, like with my job, she just kind of checks in and sees where I'm at in life. And it's not just about the website, it's not just I'll do an interview here, I'll do this. It's just like she really cares about each of us as a person, and because of that, it makes us like just feel comfortable in this, and then comfortable enough to be friends with each other, and we learned about each other and we're with each other for that long. Like we've known Ashley, I'm saving you for last because like you're my OG, is that what they say? Because I mean you've been with me since like day one, and I mean we've had so many adventures together. It's unreal, and only you understand like the beginning. Like when we went to the Pete's Dragon premiere together, because I got a ticket and I got a guest, and I took Ashley with me as a guest. And I mean, you were there in the hotel, and we stayed with some other girls too from the original whatever, but group, like the squad. But Ashley was kind of my partner in the whole thing, and like they saw. Like we went to Universal Studios together, and they saw me working, like trying to get the stuff off Instagram and get it on the website, like as we were doing it. So you lived with me when I was doing it, and then you went to the premiere. We did the after party. Like I don't know, like we just did so much together. Like what's your take on the community?
It's have opened up a lot, like getting to see all of y'all grow, getting to see Sarah's art change and getting the recognitions that she deserves, getting to see Marie go to school and graduate and start working in the film industry, getting to see you, Jen, get married, have a baby, start raising your family. Like it's not something that I could ever fully describe, and we wouldn't have it if it wasn't for Bryce. We wouldn't have it if it wasn't for Jurassic World. Like it's been phenomenal. It's been a phenomenal 6 years.
Yeah. And I mean, even to bring it back in just the Jurassic World as well, I mean, the Jurassic community, I would say, is just as strong in their own way, because they don't have, I guess, because Colin interacts with them pretty good, and they have like a similar situation. But even those folks, like, they came to the wedding too, and it's just like this giant thing, and that's just, I've been in other fandoms, and I have very excellent friends from other fandoms. They were in my wedding as well. But there's something about this one where it's just, the community is so supportive and so intense, and like you could totally depend on them. Like whenever I went in this chat thing and I'm like, well, is anyone gonna talk about this for 20 minutes for Brad's podcast? And like everyone's like, yeah, we'll do this, but we'll change our day. Like, I mean, like, you don't gotta do that. Like, you don't gotta do any of that. Like, nobody has to show up to this. And we have 3 different countries, and none of you have to like do this. And just the fact that you're like, yeah, I'll come in, I'll help out, I'll do this, I'll help the podcast, whatever. And I mean, I can kind of come in and just ask you guys to do anything. If you do videos, like you do fan videos, you do appreciation videos, you do projects, you come together, and you don't have to be like, that's work. I know you guys all have lives. I mean, I pop into these chats all the time, like, oh, I think I'm going to do an appreciation video. Who's in? And I'm thinking, no one's going to win. And I get like 30 videos. I mean, everybody, and not just you guys, people who are just, I don't even know, they're in that community, but yet they have little bubbles and pockets of friends as well, and they kind of just all know each other. Like, it's just really crazy how it works, and it's all because Bryce is just so nice and so like giving and just involved, which is shocking. She's so involved, like, and she probably doesn't think she's involved, but she is so involved. It's unreal. And I do think we're very, 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 very lucky to be in this kind of environment. And even after, I know the Jurassic community always talks about, well, when the last movie ends, is everyone going to still be involved? Are we still going to be around? I mean, I can't see us not being involved with each other. Like, I just can't. Even if Jurassic ended forever, if Bryce just retired and was done, I can't really see us being like, well, nice knowing you, like, I'm gonna go off on my own. Like, I just can't see that. And I've had that with other fandoms where 90% go away and you may just stick with 1 or 2. But I think our group is just so, like, that the entire group will pretty much stay like that. Like, I would say 90% would stay together, which is so different and unique. And I just love that. Like, I could trust you guys, I could depend on you guys all the time. That's just so cool. So I am so grateful to be in this community. Like, I just love you, all of you. All have, like, you're all so important. You're also important to me. You're important not just to BH Network, like, that's just the thing, but we kind of go beyond that. We go further. Like, I know your lives, and I'm so proud of her. Like Kelsey, who almost came but couldn't make it, but she was 13 years old when she first did her first video, and now she's in college, I think, going to college.
Yeah, she just graduated high school.
Yeah, so she's starting school in August. It's just like, I grew up with all of you, you grew up with me, and it's so great, and I think it's gonna go on forever. So that's we're so lucky, I think. And then, you know what, I think we're gonna go with Bryce forever. Like,
it's
10
like
years down the road.
When we're old and gray from her retirement home, we will just watch videos.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what it's gonna be. I really think, and how cool is that? Because I really think even in 10 years, 15, whatever, we could reach out at any point and she'll be like, I got you. Like, yeah, like, you want to talk, you want to do this, you want to do that. Yeah, like, I think we're a special bunch. That's so exciting.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, you just can never get tired of being a Bryce fan. Like, even when she's like absent from social media for like a million years straight, and you're like, where is she? But she still has an impact on our lives, even when she's not like actively, I don't know, sharing our videos and stuff. I think she just has such an influence on us, and she just, you feel the support because you know it's there. Like, you've had enough proof that she supports everything that we do, and even when she's not there, like physically or just like being there, like praising the online family, you know that you have it. Like, sometimes when, I don't know, when I'm just doubting myself, even not with fan art, but even just, you know, like right now I'm making some films. Like I have this filmmaking course, and whenever I doubt myself, like my creativity, I would be like, what would Bryce do? What would Bryce tell me and stuff, like, and that, like, even just subconsciously, it's not like I sit there and think about what Bryce would do, but she's there. She's always there, and it's so nice to have someone who is very, very present, not just as like idol and fans, but as a person. And she just wants, she would love to like get to know us and stuff. And it's just it's so nice to have her as a role model, because it's, I don't feel like a passive fan, like, oh my god, I just worship you because you're beautiful, you're talented and whatever. No, it's just like, it's true. And she's a true role model. Like, I could find her in a teacher, in anyone, not just because she's a celebrity, and that's what's special about Bryce. She's so genuine and supportive, and she just gets there. Like, she's there and she's with us.
It's because she built a relationship with her online family, and that's very interesting how that all came about, though, because back in 2016 is when she got social media, and I remember that being like kind of not probably not to her, but it was like, in my mind, a make or break thing. Like, it could go, she's very interactive, or she backs off, or like, there's so many, how celebrities fit into columns. Like, some don't even read their social media, they just post news and that's it, like different things. And it is very like, where's she gonna fall? And in a way, I remember when she got social media, I felt like very like anxiety, like, oh my gosh, she's out in the world now, she's tangible, like people are gonna latch on, like what's gonna happen? Is she gonna just get hurt by it? Is she going to embrace it? Is it, am I not gonna be heard? Was a scary thing, because she didn't know who I was at that point at all. I don't know, honestly, I don't think so. I don't know. But in my mind, I didn't think she did. And I'm like, okay, I gotta be really loud, I gotta come on, because this is my shot. And I remember it being a very stressful time, but it folded out in such a beautiful way. I mean, I know she was nervous about it, but she handled it like flawlessly. She did everything perfect to do it. And I hope she was okay the whole way too, because I know that anxiety everywhere with social media and her. But I think she enjoyed it, and I think where she's at now, she's probably at a comfortable place, but it took a while to get there. And I'm glad she got there, and I'm glad we got there with her. Like, she knows who we are. We have a relationship with her. Like, her fandom in general has a relationship with her. And I mean, that could have went back, looking back at 20. Okay. Sorry, the thing popped up about. Anyway, we have the relationship with her that could have went one way or could have went another way, and it just fell into place, like, in the best way. And I think we're all very lucky, because I guess that's just a testament to who Bryce was. I probably was more nervous not knowing where it was going to fall. That's probably where it was always going to fall, because she's that kind of person. So that's so nice. I'm so blessed to be in this, and to know all of you, and to know Bryce, and to Bryce to know all of you, and to know me, and just to have this big group of support, and just so much trust. Like, I feel like she trusts us, like, beyond, like, she trusts us just as much as we trust her, and that's like the key to a relationship, I think. So the fact that we could even say that, and we live in that, and we trust each other so much, is just, how lucky are we? Like, for real, like, we're just so blessed in this whole thing. And I'm just so grateful for all of you and Bryce. And now I feel good. This is nice. That's what a community is for, right? This is really good.
Yeah, it's still crazy to me that we built that relationship with her. Like, I would have never thought, like, back in 2015 when I went to watch Jurassic World, that we would, like, end up here, and that we would have done, like, everything that just happened, like, in those 6 years. And I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember the very first time I saw Jurassic World. I remember it very vividly. I remember exactly where I sat,
me too.
Exactly who I was with. Yeah, and I mean, it was a very, like, impactful moment, and just going from there to here, and being able to sit here with people that you've known for years now, and be like, oh, well, we have a relationship with that person. like it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
No, it's so weird. It's so weird. Like, even, I mean, I was in other fandoms too. And every time, like, when I think about my idol or whatever, I always, like you said, it was always a gap. Like, it's never gonna happen, but it's nice to have someone that you look up to. I mean, I would have been super fine with Bryce being that, you know, just someone to look up to that doesn't really interact or do anything, because it would be understandable, right? But this thing, like, I was just, every day I'm just more and more shocked every time I think about it. Like, she just, you know, we didn't ask her to do anything. She just did. Like, she's so genuine. Like, oh my God. And she's not, you know, she's an A-lister. She's super important. She has like A-list roles and jobs, and she's a director, an actress, writer, producer. I'm like, wait, like, I did build some kind of relationship with this person? Really? Like, I did? Like, she knows who I am, she knows my last name and like, wait. That was so weird. Like, if you think about it, it's so weird. Because I have
She could take every one of us out of the crowd. Like, if we were all in a crowd, she could just go up and say, you, I know you, and just pull you in. Like, she knows her whole community, which is
I was thinking that she would never recognize me, but then she just remembered everyone, like even Anna and Ash and everyone else, and Kelsey.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh wait, what? Like, I have like her little post framed up on my wall because it's like special memories. And today my cousin was here and she was like, wait, did she write that to you? I was like, yeah. Like, yeah. She made a post, like, she did write those words. Yeah. Yeah, she did. Like, she's the actress that you always talk about. Yeah. She did. Yeah. It was like,
to go back to what you were saying before about like the big gap, like, we're used to a big gap, like we're here and our favorite person's there, and once in a while you get like a line across, but there's always a gap. There's always some kind of gap. And the first time I Skyped with her in 2017, it was January 2017. When we were like getting ready to hang up and stuff, like, that was the first thing I said was, I don't want to hang up because you're gonna go off and be like here, and I'm gonna be here, and I'll never like talk to, because she was such a person, like, she was such a tangible human being, and usually when there's that gap, they don't feel like it's tangible human being. But during this Skype, I'm like, we had like, it was such a good time and a good connection, like with a person, like it could have been anyone, just a person. And then the end of it, I'm like, we're gonna go back to you being up there and you just posting and not like just, yeah, we have the relationship going now, but like back then, we didn't know where it would be. I'm just like, this might be my last chance to ever talk to you. This might be my last chance to ever like be person to person. And I remember being so sad, thinking, well, I'm back to the gap. Like, we're back to that, and we'll probably never get out of that. And I've had moments of gap, like it's just popped in and out here and there. But that just makes this like gap more meaningful, because to go from that fear of endless gap to where we are now, thinking she might live far away, who knows where she lives, who knows what she's doing now. I don't even know, she could be in another country doing something, but I still feel like this, like there's no gap. It's so nice now that I could trust it. I could trust the no gap. I could trust that wherever she's doing, like, we're not going to be forgotten. We're important. We're very important. Her online community is very important to her. And I mean, that's like all you can really ask for. Like, how lucky. There's nothing else you can really need in a fandom. The community, the content, and then your person is in the community with you. Like, that's living it. So we are so lucky to be in that.
Yeah. Sometimes I think that sometimes I feel like she's just as big of a fan of us as we are of her. And like who can say that about the person that they look up to? Like, who can say, oh yeah, that celebrity is a fan of me. Like, they care about me. They want to know what's going on with my day. Like, no, not many people can say that. And it's great that we have that. Now we know that we're going to have that. Like you said, like, she could be she could be in another country right now. She could be doing something super busy, and she might not have time for us at that exact moment, but in a month from now, like, she's gonna care about us just as much. Like, she's gonna pop back up and be like, hey guys, like, what's been going on with y'all? Like, it's gonna be a lifelong connection. We're gonna have that connection with her for forever.
She's just a part of the online family, just like us. Like, we might be apart for like some time, like maybe we don't chat every day. We know everyone is there, and she's just like that. And
yeah,
as we think about it, it's like, what?
Like, you can really trust it, yeah. And that's like the best feeling ever, being able to trust that, okay, like, we're here, we got her back, she got our back, we got each other's back. Like, it's really an online family, as she calls it. So, any last thoughts? Because I think we're over a little time period of 20 minutes. But any last words? Any last anything? Everyone's said everything. Everyone's good. All right. Well, I guess
feel like we hit everything.
You all. Wait, sorry.
I guess that then we'll just figure out how to end this. But thank you guys for joining me and talking about how much we love each other and Bryce and the community. And I just love
thank you for inviting us.
Oh, anytime. And thanks, Brad, for letting us do this segment of discussing about each other. I don't even know like anyone who would enjoy this, but thanks for letting us gush about each other and Bryce and just our whole relationship. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
My goodness.
Get down.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Thank you so much to Ashley, Marie, Jen, and Sarah for organising that for us. It was really, really awesome getting to hear more about the connection that they have with the BDH, obviously network and BDH directly. And yeah, I really hope that you guys feel as though you can take a lot away from that. I think it demonstrates nicely the value of these online communities we have and the opportunities that we have to connect with different people in the community. So on the subject of connecting with different people in the community, you can see him on the screen right now, just to my side.
Yeah. That's right, he's there. I had no idea that was going to occur. So there he is.
Yeah, we have got Jaroslav with us. Jaroslav, how are you doing?
Thanks for coming, dude. Thanks for coming. I know you wanted to. I don't know who you can hear right now. This is all a technical feat what we're able to accomplish, but I don't know who can hear who. If anybody out there can hear you, or if Tom can hear you, or I can hear everybody, I'm good. So if not, I'll just relay some questions. But thank you for coming on. I know you wanted to share some thoughts and stuff on your artwork, because man, the artwork that you created recently was super awesome, and it encompassed like all kinds of stuff, and it was so much fun. I do have the image of it here, so I'll put that up in a second. But thanks for joining us. It's the first time, I think, right?
It sounds like we can't hear him in the chat, Brad.
Huh.
So technical issues, guys. As you know, all major theme parks have delays, and we are currently trying to work out how to stream Jaroslav's audio to you through Discord as well, or through OBS even. So whilst we're just trying to get him online, Brad, I'm going to try and buy you some time.
Buy me some time. I'm trying to figure it out. It should be working. I don't know why it's not.
A big focus that we wanted to do throughout this live stream as well was highlighting some of the talented people in the Jurassic community who share lots of different artwork. So obviously Jaroslav is one example. He's been doing fantastic hand-drawn pieces of art, and there's people like Neemz later in the stream. Obviously Sarah, who was a part of the stream just there, if you don't know, helms BDH fan art. So there are loads and loads of talented creators within the community. And we wanted to use this as an opportunity to really highlight some of them. So what we'll do, while we're stalling here a little bit, I want to hear from you guys. Are there any artists that we've got on the show today, or just more broadly in the community, whose work you really, really enjoy? And what is it that you enjoy about their work? So I'll go first. I think that a lot of the stuff that Sarah, who is obviously BDH fan art, has been doing recently is really, really cool. I think doing kind of that crossover art that she does, where you've got something like the child from The Mandalorian combined with also Baby Blue, is really, really awesome, because it's something that you don't often see. So I like that kind of cross franchise thing, merging franchises that we don't normally see. Also, as well as that, obviously, all of our other guests. Brad, you're looking at me like you want to say something now.
I just want to see if anybody can hear Jaroslav. Can you give us a little test there real quick? It's coming through my channels, so I don't know why anybody wouldn't be able to hear him.
It sounds like he came through very, very quietly.
Okay. All right. Well,
yeah.
How about we do this? Go ahead. You talk to him. Go ahead.
Is Tom saying something?
No, I don't know why he's not talking. Tom, talk.
Okay, wait. Hello.
Did you just echo, or did you say hello like 5 times? I'm sorry that this is all live.
I think that's working. I think Jaroslav and I could have a conversation that way.
Oh my goodness, there's an echo.
Okay, so we're going to try and make the best of this, Jaroslav. So why don't you talk us through this artwork? So obviously, Jurassic World Dominion is releasing. It's bringing us back the original trio. What was the kind of process that was going through your mind when you created this?
Regards to the legacy poster that I just finished and posted, I just kind of wanted to do something that celebrated the entire franchise up until Fallen Kingdom, but also kind of foreshadow what we might be seeing in Dominion. I couldn't really draw anything that I knew was in Dominion because I'm under NDA. I'm supposed to potentially be doing work for future viral marketing. But aside from that, I just kind of wanted to, like I said, encapsulate the whole franchise and also illustrate like the trio as they look now, just kind of more aged. Just they look, not that they weren't wise, but they look wiser than they did in the first film, because now Grant's got the beard, and it was a nice challenge to make it look like it could be a Dominion poster, but also just more more just like a celebratory image of Jurassic Park 1, the Lost World Jurassic Park, JP3, which doesn't get too much love, so I kind of wanted to make sure that was a little bit more centered. Sorry if you can hear fire trucks behind me. And then Fallen Kingdom as well, or sorry, Jurassic World, then Fallen Kingdom. But I hope that kind of answered the question there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So can you talk us through the process that you take when it comes to creating your artwork? Because obviously there's a lot of people in the community who will do poster art with things like Photoshop, where they use specific renders and things like that. But your approach is a little bit different. So can you talk us through that?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a traditional artist. I've been drawing since I think I was told since I was like 4, but and it was always Jurassic Park. I remember my passion really stemmed from the visuals of Jurassic Park, and so I've been drawing since then, and I always loved illustrated pieces and like illustrated posters, and we had a lot of that in the original trilogy, more so Jurassic Park and the Lost World, where whether it be like theme park promotional images, or toy box art, that was always inspirational. I think a lot of us as children were really captivated by those kind of images. So I I want to kind of keep that magic, so to speak, in the fandom, like just seeing hand drawn, even the McDonald's cups by Mark Stutzman, I think his name was. It's beautiful. Everyone knows probably when I'm talking about the collectible McDonald's cups, the beautiful artwork on them. So I kind of wanted to keep that with my work. So, drawing things that we know or that we're familiar with, but kind of making them feel original. It's not, I really appreciate great Photoshop great Photoshop work in posters. And, like you mentioned, Neemz, like his work has been phenomenal, and all his concept posters are great. And they're all different from each other, which is awesome to see. Like, he's pushing different concepts. But yeah, I just wanted to do what I guess I'm, the best thing that I can do is like illustrate. And so I want to do like an homage thing to like all the poster art, merchandise art that we've grew up with as kids, from the early generation, and maybe influence Universal to kind of embrace that again, because we are kind of living in a very digital age where a lot of stuff is relying on Photoshop, and it can be great, but I think we should kind of dip into traditional stuff here and there as well, which you got like cool stuff from Mondo coming through too, so it's there, but I feel like we can maybe embrace it a little bit further. But yeah, that's my goal with making my art. I don't know if I answered that correctly, but that's where my inspiration stems from, and I kind of try to bring that with my artwork.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense, and I think it's really interesting to hear more about that approach for embracing traditional, because like you say, it's something that isn't always embraced, so it would be cool to see them do it a little bit more in the future. I'm interested, when it comes to doing hand-drawn artwork, what is the biggest challenge that you face? Is it drawing things like dinosaurs where they've got really unique shapes, or is it getting the likenesses of characters right? What do you kind of find is the most challenging aspect of your artwork?
To be honest, the most challenging thing is I like to invent the image from scratch. I really don't like to heavily rely on. I use references to obviously make sure I'm getting some features correct. Oops, alarm's going off. To get some likeness with obviously the actors I'm trying to portray. But I think the most challenging thing would be inventing light. And with that, I mean is like, how does light reflect on form that's believable and also feels unified? That poster in particular, I don't know if it's obvious, but it was quite a challenge because it was like dozens and dozens of characters and even scenes that I was trying to sew together in a way that visually made sense, and it was like kind of a nice cascading effect from left to right, and also another thing that was a challenge in that poster in particular was building relationships, like multiple relationships between characters and scenes within one image, that poster. So, with having the chronological order of Jurassic Park to the Lost World, JP3, and so on, I also wanted to place characters in what's the word? Just kind of triangular compositions where it was kind of like a conversation between what their relationships were together. Like Malcolm is apart from Grant and Ellie, but they're still within a region where you understand that they're the original trio, and then they're juxtaposed to Owen and Claire and Maisie, and it's also talking about maybe the I guess, for lack of a better word, the old era to the new era. There's like the hemisphere where the old era is on the top, and then we're in the new era of the franchise, which is on the bottom. So just stuff like that. Like I wanted to kind of really illustrate these kind of relationships effectively, in a very busy image, as well as crafting form and light in a believable way. Because a lot of it, I draw from my mind. Like I said, it's I reference portraits. I'm like, okay, well, the nose looks like this, and they have an indentation in the cheek, so I gotta add that. But yeah, that's long answer, but yeah, that's the answer there.
Yeah, I like it because it's like it's like a Where's Waldo of like Jurassic, where you're just like looking around at every different object and trying to find like all the subtle clues and context. Like, you might just look at this poster and think, oh, I don't know, like, oh, there's a mosquito up top. All of a sudden I see the mosquito, or then you're like, oh, there's the truck from the Lost World, and you're just constantly surprised. I feel like you could look at this for so long and just like spot new things, which is something that I can really appreciate. And I love how you blend that. And I think you said something about maybe, create it so it doesn't look too busy, but like, yeah, it doesn't look busy at all. It looks like really meticulously thought out and well placed, where like you can individually see everything and find all these subtle nods. And I love that kind of style. It's really cool.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that it translated well, because it's very easy to get lost in the details when you're working on artwork. I'm sure a lot of artists will agree to that. So for me, it was really important to I did that on my iPad. I primarily work with Procreate for the moment, so you can like pinch to zoom in and zoom out, but like it was like one of those drawings where I had to like zoom out and then put my iPad down and then walk across the room to really like see the whole image, because there's something about being you got to kind of move around your artwork. It's something I learned in fine art school when I was painting. Like, you really got to like flip the image upside down. It's weird stuff, but it really helps you get to know your piece better. And it's strange. It's a strange practice, but it's part of the practice. So but yeah, I'm glad that a lot of stuff reads through. And yeah, the mosquito, that was like I forgot to mention, I had like pteranodons there in my original draft of that image, and then I was like, you know what, we need to kind of really, I had a feeling that the minion was gonna do something with the mosquito. I was like, yeah, this is like where it started, and I added that up there. And then funny enough, I had no idea the poster was gonna come out and actually have the mosquito. So I was like, all right, well, that was poignant. So, but yeah, so I'm glad that read pretty well.
That's amazing. So we only have like a few more minutes here. Do you have anything else that you want to promote or talk about here before we head out?
Yeah. Well, I guess two things. And first one I'll just mention is that that poster, part of, obviously I wanted to celebrate the franchise, and I have been planning to make I guess you call it complimentary prints, and I printed these samples that are really amazing looking. I want to send out to you guys if I can, hopefully soon. It's on a metallic gloss sheet, so and you mount that on like foam core, and it has almost like a holographic effect to that image. It looks really great. So if I can get that to you guys soon, that'd be great. I'll probably just message you guys afterwards. But other than that, yeah, that poster I kind of used as a pitch to Universal. I've been trying to get as many eyes as I could on it. I know there's like issues with getting likeness rights for actors, so that was just more for me, like adding the actors in there, and well, the fans too. I think people love to see like the trio, the old trio, the new trio. So anyway, yeah, that was kind of a push I was trying to do with getting as many eyes on that as possible. And whether it be me or another great, just another artist that will do, I know there's a lot of talented illustrators out there. I would love to just us be able to have like a traditionally done poster, that's available to, collect or whatever. And the other thing, real quick, I have been working on a series of human character illustrations. I don't know if anyone's been following that, but I just kind of want to highlight the human characters in the franchise, because there's not there's a lot of dinosaur fan art, and it's all great. And I've drawn enough dinosaurs, I think, but like I really like to celebrate like all the human characters in the Jurassic franchise, even like supporting characters in the movies. And I also want to like highlight the details in their clothing, like stuff that we kind of overlook. And just, you know, I just thought that would be a cool thing to kind of dive into. And I'm trying to do like a whole set of them for each movie. And my original goal is to finish before Dominion, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So I'm slowly chipping away at that. But yeah, that's I think that's about it.
Awesome. Where can people find you online?
You can find me primarily active on Instagram. That's where I post most of my work. It's Jaros428, Jaros 428. Same thing on Twitter. I think that's my same ad name. And yeah, I'm on Facebook, but I primarily use Instagram and Twitter. So yeah.
Awesome. So if anybody was unaware, I was holding my headphones up to the microphone to kind of get your voice in there. So
I'm just looking at a black screen, so that's why I'm a little bit it's a little funny for me. But yeah, no, I appreciate the effort, man. I really do.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us, and we'll talk soon. I'll probably see you on a mailbag, I'm sure, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Take it easy, man. Have a good one.
So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. I feel like we improvised that very, very heavily. But there you go. It's what we do. And I think we managed to make our way through it quite nicely. So hopefully you found it insightful. Now we're going to jump straight into our next video. Hopefully that's what you were expecting me to say there, Brad. Which is from the UK Jurassic Park Motorpool division. So this is headed by Ben, who is a member of the podcast, and Jurassic Site B. And we're really, really excited to share this. It's a 33-minute roundtable discussion with people who own their own replica Jurassic vehicles, talking about the process of making them and then what they're hoping for in Jurassic World Dominion. So we'll play that for you now, and we will catch up with you guys briefly afterwards.
All right.
Tom, it's Rachel here from Jurassic Site B, and I'm here to talk to some of the Jurassic Park Motorpool Division members about their JP vehicles and their love of Jurassic Park. Joining us today is my husband Ben, who has Jeep 27, Dan, who has Jeep 20, Bill, who has Jeep 35, Phil, who has Explorer 05, and Gary on the end there, who has Explorer 04. So, I'm asking this question to all of you. Before we talk about the Motorpool itself and your vehicles, my first question to all is, why do you love Jurassic Park so much?
I'll kick it off. I love everything about Jurassic Park. My favourite thing about Jurassic Park, though, is the facilities and the two islands that they're based on. So I love Isla Nublar and Isla Sorna for different reasons. I love the theme park part of Jurassic Park and the idea that that place could really exist. And with Sorna, I love the mystery behind it, the worker village and the bits that we don't see, you know, what happened there, what was going on, and what happened when they all had to evacuate. So yeah, that's my favourite thing about the films.
I think it was quite a groundbreaking film at the time it came out. It was, you'd had dinosaur movies with stop motion dinosaurs and things, but getting to see them real and big, it looked like they were alive. So I think the attraction was there. It was a different film completely from what was coming out around the time. So I think that sort of appealed to me then, which is why I went for it, really.
Yeah, I love dinosaurs as a kid, so like you said, to see them kind of come to life, because the CGI still stands up now, and like Ben, you said, the science is explained at such a level that you could almost believe it. It's like, why has no one done this before? Like, that could actually happen.
Yeah.
So that was really exciting. So yeah, seeing it as a kid, and then seeing this whole kind of childhood thing of dinosaurs literally coming to life.
How does it go?
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, just coming to life was very, very exciting. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for me. It's one of the earliest movies I remember as a kid, like the big ones in the 90s, Independence Day, even Star Wars. It's one of the first bits that it was like the movie magic, and I got so entranced in it. Watch it when the sequels came out. Everything about it was just like printed in my brain.
Ingrained.
That's it. Yeah. So from there on, I was like, one day I may grow up, but I'm still that little kid inside who wants as many Jurassic Park things as he can get.
Yeah. Pretty much the same as you guys. It's actually, I saw it on the big screen when it first came out, and it just stuck with me straight away. The amazing technology that it had back then.
Yeah,
which was pretty groundbreaking.
Yeah, it was a real impact when it came out, wasn't it?
And it still is.
Yeah, it still holds up actually.
When
to
you're out,
loads of recent films.
When you're out in the vehicles, kids automatically know the logo.
Yeah,
they know what the logo is, what it's associated with. It might not say Jurassic Park, but it's like dinosaur truck or something. They know.
I think it's so in pop culture that even if someone hasn't seen any of the films, they still know the logos of the vehicles, even if they have never seen it. So
they're aware of it.
Yeah.
Which brings me to my next question. When did you start to build your Jurassic Park vehicles, and how long did it take you to get to the point that you're at now?
Well, my Jeep was actually a gift from you, an amazing gift back in 2018 for my birthday.
She's a keeper.
And I opened the box, had the Jeep key, and I hadn't quite clicked at the time, even though I'm looking at a Jeep key. And then it drove through into the driveway, and that was it. My legs went. I had this. It was moss green at the time with chrome all over it.
Classic.
And it was a beast. It was very bling. And that was the start of the process really. Just stripping it down. Pretty much everything came off it, and everything new went. Well, not new, but second-hand new came along, and a lot of the stuff had to come from the States because it's all of those, the right rims and the right different bits and pieces are all in the US. Not much of it's in the UK.
Yeah.
So that was really the start of it for me.
Yeah, similar to us. We one of our members, Richard, who lives in Texas now. I first saw his Jeep at an event in Southampton, and seeing it, I've always been into Star Wars and various types of costuming, things like that. But seeing a movie vehicle, it was kind of like, whoa, that's the next logical step. And meeting Richard and talking to him, and him giving me information and things like that, that's progressed me on to do it. And I've always loved Jeeps. I've always been around that sort of vehicle, and to do it and incorporate it into a film that I love. It just kind of made sense, really, and that was about nearly 7 years ago now.
Yeah, I love the Jeeps from the film. It's one of the most iconic movie vehicles I've seen, and I went on holiday to Aruba in 2018 and rented a Jeep for the time I was there. So I was driving around going, oh, this is really fun. That was like, just getting to drive a Jeep was fun, and then started thinking, I wonder if you could make a Jurassic Park Jeep. So I kind of did some Googling and stuff, and obviously found the Motorpool, and I went, this is a thing, people do this. And from there, so that was 2019, I think I bought my Jeep. Spent about a year getting all the parts, again from America, just trying to source everything. I wanted to get it all kind of together. I knew I wasn't going to be able to paint it myself, so I had to get all the bits and pieces together and then get a paint shop to do it all. And that I found them quite local, which was good. Obviously COVID hit, which slowed a few things down, but mine got painted about 4 months ago, so round about 18 months to get it all done. But it was a long time. Felt like a long time.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, mine was quite recent as well. I got mine sort of mid last year in June, and then it was like, because it was an old car, I was like checking it over, make sure it is all going to be okay before I embark on a project, and luckily it was. I got a good one. The booking into the paint shop was probably the longest because I had delays from the COVID thing as well, so it didn't get all painted until end of last year, and then I had to book in the graphics, find the right place that could do the vinyls and the patterns, and then get a few more repairs for last MOT and bits like that. But overall, the year's gone quite quick, but over the winter, you're not going to do much with it anyway, in a way. So I was glad that up to about last month, I finally got it all ready to go and out there. And I've only been driving it around town for a little while, and it's already like a little famous celebrity car. So you pop into Argos Morrison's, it's like, oh, you got a Jurassic Park car as well, even if I'm not in it, because you're quite regular at the petrol stations as well, I guess. But
I'm actually on my second Explorer. The current one I've got, I've only had it 3-4 months now, so it's a fairly recent build. Still loads to do on it. As always, they're never finished.
No,
you're always trying to get more accessories on there, but it's always a work in progress.
That's right. But enjoyable work in progress.
Oh yeah, labour of love.
Absolutely.
So what's the hardest thing about the build? What's the hardest part that you've had to find?
For me, it was the rims, to be honest with you. The OE, the original rims. I looked everywhere, eBay, Facebook Marketplace. I just could not get hold of them, and I was thinking about getting them from the US, and just by chance, a set of 4 popped up on eBay from a guy in Middlesbrough. So I just went straight in, got them, managed to find the 5th the spare wheel a bit later on, but that was definitely the hardest thing to find. They seem to be so rare.
Hence
exactly. Even in the States, they seem to be pretty rare, to be honest with you. So yeah, that was the hardest thing for me.
I think it's slightly different for me because of the time difference of when we built our Jeeps. Because the rims for me was one of the first things we got. It was relatively easy. We just literally got the Jeep, and it had I think they were like pepper pot type wheels on awful things. And we found the rims pretty much straight away, so that was just a straight swap. We were lucky to the point that the tyres that I needed were already on it, so it literally was swap the old rims for the new rims, done. The things we struggled with was things like the half doors, the side steps, because you just couldn't get them for love nor money over it. Where now, sort of 5-6 years on, some of the guys that have recently built Jeeps have found that more relatively easy to get because they're suddenly available.
Yeah.
Whereas when I got my dashboard, the whole dashboard in the Jeep, which like the correct colour, that was easy for us. But now people just can't get them. So for me, it was sort of up and down. You know, what you found hard, I didn't particularly find hard. But then what you found really easy, I couldn't get.
Yeah.
So I think it's when you time it.
Timing.
It's literally, if we all went in together and all done it at once, we'd be laughing. You know, everyone would get it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What sort of experience?
I was like you, so yeah, the rims for me was quite easy. The winch I thought was going to take forever, forever, because again, coming up with original Rep 6000 winches is so difficult. And just got lucky that someone else in the Motorpool had found 3 of them, like over in Japan.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I'm shipping them over. I was like, are you now?
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
And then obviously Ramsey did their run, so they might get a bit less hard to pick up. But yeah, I think that was the thing. I was like, I'm just never ever going to find one of these. It's going to be forever.
Yeah.
But kind of got lucky on that.
And what about the Explorer? Is that?
It's a similar pattern because it was the rims as well at first. Because when I bought mine, it had the old 3-spoke chrome Explorer wheels, which looked nothing like the 1993 ones. And it was only straight after I bought mine, like after when I got it from auction, I looked around and thought, oh, hopefully there's something around there. And lo and behold, in Yuki was someone selling the 4 teardrop style wheels with the centre caps and all good tyres for £200. And considering that when I got mine, I needed to get 2 new tyres anyway, which would have been like 180 or something. I thought, hang on, get the wheels, the centre caps, and tyres for £200. £50 shipping next day. And I thought, you know what? It was meant to be that I got this Explorer in the end, because I searched a couple of weeks after and never been able to find a similar thing. But otherwise, when you get the paint job and the graphics done, to get the initial build, the other bits like roof bars, spotlights, you can quite source. So I think it's a bit easier than Jeeps because the Jeeps have a lot of cool kind of accessories and gadgets that you'd have from the movies as well. But yeah.
So Gary, you've had these twice.
Yeah, I was quite lucky with the first one that I built because it was a Mark II, the same as Phil's. But the one I've got now is a Mark III, which was never sold in the UK. which makes it impossible to get parts in the UK. You cannot find anything. A lot of Japanese imports, like mine. So mine was originally sold in Tokyo, done 40,000 miles, and then managed to get it over here. There are a couple around, but not many at all. I think there's less than 50 in the UK.
Really?
So it's, trying to find any parts. Most of it's coming from America, any parts that I need. The only problem is if I want interior trim, it's all left-hand drive stuff rather than right-hand drive.
Oh, yeah, that's
so
good.
It's a whole minefield.
It's unique. Right-hand drive, one of those, isn't it?
Good idea at the time.
Yeah.
And your vehicle numbers, obviously they're specific to yourselves. Why did you choose your vehicle number?
Well, because I got mine on my birthday, my 2nd of July, so I went for 27. So that's how I ended up with JP27.
Mine was 20, was my football shirt number.
All right, okay.
So I just stuck with that. I use number 20 for anything that needs a number in it, has always got 20.
All right, pin number?
It's 2 20s in there.
Yeah,
2020. Mine was a birthday one as well, so I wanted to get mine done by my 35th birthday, which was last year. So I managed to get it done in the year of my 35th.
That still counts?
Yes, it still counts. So yeah, that was mine.
Mine was, I was always interested in the aftermath of the T-Rex scene from the first film, and seeing 05 survive, I was always like, I wonder what the car's looking like now, because no one's really ever kind of gone back to see it. Like, is it just left there? And I thought, 05, I'm going to go for that Explorer for mine.
Mine was 04, purely because it's the one that got crushed in the film. And my first one I actually built to do a charity drive down to Spain and back, and I didn't think it would survive, so hence I put 04 on it. But it did survive, and someone else in the Motorpool drives it now. So.
Yeah,
that's good.
Brilliant. So what's next to do, if at all?
I think I'm going to have to get the whip antenna from the States. I think that's the very next thing, which you just can't get in the UK or in Europe because they won't sell them over here. You have to get like a 2-part piece, which I've got one, but it just doesn't look right. So it's going to be the whip antenna, I think, is the next thing for me.
Mine, it's my Jeep's to a point where I'm happy with it as it is, but there's 2 things I need. So it's, depending what order it comes in, it's the winch, which one of our Motorpool members has got, but because of COVID we couldn't get it brought in and exchanged, things like that, and the green carpet. That's the last 2 things that I want to do, and I would then consider it done. So it's those 2 things. So the winch technically I've got, but it's in Manchester, and
with ratchet.
the green carpet is somewhere in the world waiting for me to buy it.
Waiting for it to go into your Jeep.
And mine, I think, is the interior, so the dash and the centre console has to be painted. CB radio, haven't got one of those yet, need to get one of them. I'm not too fussed about my carpet. My carpet's a tan carpet, so I might kind of leave that because I like the contrast because it matches like the trim on the seats, it matches the other kind of tan, the door panels and stuff like that. So I might leave the carpet, but I want the screen accurate dash is next.
Okay.
For me, I've got 2 black roof bars which I'm looking to fit and just get the 3 spotlights in there. As much as I'd love to get the bubble roof build, I know that's kind of like one of the big ticket items if you ever to do it for an Explorer, and of course it was never done for the Mark IIs. But I'm happy with having it as it is with the roof bars and the spotlights, and maybe Gary found the wraparound ball bars, one of the types that go with the Mark II. So I'm looking at potentially seeing how that would fit on. Get it all painted black, get the spotlights on that as well. But other than that, just filling it with as many Jurassic Park props as I can when I go to shows.
Mine's just going to be interior, I think. I'm quite happy with the outside as it is. I've got the roof lights and the track sensor to go on the front. They're yet to be fitted. But then it's just the interior, getting the tour movie on the screen, building the wooden case in the centre. That's the next plan.
And the next question is to Dan. Can you tell us a bit about the Motorpool and what it actually involves?
Yeah, the Motorpool was founded in America by a couple of guys, and they had a love of the Jeeps and they built them, and then they sort of thought we could make a club out of it, and slowly but surely more members become part of the group. It sort of then started to branch out to other countries. sort of a lot in Europe, and then there was a couple of guys in England that done them. We all fell under one banner, which was the Motorpool, as a worldwide group. But slowly but surely, America being as big as it is in different states, they have different divisions that to incorporate in different states. So Richard, who I spoke about earlier, when he left to move in with his wife in America, he left us with a UK division, first ever. We used to fall under the European one, which we then now wear as we've got the badges and the logos and things like that. So it's basically a club for people to come together and build vehicles from the movie and go about and show them, and go out and have fun in them, really.
So how many members do we have in the UK?
In the UK, the division itself has got 91 members. Out of that, I would say 30 of the 91 members have either got a vehicle that's in a complete state or a work in progress. So it could be they own a vehicle but haven't started to paint it or haven't started to change things. So I would say roughly around 31 members have got vehicles. Out of the 91 members, that's people that have either got an interest in building a vehicle, just haven't started their journey on that build yet, or partners of drivers, things like that. So it's grown quite quickly. Really.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly.
And I understand you've got something arranged in organised in August for people from the Motorpool to come along and members of the public to come along and enjoy the cars and vehicles and so on. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, that's it's a chap that I met. He runs Who Zoo, which is up in Telford.
What's it called then?
Who Zoo.
All right.
It's not you who.
No.
Who Zoo. He runs that, which is like it's a zoo come animal sanctuary where people have these exotic pets and they suddenly realise they can't keep them for whatever reason, so they sort of go into the zoo. I mean, they've had alligators and all sorts of strange things up there. And he used to run events where they would do like a dinosaur type event, and he used to invite me along with a jeep and things like that. But slowly but surely, he's developed his park and he's now brought in, I think it's 6 or 7 animatronic life-size dinosaurs.
Wow.
And we went up and helped out on the bank holiday, the opening weekend for it. And we got chatting to him and said, look, this place is perfect for what we want as a division. Would you be interested in having us along to display the vehicles, help you bring people into the park and kind of work alongside you? And he was really, really up for it. He's so enthusiastic with what he does. And we sort of, a bit of message went backwards and forwards, and I finally said to him, look, would you consider having this as the division's home base, as it were?
Yeah.
Because what better to have the Jeep next to a dinosaur, and things like that.
Yeah.
Which he was completely up for. So on bank holiday August, hopefully we're going to have the most division members we've ever had in one place at one time, and we're going to display the vehicles. We're going to have sort of unbuilt vehicles where people can come along and see the process of, this is what it looks like when you get it, this is kind of what it goes to, this is what it is when it's finished. Okay. So it's potentially really good day.
Yeah, fantastic. So Ben, where can people find out about the Motorpool?
Well, like I forgot the name of the zoo earlier. I also forget the name of all the places people can find out about the Motorpool, but I've written them down on this computer screen. So on Twitter, if you go to @JPMPUK, on Instagram it's JP Motorpool UK, or on Facebook it's Jurassic Motorpool Park. Jurassic Park Motorpool UK Division, and that's where we are. And you can find out about the event in August and all the other things that we're doing and different members in the group are doing.
I want to ask you, who is your favourite character in Jurassic, in all of the Jurassic?
For me, I have 2, and John Hammond for sure, because he's the visionary. He's the guy that put the place together, and Nedry, because I just think he's cool.
Yeah.
I love his Jeep. I like his jacket. I like the way he dies. It's all good. I love Eddie.
That's
I think it is a bit weird, but
Yeah.
it's just such a great sequence with him crashing through, knocking the stock sign over, and then getting attacked by the Dilophosaurus. So
Yeah.
it's great.
I don't think I have a particularly favourite character, like out of the because they're all good in their own way. If it was based on looks, I'd say Claire. Because she's nice. But
good enough reason.
But generally, no. I think they all fit in the spots that they play in the film. I think they all work well, and obviously you see some of them in the first film. Some come back for the second, then some reappear in the third, and when the new movie comes out, they're kind of all reappearing.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a general. I like the film as opposed to an individual character.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Ian Malcolm for me. I think he's got a much more significant role, I think, in the novel than the film. But in the films, I think I like the fact that he starts kind of not cracking onto Ellie, but trying to kind of investigate what's going on there. He's got more of the funnier lines, I think. But he's also got the kind of the moral backstanding of like what you're doing is actually not right. And he points out a lot of the flaws about the park and stuff like that. So yeah, the role he plays in the film, I think it'd be very, very different if they didn't have a character like Ian Malcolm in there.
Mine would be Dr. Alan Grant. When I first watched it, it was always like, this guy knows what is there. If I'm going to be going around Jurassic Park, that's the guy I want to go with because he knows how to keep out of trouble. But it's also because he has that link between the fossils and the live dinosaurs. So you remember that actually, these are extinct animals, and this guy's a pro. He knows his stuff about dinosaurs, but for people to actually now see them in real life and in this park, it's that sort of link between two worlds, and just seeing how his character was in that one was always interesting to me.
Mine would have to be John Hammond again. It's a man trying to follow his dream, really. Much like me with Night Explorer. So, trying to get something established, and I'm beginning to get more like him every day.
You got the beard, just need the white out.
So, what's your favourite JP dinosaur?
Well, it's Dilophosaurus. It's coming back to the Nedry thing. Really, that whole sequence. Really, when I first watched that in the cinema, it scared the pants out of me, to be honest with you. But I just loved it as well. I loved the whole sequence, the whole sabotage, and how it spits in his face, and then he jumps into the Jeep, and you think he's okay, and then all of a sudden the rattle comes up, and that's the end of Nedry. So yeah, definitely Dilophosaurus.
I think it'd be the T-Rex.
Yeah.
Just because it's cool and it's big and it's in all of them.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like you got all the human characters. That tends to be the main dinosaur character.
Yeah.
So I think I'd go with stereotypical T-Rex. I think.
I'm Team Dilophosaurus.
Yeah.
Same. It was the dinosaur that absolutely amazed me in the cinema. They're just so dramatic with the noise and the frill and attacking Nedry. And I significantly remember being in the cinema and clocking that they'd made it breathe.
Yeah.
So you can see its abdomen kind of going in and out when you see it, and I was like, oh, maybe breathe. That captured it for me, the Dilophosaurus.
Mine would be the T-Rex as well. I mean, one of my favourite scenes is that Explorer scene where T-Rex breaks through the fence. But also, when I was looking at the behind the scenes documentaries and footage, like the fact they actually built this thing like real size animatronic.
Yeah.
I mean, they just don't do that these days. And there's even a funny bit in the behind the scenes where I think they had it in the studio with the rain coming through, and it hit some of the electric. So when everyone was having lunch, the T-Rex kind of started moving by itself. It was like, what's going on? But I think the fact that the actors in the scenes, like, that could be real fright there, because you're seeing this huge, real looking T-Rex kind of unseen, and that always was a magic bit for me in the movies.
Unsurprisingly, T-Rex again.
3-2.
He may end up killing an
Between the
Explorer off
Dilophosaurus.
squashing an Explorer in the film, but he's still the most dominant in the whole park.
I have the Dilophosaurus noise come through when you text me, don't I?
Yes,
It's
you
my
do,
favourite
yeah.
dinosaur.
I'm surprised no one said Raptors, actually.
Yeah,
I
that's
quite like a
pretty cool,
raptor. Yeah, I quite like a raptor.
I just want to put a shout in for the Spinosaurus as well,
Yeah.
because I love the Spinosaurus. I know JP3 gets criticised, but actually I love JP3. And I remember first seeing the Spinosaurus plane attack, and I just thought it was absolutely amazing. And again, they built that, like you were saying, Bill, they built that animatronic.
Yeah.
And they had to actually move it by night because it was so huge, they didn't want anybody to see it because it was like the new breakthrough dinosaur for the next film. And I just think it's such an awesome thing. It just looks so cool. So yeah, just to put a shout out to Spinosaurus.
A late vote is cast.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So looking forward then to next June, fast forward, have any of you got any plans for the Jurassic World Dominion?
Don't know really, it depends where we are with like COVID and stuff like that. It would be cool to, I mean what would be really cool is to get all the vehicles together for,
I would say that's the main,
like a premiere.
the main goal for us as a division is
If they ever had like a drive-in movie theatre thing as well to show that.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
we'd all be there.
Definitely rallying troops for that one.
Yeah, knowing the original cast coming back for that movie, to have the original cars and stuff there. I mean, I don't know how likely it would be to say, excuse me, Universal, could we drive the people to the premiere in our cars? That would be the dream. That would be absolutely amazing to be doing that.
Yeah, that would be really good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's play it by ear, see how things in the world are, like in real life, as opposed to movie fantasy. But ideally, I'd like all of us to attend a premiere or be involved in a screening of it or something along those lines.
Yes.
Which is what we're sort of quietly working on behind the scenes.
That'd be really cool.
And what are you looking forward to in Dominion? What do you hope to see?
More Claire.
More Claire.
Claire getting
eaten by a velociraptor. No eating.
For me, I really hope we go back to Isosaurna. I want to go to Site B again. I'd like to spend a bit of time there, perhaps go back to the worker village and see more of the worker village, the embryonics lab, places like that. It need to be tied into the story in a realistic way or a good reason for them to be there. But yeah, I'd like to see that. That would definitely be the best thing I could see in the film.
I think you're not far off the mark because if you remember at the end of Fallen Kingdom, there's mention of another island, like an untouched island where no one was. So I think the dinosaurs will be wandering around and in America and whatnot. And I think they'll be incorporated where they move them off of the mainland and put them back into their own habitat. So it gives it like a happy ending. Because you think the first island was destroyed, essentially, by the volcano. So I think it will take it to a point where hopefully it will wrap it up. I know that sounds bad, but I can't see how you can continue to keep making films on the same sort of thing. I think it needs to have a nice ending. So you've got two trilogies, essentially, and it finish on like a good ending as opposed to dinosaurs just have McDonald's in America and stuff like that. Bit of a Fred killer sort of thing.
I think it's nostalgia for me. I think having the original cast back is really exciting. Any way they can tie the original movies kind of back into it. When they did Jurassic World, the first one, they go back into the original visitor centre and stuff like that. That was incredible. So yeah, as much nostalgia as they can pack in, please.
Along with that, I want to see if there's any cool new vehicles for the world. I think there were like some sneak peek pictures of some new Jeeps in there or something. But it's like with when Lost World came out, I was fascinated by those Mercedes and the RV as well. And with Jurassic World, seeing the whole new Jurassic World theme park vehicles. So I just love seeing stuff that are linked to what's in the film. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if there's anything new as well.
From the sneak peeks that we've seen, we know it's going to be mainly based of the dinosaurs coming into America and running amok around the country, which I think could be quite interesting how they're going to do that. I know there's different terrains they're using, obviously snowy mountains, and so it should be quite interesting, different landscapes as well, seeing how these dinosaurs are supposed to survive in these conditions.
Yeah, it'd be cool seeing them in different environments, wouldn't
it?
Definitely.
Well, thank you guys for talking to me today about Motorpool and everything Jurassic. Where can people follow you and your vehicles online?
I'm at Jurassic Site B on Instagram and Twitter, and on the Motorpool on Facebook.
Well, my Jeep is just, the Facebook page is JP20, and on the main Motorpool we post on there, as well as the UK division. You can find me.
I'm _JP.35 on Instagram.
I'm on Facebook and Instagram at JPEX05UK.
And I'm on Instagram, JPExplorer_04.
Well, from all of us here on Cloud Island, happy Jurassic June, and back to you, Brad and Tom.
Okay, so thank you to the Jurassic Park Motorpool UK division for that fantastic segment. Huge thank you to Ben or Jurassic Site B for organising that. Really fantastic chat. Now, we are going to move straight into our next segment here. It's one which lots of you have been looking forward to. We talked to Jens Erik, community manager at Frontier Developments, about Jurassic World Evolution 2. Now, fair warning, there isn't going to be much news in this because the team can't talk about much just yet, but it was a fun opportunity to catch up and find out how everything's been going over at Frontier. So, Brad, let's get into it.
All right, take it away.
Thank you for asking. How have I been keeping? I feel like I've been keeping pretty well. Like if you follow me on Twitter, and I know you do, and maybe some other people do as well. I've been at Frontier now for a little over a year. Joined up during everything happening in 2020, and I'm generally not one of those people who believe the whole do something you love and you'll never work a day in your life, because work is still work. But if you have a really cool job like I do, work is still really fun. So even though sometimes at the end of the day you might feel a bit tired, you feel tired in the good way, And especially now, having gotten to finally reveal Jurassic World Evolution 2, like I'm just buzzing with excitement. I'm really excited about finally being able to reveal this and talk about it, because it's been a part of my life for a little bit. It's not only been a chaotic few days, it's been well, maybe not chaotic, maybe chaotic is probably the wrong word. It's been busy, let's say that. It's been a busy couple of weeks, and especially after Jeff Keighley revealed that Jeff Goldblum would be at Summer Games Fest, we had a lot of people going, okay, that's what is Jeff Goldblum connected to that's like really big? And so we had a lot of people replying to the Jurassic World Evolution Twitter account going, hey, does this have something to do with you? And obviously at the time we couldn't say anything, but I was sitting there sort of smiling a bit to myself and like, yeah, some of these people, they figured it out. And as we were getting closer and closer and closer, there were more and more people, sharing funny memes on the Jurassic World Evolution subreddit, or replying us on Twitter, or commenting on our Facebook page going like, so are you revealing anything? Are you revealing anything? And of course we couldn't say anything. But it was still fun to see and just like feel the excitement build and feel people being excited, people speculating when is it gonna be announced, when is it gonna come out, all that fun stuff. And it's like once it happens, once we get to click all those buttons and send out all those tweets and announcement posts and everything, just seeing the flood of messages coming back from people going, oh my god, and people just going like, yes, I knew it, finally, or like they're tagging their friends and going like, awesome, we have to play this together, etc. It's been a roller coaster of emotion, and it's been incredibly fun and incredibly exciting to just see all the positive reactions that people have had to the announcement. So we're still early right after the announcement at this point, so there's not a lot that I can reveal that hasn't been said already, unfortunately. But it's the sequel to Jurassic World Evolution, of course. There's a lot there that we think park managers can sink their teeth and claws into, to use a bit of a dinosaur metaphor. So we're introducing aquatic reptiles, we're introducing flying reptiles. There are over 75 different prehistoric species that come to life in the game, with a much greater sense of realism and authenticity than before. The campaign is, I think, at least a really fun new addition. There's going to be, of course, sandbox mode and challenge mode, the campaign mode, and then chaos theory mode is also something that we're very, very excited about, which lets players like revisit and explore pivotal moments from Jurassic World and the Jurassic Park franchise as sort of what if scenarios in different levels set across eras and locations from all the 5 films that have come out. And I'm really excited to see how our players react to that as we reveal more in the weeks and months to come. Yeah, so as you said, it's a brand new original story. It is we're calling it the brand new original campaign mode. It is set after and it builds on the events of Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, which was, in my opinion, a very interesting direction for the Jurassic World franchise to go. And it was fun to see that ending and just seeing, they've taken this entire world and just sort of flipped it on its head, and now it's truly a Jurassic World, the player will be leading efforts to control, contain, conserve dinosaurs across different locations, and they'll be doing that alongside iconic characters from the film series, which includes Dr. Ian Malcolm, again voiced by the amazing and wonderful Jeff Goldblum, and Claire Dearing, who's been voiced by Bryce Dallas Howard, who, if you follow her on Twitter, recently wrapped up her final recording session. So it was really cool to have that, to have her put out that little bit and just to tell people like, hey, I'm in this game. This is really cool, because personally, I think she's a great actress, a great voice actress as well. And we're also very excited to mention that this will be the first time that players will get to explore environments outside the familiar island archipelago. And we've revealed already the desert and the taiga biomes. And of course, we'll have a lot more to reveal as we go, but that's all I can talk about right now. I'm gonna say that we don't have a lot to reveal right now, but you will definitely be hearing from Dr. Ian Malcolm and Claire Dearing, and it's been great to have them back, I think, because Ian Malcolm has been such a key part of the franchise for so long, and I think Claire Dearing is one of the, in my opinion, one of the best characters that have come out of the new movies, and sort of having them two together is together in the game, I mean, is really fun. And it's been an interesting journey for me to hear our game director talk about them as Jeff and Bryce, which I as a Norwegian person, I am very formal when it comes to people I don't know, and that includes especially celebrities. So Jeff Goldblum will always be Jeff Goldblum. And hearing our game director just call him Jeff is something that I still haven't really wrapped my head around yet. But it's been interesting to talk on Teams or around the office, going oh yeah, how's the game going? Oh, we just wrapped up with Bryce and she was lovely, etc. So I'm like, Bryce, oh right, Bryce Dallas Howard. She's a character. She plays a character in our game. So if you read our announcement post, which was posted on our forums, it says, and I have it up now, it says that the game will have both flying and marine reptiles. And so I'll just leave it at that. I can say that we will have more to reveal about dinosaur behavior and dinosaur management in the future. Maybe actually by the time this has gone out, there will have been more revealed, but right now I can't really say anything. So we've revealed, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm counting them 6 on our website, 7, 8. We revealed 8 dinosaurs so far. So it's the Brachiosaurus, the Amargasaurus, then the Pseudoceratops, Stegosaurus, Coelophysis, Pteranodon, and the T-Rex, of course, because in my opinion, it's a bit like we had to reveal the T-Rex this early because it's the one thing if you want to see it. I'm obviously, if you know me, and you do, a huge fan of the Triceratops just in general, because it's a big walking meaty tank creature with the big horn and the big body and everything. I really like that. I also really like the look of the Amargasaurus that's in the game, and as I was researching it, I noticed that even though it's still a very big dinosaur, but it's also a sauropod, and compared to all other sauropods, it is a very tiny creature. So it's sort of, I think it's a fun, interesting sort of dichotomy. Is that the right word? It sort of contradicts itself, because it's a huge, the sauropods are considered really big creatures, but it's a very small sauropods. So I really like the Amargasaurus, especially with the spikes, the spines coming out of the neck as well. So yeah, Triceratops and Amargasaurus look really, really good in my opinion, and I really like the look of them, and I think they're my favorites so far, at least. But if you want to see the rest of the dinosaurs that we revealed so far, you should check out our website, JurassicWorldEvolution.com, JurassicWorldEvolution2.com /gallery. Well, I guess I can say happy anniversary both for the original movie and for the 3-year anniversary of Jurassic World Evolution, the first game. And of course, I want to give a big thank you to our community of players, our amazing, wonderful community of players across the internet, across the world, for playing, for sticking with us, for offering your feedback and your ideas and your well wishes and just your amazing enthusiasm and creativity as we continue this journey with you. And I hope you're all doing well and having a wonderful Jurassic June.
Hey, welcome back to the stream, Tom. That was a lovely conversation you had there, and I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought there was a lot of stuff in there that I didn't know about with Jurassic World Evolution 2 specifically, because like I said before, I was away, I was on vacation, so I didn't really get a chance to do all the catching up on all the different news that broke while I was away. So that was actually good and refreshing for me to kind of learn a little bit more. There was something what was it called? Like a chaos mode or something like that. I was like, chaos that sounds really cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm super pumped to play this game and to try these new things out, because I love the first game, and I think there's a lot to build off of that. And it sounds like that's the direction they're going. So fill me in. What else do you know? What kind of fun stuff can I expect?
Sure. So Jurassic World Evolution 2 is very much at the start of its marketing cycle currently. So I want to say a huge thanks to Jens, first of all, for doing that interview, because it's so hard when there's so much you can't talk about to do stuff like that. I really appreciate him being flexible and taking the time to talk to us regardless.
Oh, no.
So there's been a steady trickle of information over the past few weeks, since the reveal at I think it was the Microsoft conference where it was shown, and there will continue to be a steady stream of information coming afterwards as well. So some of the big things to note really are the fact that this is a spiritual successor, essentially, to Jurassic World Evolution. So the team at Frontier are very keen to emphasize that this is its own game in its own right. Obviously it takes a lot of inspiration from the things that they did with Jurassic World Evolution, but there's also a lot of difference here that I think gamers are really going to appreciate. Adam, yep, you're right, it was Summer Games Fest. I think so many conferences at this time of year. So I think the biggest thing to take away is really the breadth and depth of animal behaviors. And this is something that they've been talking about recently. There was a fantastic Game Informer article which published recently, and we kind of did a summary of that on our website, so you can check that out. Check out the Game Informer article as well, because it's really fantastic, which talks about a lot of the animal behavioral changes this time around. And there's going to be things that people want, like obviously raptors hunting in packs, animals having more enhanced interactions with each other if they're living in the same enclosure. But also equally, there's a much deeper relationship between the animals and their habitats. So when an animal is hatched, they're actually going to look around the habitat, they're going to analyze it, think about what different things are in that environment and whether it meets their needs. And they'll take that time to do that before they then obviously either have their regression index increase or become more agitated, I think is the better way of saying it, or they'll settle into the environment more naturally. And that can change over time, which is really cool as well. So say, for example, you accidentally deleted a feeder, or there wasn't a particular type of vegetation in a enclosure, then the animal will actually go and look for somewhere new to live, and they may end up staying somewhere else as opposed to being a constant roaming threat for your guests. And saying that, they're touched on an interesting behavior addition as well, which is the fact that animals actually engage a lot more with their landscape in terms of feeding. So there's no herbivore feeders this time around. Herbivores will actually eat the grass around them. In the recent Amargasaurus species profile video, you can see a Brachiosaurus eating from a tree. All of those kinds of interactions that help to make them more a part of the world that's around them, as opposed to just an animal that's living in it. And I think the other thing that's really worth emphasizing here is changes in both human behavior and buildings. So there's a whole new veterinary, I can never say that word, but a whole new vet system in place. I'm not going to say the full thing, which is very, very similar to, I saw a lot of people making comparisons to Operation Genesis, and a feature that was originally going to be in that game, where there is a specific facility where injured animals or sick dinosaurs have to be treated. And if you don't have that facility, then there's veterinary trucks that will actually go out and provide those in-field treatments for your animals as well. So it's adding more to consider when it comes to managing your animals. And it also means that I don't know at this point if ranger teams are returning, but if they were, then it would be an additional element to consider as well as that. It is worth noting that rangers actually provide welfare checks on all of your animals this time around. And your guests are going to have much more diversity this time. So there are 4 different categories for guests. There is adventure, standard, nature, and luxury. And each of them are going to have different needs. So whereas in the first Jurassic World Evolution, you may have a lot of shops, a lot of arcades, you would focus on the things that would bring in the most revenue for your park. This game's going to have a much more diversified sense of management. So you'll need to consider each of the different people who you want to appeal to and make sure that you're crafting areas in your park to appeal to them. And then inside that crafting itself, there's a lot more creativity in terms of customization of individual buildings and modules as well. So something you'll probably really like, Brad, you can customize your aviaries this time around as well. So loads and loads of depth in this. And the thing I take away from it is it's really focused on providing a lot more engaging gameplay for the player. So there's a lot more things that you can do, a lot more decisions to think about, and also a lot more ways to make your park feel unique and specific to you. And that's really scratching on the surface. We're not touching on the fact that there's an original narrative story here. There's the chaos mode, which lets you replay scenarios from Jurassic Park and Jurassic World.
Yeah.
And probably a lot of other features that we've not seen yet as well. So hopefully that gives you a nice top-down roundup of some of the biggest pieces of news. But it's like I say, there's loads trickling out at the moment. There was just an Amargasaurus species profile, which released the other day, giving us more insight into that particular animal and its habitats.
Pretty cool.
And I'm sure that we're going to be seeing more of those as Frontier continue to open up their marketing for the game as well.
Sure, yeah. The customization sounds really interesting to me. That's something that I'm like definitely thrilled about, because I want to be able to make things look kind of more so the way I want them to look, or feel how, you know, I want my place or my park to feel. So I'm really interested in how this is all going to work. How are the dinosaurs going to be reacting in their environments? It all sounds like really, really thrilling to me. So, but yeah, and that chaos mode thing, playing through some of your pivotal moments throughout the series, that sounds really interesting. And I wonder how that's going to be tackled. you know, in a game like this, like a park builder type game. That sounds really interesting. I wonder, like, yeah, like how, if you do come into contact with like, I don't know. I have no idea what would you even do from Jurassic Park. Like, what kind of scenario would it be? Like the raptors escaping or something like that, or the T-Rex interacting with like the visitor center area, or like I'm really interested to see like what kind of moments they pick.
Well, I'm gonna blow your mind here. That they could potentially expand on moments that we see. So we see the sick Triceratops with Dr. Jerry Harding, right, in the first film, and then they go away. What if you see what happens to that Triceratops afterwards, going back to the vet facility, getting healed up, and then eventually put back in the paddock?
That's the most perfect scenario right there, right? I mean, that sounds incredible, just to have, you know, this scenario that you've done before in these games. You go out there, you shoot the tranks, you do whatever you got to do to get these dinos to back into health and make sure they don't die. And like, if I had to worry about that Triceratops dying on my watch, like that would be, you know, kind of really interesting to see if that was something that ever happened. And I don't know, but like I could see like the hunters and gatherers moment, like in the Lost World, like that could be really cool. Jurassic Park 3, I don't even know, like I just want to see the Spinosaurus forever. That's all I want. But yeah, there are plenty of moments like that you could see play out in a different way, or like you're saying, see a different side of things, maybe expand upon that. That's really cool.
I think there's lots of potential, and I'm conscious that we're about to move on to the next segment, but I just want to say I'm really excited because I feel like we've been really lucky at the podcast that we've got to know a few of the people working on the games a little bit more, and I think it's always been really clear that they're just as much fans of the franchise as we are. So I really think this game's in safe hands, and I'm really excited to see what they do with it.
Yeah, thank you so much, The Frontier. We do have our next conversation is with the artist who inspired this entire look around you.
Yeah, this beautiful look you can see.
So that's Mike Spiers. We worked together to kind of come up with a fun design. We basically just said, like, look, you've got some cool artwork, and we basically just want to see that artwork with our, you know, our name attached to it and some fun stuff. Throw in a microphone in there. And he was, there you go. We got it on shirts now. We got all kinds of stuff. I think I have some stickers right here. So we got stickers and pins. But yeah, I want to get into that segment and hear from Mike because he discusses his version of the fandom, what he's experienced, and also like how he works on things, and what he's inspired by. So without further ado, let's take a listen to Mike Spiers. We'll talk more about the art afterwards.
So I remember seeing it at the cinema when it first came out back in '93. I went with all my family, my parents, brothers and sisters. And the one thing that always sticks out about Jurassic Park for me, and my brother's younger than me and probably shouldn't have been seeing it anyway, but hey, it was the '90s. It was the Velociraptor scene. And he'd probably hate me for saying this, but I just remember him bursting into tears because he was that scared of the Velociraptors in the kitchen and stuff like that. So I just remember my mum sort of like quickly escorting him past me. But I was glued to the cinema screen, just like, and I just remember like these bodies going past me and the sound of the tears. But yeah, no, I was just, I mean, I was obsessed with dinosaurs before that. And I suppose going into Jurassic Park as an 8-year-old kid, you know, with already obsessed with watching the same video documentary that I had, you know, and the books and collecting the magazines and all that sort of stuff. And then yeah, just going into Jurassic Park, it was insane for me. And back then and no, still is now, but there isn't much screen time really with the dinosaurs. So there was a lot of the people and the action, and it was seeing the park as well. I think like actually feeling like these people were actually on the island, they were actually in the park. This is something that, you know, we could potentially go to. I was a kid love theme parks and zoos and all that sort of stuff, and it was just like, oh my god, this is just like a mixture of everything together that I was just like crazy about. So yeah, I think the almost the realism of the film, and I know that sounds weird because we don't have dinosaurs and things like that, but yeah, it was just one of those things where I just got sucked into it, really. That's what I loved about the first one. That's what I love about The Lost World. It was quite factual. There was parts of the movies where they actually just stopped and just like talked about the dinosaurs, talked about the science behind it and things like that. And it's things like that I think made it more real. That it wasn't constant action scene after action scene after action scene. There was some time to digest, and it there was just the discussion around the raptor enclosure, where Dr. Grant's just talking to Muldoon and they're having a conversation about, their growth patterns and all this sort of stuff. And it's just, I don't know how much of that sort of conversation would happen in a film made today. There was, I had everything Jurassic Park. I had the bed covers, pillow, the toys, everything that you could think of. I remember and I see them now and again, the McDonald's cups, and it had the Gallimimus and the T-Rex and stuff. I had all of them, and I was obsessed. I had that was the only thing that I could drink out of, was those cups. And sadly, I don't. Unless they're in my mum's loft, I don't think they're around anymore. But yeah, it was Jurassic for me. And then every now and again, I would sort of, if we were playing with friends and stuff, they might bring their little Velociraptor, the brown one, and all of this sort of stuff. So there was, but I was obsessed with it. I don't remember a lot of my friends being as like into it as I was, but or still am, because I'm a big man child. No, and everybody knows how much I love dinosaurs still and all this sort of stuff, and sometimes it's a bit like, yeah, I know, I'm like, still into dinosaurs, and I'm in my 30s, and I remember I still remember the day that my dad came to the front door holding the big Rex, and to this day, it's still my favorite piece of Jurassic memorabilia. I just absolutely love it. I still have it. It's still with me, amongst a few other little bits and pieces. But and the squirting Dilophosaurus also was one of my favorites. And I remember having the Jeep, and I would sort of recreate the breakout scene and all of this. And yeah, I've just spent hours playing with these things, setting up my own Jurassic Park. But it would always be a mixture of like Jurassic Park and Lost World and things like that. So there was always like loose dinosaurs running around in the wild. But yeah, it'd always be the scene where the T-Rex is pushing the car off the cliff, and so I sort of like a little bit of a disaster destruction movie. So I'm quite I like the build up to these things. Like in Jurassic Park, it was the sort of, here's the science, here's the characters, and now it's like, you're an hour into it. Here's the T-Rex, and this is everything that's going to happen from there. It just is, disaster. So, yeah. Again, it was, the love of Jurassic hadn't gone away, and I think I remember The Lost World more so in cinemas than I did. I remember, like I was saying before, I remember that snapshot of my brother. So I remember being in the cinema watching Jurassic Park. But I sort of remember watching the whole of the Lost World in the cinema, and yeah, like you say, is the all the toys, the Thrasher Rex, the bright green boxing, and all of this sort of stuff. It was so cool. And there was these coins that came with, I think it was like a tea bag. So I always remember my nan like
collecting these dinosaur coins for me every time she got this box of tea bags. So yeah, I had a lot of stuff. I don't know if I probably was getting to an age where I probably shouldn't have it, but you know. Yeah, no, I remember seeing a lot of pictures of the Spinosaurus and things like that, and I was quite. It actually came out the same weekend as my mum and my stepdad got married, and I just remember thinking, I really want to go to the cinema. I really want to go to the cinema, but I had to be at their wedding, so yeah. So I was really into it still, and even now I don't know. It just hasn't gone away for me. It's always been one of those things that, and even with the massive gap between JP3 and the Jurassic World, it was always something that, I would always still draw dinosaurs. I would always be interested in Jurassic Park bits and pieces, and so yeah, I feel like it's ingrained in me somehow. It hasn't escaped. Oh, for sure. I mean, like the volcano and all of that sort of stuff. It was constant imagery as I was growing up with dinosaurs and volcanoes and all of that sort of stuff. So seeing that together, I know that I think a lot of people had a bit of something to say about the smoke and all that sort of stuff and Owen. But somewhere along the lines, you have to sort of step back and go, this is a film about dinosaurs that have been brought back to life. Let's just, let it be in a way. But I mean, for me, the Jurassic World series probably, I think it goes the extra step, like over the top of the action and stuff like that, as opposed to the JP series. Whereas sort of, especially the first two films were really, really based in a sort of reality and a groundedness of the science and things like that. And there was then a few action pieces because of what animals were doing. And then, Jurassic World's probably a bit more about the explosions and the over-the-top jumping raptors and all of this sort of stuff. So, I mean, it's cool to see them back on screen and see what they do with them. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely has influence on my work, and Stan Winston and the team and things like that. That created these dinosaurs and the looks, and I still draw them today, and I can't beat the designs that they created. Like, to me, those Stan Winston creations are dinosaurs to me. But even before that, I remember being obsessed with The Land Before Time, and not just because they were dinosaurs, but because of the way, like, Don Bluth and the way that they were drawn, the thing, how they were animated. I just remember being sort of just looking at the screen and all of the line work, and like you could see the wrinkles in the skin and things like that, and these little rolls over Littlefoot's arms. Yeah, it was just, I don't know why, but I was sort of obsessed with that sort of little detail in animation and the line work and things. And I think that still has some influence in my work today, because when it comes to the legs and the little arms and stuff, there's always little folds around the tail and all of that sort of stuff, and around the jaw. And so that film, that artwork and stuff definitely has stuck with me. And artists like Chuck Jones, who the Tom and Jerry that he did, it still sticks with me now. The way that he drew the characters, and and even you know the Robin Hood, the Disney Robin Hood, and I quite liked the roughness of the lines. Like you could almost see the line work in the animation and when they were moving and stuff. So yeah, that had a massive influence. And then I saw Jurassic Park, and then it just sort of spiraled from there, really. I think many artists like myself spend many years sort of practicing their skill and finding a particular style that works for them. I remember actually drawing sort of chibi style dinosaurs when I was a kid, and that's how I used to draw dinosaurs, with the bigger heads and the bigger feet and things like that. And then sort of over time it changes, and then one day I thought I'm going to just try that again, that style, and do it how I would do it now and things. And that's when I first started doing a lot of the Jurassic World dinosaurs. And then, yeah, I seem to have got a massive audience from doing that particular style of art, and it's just sort of progressed from there, really. It's and so, I mean, when I'm doing my artwork, I'm very, very much shape driven. So I sort of work out, you know, particular, it might be a T-Rex or a Baryonyx or something like that. You know, it's the Baryonyx probably, you know, definitely has a longer, more triangle-y head and things like that. So I sort of map out the shape and the pattern and things like that, or the position, sorry, and try and just sort of and go from there. And then, you know, I don't. It sounds weird, but I think because I've seen so much imagery, I sort of just it's stuck in my head, and then I just sort of just draw. It just all gets down on the paper or my iPad, sorry, and yeah, it just sort of just spills out of my head. But yeah, I think I am very much shape driven when I start the process, and when I look at the anatomy of something and how sort of the foot falls or where the position of the hands are or the jaws and things like that. That's sort of, you know, things that I focus on, and I think it's little details like that that make it more recognizable to I say the character, but the particular style and species of dinosaur from Jurassic Park or Jurassic World. I know that they look quite simple and maybe cartoony, but I try to capture as much of the little details as well. If it's the coloring, patterning, and any scaling or anything like that sort of makes it unique to that species or what people have seen throughout the series or the franchise. Yeah, I try to make sure that those things are involved as well. It's quite nice to know that although, you know, I probably am harder on myself, but it's quite nice to know that I have a style that people do recognize, and I think I've worked at that, and it's not something that I've purposely gone for and said I need to have something that's so unique or slightly different or people can tell. Because, you know, I see other artists on Instagram that replicate that style and things, and, you know, I have seen a few times where I've thought, oh, that looks like mine, but then it's also nice to know that you are also a little bit of inspiration for other people to do stuff and develop their skills as well. So in the same way that I've done over the years, you know, there's tons of other artists that I love and follow on Instagram and stuff, and, you know, it's all learning. You know, I've seen how they color certain things or the way that they draw lines and things, so it's all a learning process. But yeah, it's quite a nice feeling knowing that I have a particular style that just sort of popped up out of nowhere, really. No, I haven't, and I've had people sort of say to me, "Oh, I'm surprised you haven't drawn Bumpy and things like that." And I have. It's down in sketchbooks. I haven't done it in final art. And, you know, I've got so many little poses and things like that of her, and you know, I really want to draw the baryonyx and the other bits and, you know, the other species and stuff from there. I think, you know, Toro as well is pretty good, pretty recognizable with the big scars and the burns and things like that. So that would be quite a good one to do. I'd love to, and I think like even drawing the kids in my style and with the dinosaurs and stuff. Like I saw the new toy, the figures that are coming out, and a dinosaur with them and stuff. So it'd be pretty cool to do like a little homage to that, with the character and a dinosaur and stuff. So yeah, maybe I should get onto that and make it happen. So. I mean, like everybody, I'm excited to see those main characters back in this universe all together, and see how they react, interact together, and how that sort of plays off. I think I have sort of my own sort of hopes for how Ian and Alan sort of, you know, interact with each other and stuff. So yeah, I hope it's going to be as big as I think it's going to be. I'd love to see an Avengers Endgame style movie with this, and just have a big finale and have it a little bit longer, and you know, whereas sort of Fallen Kingdom in moments felt quite rushed. It was next thing, and all of a sudden you're at the end of the film. So it'd be good to have some moments where there's, you know, a little bit more explanation on what's going on, or interaction between the main characters and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting to see the dinosaurs in our world, as opposed to being on a park and an island. So yeah, it'll be very good. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, it's absolute pleasure. Like, when you asked me if I could do it, it was just, you know, how could I say yes quick enough? So no, it was a really good one to work on. It was, like you say, it's the Jurassic Park logo itself, and the one that you use for the podcast itself. Everybody knows, so. It's trying to do something fun, something a little different, something that still relates to the franchise, and something unique for yourself. So hopefully. Yeah. So I mean, as of June, I'm actually going full-time freelance design and illustration. So yeah, I'm definitely up for new projects and things like that. Open for commissions for work and stuff. So I mainly use Instagram. I've got Facebook and I've got Twitter. I've just started posting my process videos on TikTok actually. But Instagram's, you know, it's the visual one, and it's the one I probably have a bigger sort of community base and stuff like that. So. Yeah, so Mike Spiers Art is where you can find me on all of those platforms. But yeah, just reach out. I'm happy to discuss anything, really. Doesn't have to be dinosaurs.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that conversation with the one and only Mike Spiers. So Mike has been, he's been around, like I've seen him around for so many years now. And I remember initially like seeing some of his art and just being like blown away by like his vibe and his style. And I think like as far as out there, there's not really, like everybody has their own individual style, and his really popped to me. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. So a long time ago we had said, you know, let's work together. I know he wanted to get involved in the podcast and stuff like that. So I'm glad we can finally bring him on board. We do have him on our website now, so you can go check out JurassicParkPodcast.com, and you can see our Meet the Team section. He's on there, as well as like on the sidebar over on our website. You can actually find a link to his store. So I know, you know, he created this artwork for us, which we do have our own store. Check that out. I won't really promote it too much, but just go to our website. You can find all the links for our store as well. But he has a store too. So if you want something that like, you know, something like this artwork, if you want him, you know, to work on something for you, you can definitely commission him. So yeah, please support artists out there, and just, you know, help make this community flourish, this artistic community, because there's so many incredible artists out there for Jurassic, and you know, Mike is only one of them. But I love what he was able to create for us, and you know, it's kind of similar to some other artwork that he has. I was basically just like, you know, that picture that you posted a long time ago, I want basically that, just like the Lost World Raptor, make it like look like that, and then put a microphone on there. And I love that cool orange backdrop that you got on there. So, you know, I've always wanted for the longest time to have, we've been doing this show, by the way, for 6 years, not this live stream. This has only been what, like 4 or 5 hours or so. But
it hasn't been 6 years.
No, it feels like it, right? But we've done the podcast for 6 years now, and I've always wanted to have artwork and something that we could put up on a store, not for just like to make money or to do all that stuff. It's really just for myself. Like, I've always wanted like a shirt or some pins or stickers of stuff that I work on or whatever. So that's kind of like why I really got into it in the first place. So it's a benefit for everybody else, that if you do want something, you can, you know, order a shirt or a sticker or whatever. But it's not really a priority to us, but it's a nice benefit, you know. I like having the option.
Yeah, I feel a great sense of pride wearing this t-shirt. It's really nice because I feel like it nicely encapsulates for me all of the hard work that we put in on our content, obviously, but also the really, really great community that we've got behind this. It's nice to know that this kind of stuff, you know, the rebrands and all of that kind of stuff, it wouldn't happen without people supporting us. At the end of the day, really the reason why I think we both put so much energy into all of this kind of stuff, and the reason why all of our other contributors do as well, is because we've got such a great community of people who really rally around Jurassic and make all of this stuff possible. So it's nice to have an actual fitted reminder. It's nice and baggy and doesn't show certain things that I don't want to be shown. And that just is a nice reminder of that. It's really nice to feel like I'm a part of something, and I think that's what I really appreciate from all of this.
It gives it like a feeling that it's like legit now. After all this time, we have something to show for it in a way, like just for the contributors alone. And if you're a listener and you like it too, that's awesome. But like really just for us, like it's kind of like a selfish creation in a way. Like just kind of wanted some fun for us to support ourselves and to show what we've been working on. And it's really cool, but it also gives us this new brand, new identity. You know, the Jurassic Park logo is impossible to beat. Like, you can't really, you know, that as far as identity is concerned, like that is Jurassic. You know what it is. But we wanted something that felt like more like us, or, you know, just kind of a new identity for the show in a way. We're not going to completely distance ourselves from our previous artwork just yet, but we're loving what we have. And you know, if you want to support us, that's great, but we'd prefer you donate today to the Trevor Project down below. So please go donate. Don't forget about that. I had to raise the goal before. That was awesome. You know, I had it originally set at 500, and we passed that. And you know, it says we reached 500 to 500. I was like, well, we got to expand that. I don't want people thinking the donation drive period is over. So we boosted it a little bit, so we raised it up to 700. If you guys want to surpass that, that's cool too. No pressure. But all of that money will go to the Trevor Project, and it's really cool. Hopefully we can help support this month. So we do have somebody else coming up here in a second, and I know you had the conversation. So, and it's, you know, I actually have no clue what's in the conversation. I'm assuming it's toy related. Is it?
Yes. Yeah, so for anyone who knows me in the community, I am really lucky to work with a few different people, and I feel like it's fair to say I probably spread myself a little bit thin sometimes, but there we go.
Who are you associated with? Nobody knows.
Yeah. So one of the people I work with is Tim Piper, who is the person who helps collect Jurassic. And Collect Jurassic, for anyone who doesn't know, is essentially a big toy resource focusing on everything to do with Jurassic Park toys and collecting. So it focuses on the Mattel figures, but also other memorabilia, such as things from Fanatic and other people as well. I do a lot of writing over there, as well as on our own website. And so Tim and I really sat down and we had a fun chat, kind of getting to know him more, because I feel like on Collect Jurassic as a platform, we've hosted a lot of people and a lot of really cool content creators. And obviously we work really closely with Tim anyway, Brad. But I feel like we've never really had the opportunity to get to delve into his history with Jurassic and where Collect Jurassic came from, because he kind of just popped up out of nowhere one day and started building this great resource in the community.
Yeah.
So who's this Tim guy from Greg? So this chat will hopefully let you get to know Tim a little bit more, and we'll also look ahead towards the future a little bit as well, thinking about what we'd like to see from Mattel and other brand partners as well as we enter Jurassic World Dominion. And I have managed to waffle on enough so that we are on the perfect time to start his segment. So I'm now going to hand over to you, Brad, to kick off this chat with Tim.
All right, let's welcome in Tim. Thanks for introducing that. That was perfect. So take it away.
So my first memory of the Jurassic franchise, and incidentally, kind of what got me into the franchise, my mom had bought me a Dennis Nedry action figure back in 1993. I remember coming home and it was on the kitchen table, and I didn't even really I like dinosaurs as much as any other kid. But here was this action figure with this guy whose arms ripped off, and he had a little tiny baby Dilophosaurus. And shortly after that, she got me the Dimetrodon. And I was just totally enraptured in this cool packaging with the Jurassic Park yellow logo and the black and the, again, the arms ripping off. I was like, what is this? I was so into it. And then it just kind of took off from there. So Collect Jurassic came about because I've always really been into, obviously, collecting Jurassic toys. And, growing up, I was always on the internet tracking news for toy news, and we had great websites like jptoys.com. But sort of this new age of social media and all that, I'm still collecting a lot. Getting into Mattel when they started to do Jurassic World, I was really craving like minute-to-minute updates, right? And you got these websites for Transformers and for Star Wars and for G.I. Joe that really really track all that collecting stuff, all the reveals and leaks and where to find it in store and what UPC to look up, all that nitty-gritty collector stuff, all these websites for these other franchises, but there was nothing for Jurassic. And I was already kind of doing the legwork to gather this information for myself. So I kind of just took my Instagram that was already about Jurassic collecting and, find folks like yourself involved, Tom, and a couple other people to help out and round it out. And yeah, it's been, I don't know, two going on 3 years, and it's been super fun. And it's just nice to share this hobby with everybody and hopefully get more and more people involved and excited, because that's what it's all about. Like when you really get into it and you're tracking every update and every new picture, it just gets people more excited versus just finding stuff in store blindly. So that's what it's all about, and that's how it got started. So over the course of Collect Jurassic, obviously I've got to do a lot of cool stuff, talk about a lot of cool stuff. Definitely going to Toy Fair for a couple of years. Obviously last year was called off due to COVID, but beyond that, going to Toy Fair is always always an amazing experience. I love getting some of the some of the stuff that Mattel sends out for content creators to use. That they make some killer packages sometimes. Like this last one with Scorpius Rex was really cool. But honestly, my favorite part of sort of doing Collect Jurassic is just networking with people, meeting people, making friends. It's like the list goes on and on for people that I've met and connected with all over the world, tracking toy news, importing toys early because I'm impatient. That's just been so fun to kind of have that outlet and just make friends. Internet friends are just as good as real life friends. And with something like Collect Jurassic, I've made so many, and that's so much fun. Probably so much stuff I could share. I could go on and on and on and on. But the first one, and I swear this is not just like a shameless plug, I'm being serious. Follow Collect Jurassic or head to the Collect Jurassic website. It's a great way. I think we hit all the major beats for announcements and store sightings and all that stuff. And again, not a shameless plug. It just surprises me when I'm in like a Facebook group and someone's like, I didn't know there was an Amber Collection Hammond coming out. And it's like, you would have known if you followed. So it's a good way to stay in the know. Again, not a shameless plug. But other than that, I highly recommend just getting connected with this community, not just following Collect Jurassic, but being friends with other collectors, following people on whatever social media you're in, or if you're in a Discord, or there's so much stuff out there to help you stay in the know. And I think that's what it's all about, is just everyone sharing information and sharing what they found and sharing what they like about a certain toy. That's my biggest tip for getting enjoyment out of this hobby is connecting with the community. Yeah, this giant display around behind me. What's the method I go for, especially with Mattel, all right? So Mattel dinosaurs, you have a lot of different silhouettes, you have a lot of different colors. When I put my stuff on display, that's what I like most about the Mattel figures, is that they look so good all next to each other. I try to mix them up. Obviously, this latest setup behind me, I had the opportunity to like have everything on the floor and then like put it up one by one versus like adding stuff as I get them, because that happens too. But I really just try to mix things up. So I don't have a bunch of blue dinosaurs next to each other. I try to mix the ceratopsians and like the sauropods, kind of get everything balanced in there. But I feel like I do a good job. People are always like, wow, that looks so good. I also really like these shelves that, I don't know if you can tell in this video, but they don't have like walls in between. So like dinosaur tails can go through them. Like I highly recommend open-sided shelves to get the most out of these long dinosaurs. Otherwise, it's really hard to fit them all on a shelf. So yeah, I just like to put them on display for the occasional person who's in my house, and they're always like, oh my gosh, I can't tell if they're impressed or terrified, but I like putting them on display. So as a toy content creator, self-appointed toy content creator, I've experimented with a lot of different content types. I got, reviews on YouTube, different kinds of reviews, really in-depth ones, really quick ones, podcasting, news articles, mostly social media posts. And my whole thought process behind that, honestly, to be brutally honest, is time management for me. Collect Jurassic can be a very busy thing. Like I could probably spend my entire work week if I wanted to making content for it, but do have other responsibilities. So for me, when I sit down to make content on any given day or week, I really have to make the most of my time, kind of figure out where am I going to get the most bang for my buck here? Is it going to be, updating the website with like new packaging photos of Dino Escape figures, or is it going to be like pumping out a quick one-take review video because I don't have time to film a bunch of B-roll, you know how it is. So I really try to sit back and think about how can I make the most of the 2 or 3 hours I have to make content. But really, I just like to do stuff that that isn't out there. Like for toy photography, there's so many awesome toy photographers, and I don't consider myself one of them, but I don't want to copy them either. So I always try to do something fun in my head, something with a little bit of headcanon. I'm big into that too. So I just like to have fun, and I like to use my time wisely. I don't like to waste my time making a review that's going to take 4 hours to export when I could do 4 small reviews in the time. So it's all about, time management. All right, 2021, our favorite Jurassic toy. Let me think about this. Because we've got a lot. We got some Dino Escape, we got some Primal Attack, we got some pretty cool Camp Cretaceous stuff. I have some things behind me that I haven't opened yet that I think I'm going to love. I'm eyeing this Carchard Dinosaurus. I hope I'm saying that right. That one looks cool, but I haven't opened it, so I can't say that it's my favorite right now. So I'm gonna go with the this is toys I have in my hands. If I had an Explorer right now, I would probably be like, the Explorer is my favorite thing, but I don't have it in my hands right now. So I have the toys I own and have opened and have been like, kind of had a chance to experience or play with. My favorite one is definitely the Stomp and Escape T-Rex with the capture gear and the stomping feet and the darker paint coloration. It is just, Mattel's T-Rexes just get better and better, and I love that one. So that's probably my favorite one this year. But when the Explorer comes out in America, I'm probably going to be like, oh no, this is my favorite. So. All right, favorite collectible of all time is a very tough question for me to answer because I have so many favorites. I don't just collect Mattel, obviously. I collect a lot of vintage Jurassic. And just off the top of my head, I have an awesome Sideshow Collectibles. It's called, I think it's called the T-Rex Showdown statue. It's a big statue. Came out during what I call the Jurassic Dark Ages, from Jurassic Park 3 to Jurassic World, where like no merchandise ever came out. They came out with the statue. Very limited edition, probably one of my favorites, one of my prized possessions. But I have some other killer stuff I love too. The pencil case from the 90s that's just literally a yellow plastic suitcase with the Jurassic Park logo. But when I was a kid, I always like pretended it was like some sort of like, DNA briefcase, stuff like that really has a memory for me. I love that stuff. So it's definitely more of my favorite collectibles are vintage oriented. And there's some great ones, but that statue is probably like one of my prized possessions. So there's a lot of different Jurassic licensee holders right now, and I think there'll probably be even more closer to Dominion. We have Mattel, obviously. We got Lego. We have Jada. We have Toy Monster. And I'd love them all to just continue to look back at the franchise and kind of, there's a lot of like untapped merch potential. I know they have an obligation to do the contemporary films that are in theaters, but I would say, day in and day out, people are requesting Lost World stuff, whether it's vehicles or characters or dinosaur designs. I'd love to see more of that. I'd love to see Lego. They've given us basically 2 classic sets if you count the gates, and they have this awesome the Raptor and the embryo storage chamber set. Like, that's such a cool set. So I'd love to see more of those classic Jurassic sets from Mattel. I'd love to see more Legacy, Lost World, that kind of stuff. And for Jada, I'd love, again, for them to kind of explore Lost World and Jurassic Park for vehicles. And even Toy Monster, I'd love to see them kind of hit up some vintage designs, and honestly, Toy Monster, their captives line is incredible. I would love to see them do anything. So I'd like to see them continue to explore Jurassic toys in general. So Jurassic fans, for Jurassic June, I'm going to echo something I said earlier in the stream about, the best way, in my opinion, to enjoy this franchise we all love and this fandom that we're all in is to connect with the community, which is what's awesome about JPod and, this Jurassic June stream. Like, it's all about bringing people together and sort of, highlighting stuff we like about the community. It's just a fun fandom to be a part of, and it's always different. There's always something new happening, always some new content from someone, and that's, again, what I love the most about it. So Jurassic June, Jurassic fans, get out there, make friends, support each other, all that good stuff, because that's where the fun is at.
Hey, we're back. So, thank you, Tim. I love Tim. I've had the chance to meet Tim a few times at New York Toy Fair, I think twice now. Unfortunately, we didn't have that opportunity this past year, but maybe next year. But yeah, we kind of wanted to discuss the state of collecting. So go ahead. What do you want to talk about? Because I feel like there's plenty we can discuss. Because there's there's still a lot of stuff coming out.
There is. We've got a 7-minute slot for this one, so everyone's aware. So it's going to be interesting condensing it. So I'm not going to waffle anymore.
Oh, yeah. No, we're not going to cover everything, but a little bit.
The most interesting thing to me, I think, right now is where companies like Mattel are heading with their community awareness. So I think for me as a UK collector, it's always been a lot harder getting a hold of products, but we've kind of seen them go forwards a little bit in terms of availability in the past year. So things like the Nedry Gateway set or Getaway set, I always call it the Gateway for some reason. Gateway to where? Heaven, because he gets killed. The Tyrannosaurus Breakout set with the Ford Explorer, and also the Legacy Collection Spinosaurus are all things that have seen broader releases. And I think that's great, but there's a lot that still needs to be done. I think Dilly Dilophosaur actually just mentioned the Amber collection, and there's a really, really good point to be made about the fact that that line is being treated so poorly at the moment. At least in terms of the UK, it's not available anywhere. I have to import it. And I know you've been saying product just isn't shifting. So I think Mattel are taking steps to be more aware of us as collectors. It just needs to continue along that track. And that's not to say it's just them. There's companies like Lego who perhaps could do a little bit more that's actually canonical as opposed to just making vehicles up that look like Batmobiles.
See, I kind of love that stuff. I love like the random, just the mech suits and like crazy stuff like that. I mean, that was, that had something to do with something, but I kind of like when Lego goes off the wall and does some fun stuff. But yeah, the Amber collection, and you mentioned I am always referring to it, whether it's Toy Hunts or on our live streams or podcasts, about how like it's so stagnant. It is literally never moving off the shelves, and I think they're kind of going through like this like learning curve with Beyond the Gates. And I almost messed up. I pretty much always mess up the name of Behind. Now I'm confused. What is it? Beyond the Gates.
Clearly,
Behind?
It doesn't matter that much.
Whatever. I feel like there's a learning curve as far as like what are we going to do as far as like pre-orders and how much are we going to have on shelves, and there's a learning curve that they're trying to work through right now, and we've seen a few of the new recent items. Actually, the pre-orders have been just like sold out, and that was completely unexpected. I know a lot of people didn't pre-order right away and then they lost out. I was away during the last one, and I actually didn't get to pre-order like John Hammond or Ellie, right? Those were the last ones. But luckily, I had them apparently pre-ordered somewhere else. So they're fulfilling, it seems, actually, as we speak. So that's pretty good. But yeah, it's an interesting time, I think. And I just cannot believe, after how long has it been? Since 2018, we are still getting stuff consistently, despite, obvious distribution issues around the world.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is, yes, distribution is a big problem. But speaking more broadly, it's really cool seeing how much stuff is still coming out, like you say. I mean, the Ford Explorer is something that people have wanted from Mattel since the 2018 Fallen Kingdom line. So the fact that they're now releasing that is really, really cool. Because it shows that they're continuing to engage and they're continuing to be aware of what people want. And I will say, actually, the inclusion of capture gear in the most recent Dino Escape assortment. So what I can do, actually, if I reach off camera here, I almost pulled it out, but the inclusion of capture gear on, you've got the Rex, I've got the Carcharodontosaurus. I think that this just adds so much more to these toys and gives them a really, really nice level of depth and functionality that we haven't seen for some time. So I think credit where credit's due. Mattel are really listening, and they are trying to get it right. I just think, like we say, we want to be able to get these toys in our hands. We want to be able to buy them. At the end of the day, it's like that meme: "Take my money. Here's my wallet. Take it." You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that sums it up quite well. But I will say, I'm excited for Jurassic World Dominion because I feel like release years always bring in a lot more broader memorabilia and merchandise as well. So obviously Tim's a big fan of Jada and their die-cast vehicles. They've done a Jeep Wrangler recently. Also, I think it was Clem and Tony did some like loads of different puzzle sets and things when Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom released. Yeah. So I do think we will see wider stuff that we can collect and enjoy. It just needs to kind of be universally available in every market where people want to buy it.
And now we're seeing this weird thing that, like, you know, Dominion should have been out in theaters already. So like companies are still trying to adapt to that, and we're seeing stuff being released that had to do with the release of Dominion. And like it's kind of like it's all trickling out slowly, and things are becoming available in different places. But I'm really interested to see what it's going to look like next year. Yeah. So. But I do want to cover real quick, take a look at our stream schedule. I know some people were asking earlier, but where are we on this? Oh, we're actually on the second half here. So we just did Collect Jurassic. Thank you, Tim. Thank you again, Tim. And we're going to be moving on to Dr. David Button. Go ahead, give us a quick intro before we dive into it in one more minute here.
So Dr. David Button, really, really awesome paleontologist, used to work at London's Natural History Museum and now works at the University of Bristol, I believe. When I did my original Jurassic World Evolution meetup at the Natural History Museum in London, he was awesome enough to give us a talk about paleontology and Jurassic Park and talking about the paleo history of some of the animals in the films. And you guys who are watching right now have got a real treat because he was cool enough to record that entire conversation, complete with his presentation for today's stream. So Brad, bring it up and let's get into it. I feel like I'm just giving you direction.
Hi everybody, happy Jurassic June. I'm David Button from the University of Bristol, and I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about the ways in which we reconstruct the lives of extinct dinosaurs. Now, as we all know, the Jurassic Park franchise has been responsible for some of the most iconic depictions of dinosaurs in pop culture, to varying degrees of accuracy. It is also responsible for some of the most iconic depictions of paleontology and paleontologists as well, although I can only wish it was quite as easy as finding an entire velociraptor skeleton just buried under some sand, and I can certainly only wish that I could be quite as dynamic as Drs. Sattler or Grant. But nonetheless, not a great deal of the paleontological process is depicted in Jurassic Park or the subsequent movies, and that's something which I'm hoping instead to bring to you a little bit today. Now, as we all know, in the Jurassic Park franchise, the recipe for dinosaurs goes something like preserved mosquito and amber, plus scientists, plus sophisticated techniques, plus DNA from a frog equals occasionally misspelled dinosaur genome. Now, about the time that Michael Crichton was writing the original Jurassic Park, there was a great buzz in the scientific community about claims of potential preserved DNA being intact in Mesozoic era fossils. Unfortunately, however, subsequent examination showed that these early supposed cases of Mesozoic era DNA were instead the result of more modern contamination, and so sadly, no dino DNA. And although more modern claims do exist, it is very difficult to separate any such results from genetic material that will be present from microbes also inhabiting the fossils themselves. And indeed, the oldest, broadly agreed upon, well-supported genetic materials extracted from fossil remains come from some 1.2 million year old mammoth teeth, as reported upon earlier this year. So not a dinosaur, but still pretty cool. Nonetheless, it really does seem in this case that we're starting to push the boundaries for how long significant amounts of genetic material can survive in the fossil record. And though a 1.2 million year old mammoth tooth may sound old, there's still a massive gulf between that and a 70 million year old dinosaur fossil. And so sadly, I for one believe that the half-life of DNA is just too short for significant amounts of genetic material to ever be preserved in any Mesozoic era fossils. So yeah, sorry about that, guys. Nonetheless, we are starting to discover that exceptional preservation may be far more common in the fossil record than we once thought, with purported cases from dinosaurs including the preservation of fragments of proteins and amino acids, and even the replication of the shape of dinosaur blood cells. And taken together, these kinds of discoveries could teach us a lot about dinosaur biology. So, as this lack of DNA leaves us sadly unable to clone dinosaurs, even with the help of an eccentric billionaire, then how exactly are we supposed to reconstruct their appearance? Now, in some cases we're exceptionally lucky, and exceptional preservation provides a window through which we can reconstruct dinosaurs with a great degree of confidence. Good example of this are the well-known hadrosaur mummies, which show copious skin impressions and in some cases even preservation of organic material that shows us that these animals were covered in a pebbly mosaic of scales. And indeed, soft tissue preservation of Edmontosaurus shows us that this dinosaur had a soft tissue comb on its head, a bit like a chicken, and further showing us that even what we thought was one of the best known dinosaurs still had a few surprises in store for us. And of course, in recent decades, these examples have been joined by large numbers of specimens, particularly from China, of dinosaurs preserving the presence of feathers, something which has completely overhauled our understanding of their biology. And this has included such treats as the crow-sized dromaeosaur Microraptor, which sported wings on all four of its limbs, of the velociraptor-sized dromaeosaur Zhenguanlong, showing us that raptors too would have been fully decked out in a plumage of feathers, and most surprisingly of all, the small theropod Yi-Chi, which shows not only feathers on its body, but also bat-like wings of skin on its arms, preserving a form of flight that was completely unexpected in the fossil record. And even if we look beyond theropods, we see in ornithischians such as Psittacosaurus the preservation of quill-like structures which may or may not have anything to do with feathers. Remarkably, some of these feathers show subcellular levels of preservation, and so when placed under a scanning electron microscope, we can see the melanosomes, or pigment organelles, within them. Now, although it is important to remember that there are many forms through which feathers are pigmented, not all of which preserve in fossils, comparing the shape of these melanosomes to those of living birds does allow us to start to reconstruct some of the colours that these fossil dinosaurs would have been. So for example, Anchiornis seems to have had piebald body feathers and a rufous crest, whereas Microraptor had iridescent feathers like those of a crow. Now, in light of these amazing discoveries, it remains perhaps inevitable that the main concern of the media often seems to be, does this mean Tyrannosaurus Rex and feathers? Well, this is an argument that got a real shot in the arm with the discovery of Eutyrannus, an earlier tyrannosauroid which sported a pelage of filament-like feathers. Now, Eutyrannus was about 9 meters long and weighed around a ton, and so this proves that at least some large-bodied tyrannosauroids did indeed have feathers. But what about the tyrannosaurids proper, like Albertosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex itself? They, after all, got a lot larger than Eutyrannus. Well, more recently reported skin impressions from Tyrannosaurus rex show pebbly mosaic-like scales from across large parts of the body, including the neck, the lower back, and the tail. And further, some have suggested that textures on the facial bones of Tyrannosaurids such as Daspletosaurus suggest that it was armoured with scales. Now, taken together, these then suggest that large tyrannosaurids like Tyrannosaurus were at least primarily scaly, although it should be noted that we do not have complete coverage of the body, so the presence of some filaments on areas such as the upper back cannot be entirely ruled out. And further, as well as soft tissue preserved around dinosaur bones, if you're very lucky and ask very nicely, and someone is kind enough to let you cut through a dinosaur bone, you can also find a lot of information preserved within it. So one example here is the cited presence of medullary bone in the bones of some dinosaurs. Now, medullary bone is a tissue that's laid down by living birds when they're in the process of forming and laying eggs, as it helps to protect the calcium from being leached out of the mother's bones by the developing eggs. Consequently, if we could find medullary bone in prehistoric dinosaurs, this would be very exciting, as it would allow us to establish which specimens were then adult females in the process too of egg laying. Unfortunately, however, it should be noted that the distribution and form of medullary bone is actually quite poorly characterized among living birds, so many cited instances of medullary bone in fossil dinosaurs should still be treated with some degree of caution for now. Now, looking at the texture of dinosaur bones, we can also see growth rings in many cases, similar to the growth rings of a tree. And in the same way, if we count these growth rings, it allows us to establish the age of the dinosaur when it died. Now, if we have large numbers of dinosaur specimens for a particular species, this then allows us to establish growth curves by figuring out how large a dinosaur was at various ages. And particularly interesting, if we look at the fossil record of hadrosaurs and tyrannosaurids, we can see both that these animals were growing very, very quickly, but also there seems to have been something of an evolutionary arms race between them, with the duckbills racing to grow to reach fighting weight as quickly as possible, and the tyrannosaurids in turn trying to grow as quickly as possible to keep pace with them. Now, what is interesting is that we see these very high growth rates in dinosaurs. And these are more similar to those of living warm-blooded mammals and birds than they are to living cold-blooded reptiles. And so if we synthesize these data, both from growth rings but also from the overall texture of dinosaur bones, then this suggests that they too showed elevated metabolisms, and indeed we can see the parallel evolution of warm-bloodedness both within the dinosaur lineage that led to birds and also in the synapsid lineage that led to living mammals. And so this very much leads us to this concept that dinosaurs were not like modern ectothermic cold-blooded reptiles as once thought. And indeed, many of them, particularly smaller ones, would have been more similar to modern endotherms, such as mammals and their extant relatives, the birds. However, it should be noted we're increasingly beginning to understand that metabolism is not a simple binary between ectothermic and endothermic individuals. And in particular, much attention needs to be given to mass homeothermy. That is, even large-bodied reptiles, like leatherback turtles, are able to maintain a stable core temperature, in part due to their large body size. And in particular, it should be noted that the large body size of many dinosaurs means that effectively they would have been able to maintain a stable temperature, whether they were endothermic or ectothermic. Consequently, it seems best to think of dinosaurs as ranging across the spectrum we see in living animals. So whereas they all seem likely to have had metabolisms elevated above those of modern ectothermic reptiles, many of them still probably had metabolisms below the level of modern birds and mammals. Now, you are what you eat, and the diet of dinosaurs left many traces on their skeletons, most particularly on the teeth. So if you subject dinosaur teeth to high-powered magnification under a microscope, you'll see the presence of minute scratches and other microwear textures that not only help us to narrow down what a dinosaur ate, but also show us how the tooth rows move past each other and so reconstruct the jaw motions that these animals used to procure and process their food. So for example, analysis of the tooth microwear textures of the small ceratopsian Leptoceratops show that it combined vertical motions of the jaw with forward and backward sliding in an orbital bite cycle reminiscent of that of living rodents, that in a similar way would have allowed Leptoceratops to effectively slice its food. Similarly, analysis of the microwear textures of ceratopsids show that they too likely performed some degree of backwards and forwards movements of the lower jaw, but also that they performed very powerful vertical shearing driven by the strong jaw muscles these dinosaurs had. Taken together, these show that ceratopsids clearly had a very powerful feeding apparatus that would have allowed them to effectively slice through even the toughest plant material, and consequently, ceratopsids do not seem to have needed or used gastroliths, which is of course great news if you wish to house them alongside poisonous berries. The real champions of dinosaur teeth, of course, were the hadrosaurs such as Parasaurolophus, which combined hundreds of small teeth into powerful tooth batteries of which to grind their food. And recent work exploring the histology of these batteries is showing that how they were a dynamic, reactive structure, providing an extremely complex surface over which these animals could grind their food with unparalleled efficiency. So we can see that a lot of information is preserved in fossil dinosaur bones as well as soft tissues, but how do we reconstruct soft tissues when they're not there? Well, something which has been a great aid to this has been the increasing use of CT scanning in dinosaur research. And this allows us to take dinosaur specimens into the virtual environment, where we can perform various retrodeformation procedures to correct the damage that was done to them during the fossilization process. So we can fill in holes, repair cracks, and as well as undo the warpage that the bones will have suffered while being compressed by sediment. And so this allows us to reconstruct parts of the body, such as the skull, as they would have been when the animal was alive. And this 3D reconstruction is very useful. We can look at it in all angles and we can readily share it with our colleagues. And we can also use the CT scans to peer inside the bones to look at, for example, the replacement teeth growing in the skull and work out how quickly they were replaced. Finally, we can use scars and other features on the bones with comparison to living relatives like birds and crocodiles to reconstruct soft tissues such as the muscles, for example, the muscles of the jaw, and to figure out their orientations and their relative sizes, which gives us an idea of how strong they would have been able to contract. And so by piecing these forms of evidence together, we can really start to get a comprehensive look at what dinosaurs would have been like in life. Now, a particularly interesting interior space of the skull to reconstruct is of the interior surface of the brain case, which allows us to look at dinosaur sensory biology. So, for example, reconstruction of the brain of Tyrannosaurus shows a well-developed olfactory tract, indicating a powerful sense of smell. Similarly, reconstruction of the inner ear of Velociraptor indicates not only that it had an effective sense of balance, but also that its hearing was finely tuned to the high-pitched squeaks of its small mammalian prey. Now, looking at these things in the Alvarezsaurid Shuvia has shown even more remarkable results, indicating that a highly elongate cochlea, similar to that of the living barn owl, which would have granted it similar auditory acuity. Similarly, we can also see from the dimensions of its sclerotic rings that it had very large eyeballs, similar to living nocturnal birds, and taken together, this shows that an extremely advanced nocturnal habit was already present in this Mesozoic dinosaur. And this also allows us to estimate the volume of the brain, and this is interesting because the size of the brain relative to the body, as well as examination of its various substructures, provides a very rough estimate of intelligence between different groups of animals. And so here we have a plot of the relative brain size of various groups of archosaurs, and we can see that unsurprisingly the sauropods fall out at the bottom, although they do still fall within the range seen in living reptiles. By contrast, many other groups of dinosaurs show relatively larger brains, more similar to those of living birds than reptiles, and in particular, the small theropod groups such as Troodontid and Dromaeosaurids come out on top. They shouldn't look too smug, however, because if we compare them within the broader range of brains as seen within living birds, we can see that non-avian theropods do not cluster with the relatively large-brained living birds like crows, but instead they show greater similarity to more basal land birds. So perhaps we shouldn't be thinking of raptors as smart like crows or parrots, let alone apes, whatever Jurassic Park 3 says, but we should instead be thinking of raptors as being smart like pigeons. Now, this may not be as bad as it sounds. Pigeons are actually very adept at memorizing complex spatial and other forms of information, and it should also be remembered that the relative size of the brain is only a very rough estimate of intelligence and may be of dubious utility, particularly when being compared between animals of very different sizes and lifestyles such as these. But nonetheless, what this does show us is that dinosaurs would have been capable of learning complex behaviours. And what these reconstruction techniques also allow us to do is to consider dinosaurs mathematically as biomechanical problems by looking at how the reconstructed jaw forces would have moved components of the skeleton to perform work. So, for example, a lot of attention has gone into computational biomechanical modelling to calculate bite forces in Tyrannosaurus rex, because this sort of thing is always done on Tyrannosaurus rex. But the results are actually very interesting, and they show that calculated bite forces in Tyrannosaurus vastly eclipse those measured or calculated for any other land animal, much greater than even those of the saltwater crocodile. And this would have granted Tyrannosaurus with the bite power it needed to inflict the deep puncture marks and even entire removed sections of bone observed in ceratopsid and hadrosaurid fossilized bones that were fed upon by tyrannosaurs. It also would, of course, granted Tyrannosaurus all the power it needed to break through as many car roofs and ingest as many lawyers as its heart could possibly have desired. Interestingly, if we look at some calculated bite forces for some other large theropods, we see that these are much lower and, oddly, are similar to or even lower than crocodilians or even mammals of much smaller body sizes. So what is going on here? So some authors have investigated this problem using other techniques, such as finite element analysis. Finite element analysis is a biomechanical modelling technique which allows us to reconstruct patterns of stress and strain in structures like the skull that would have resulted from various simulated behaviours, such as those encountered during feeding. And what work on Allosaurus, as well as some other work on Carnotaurus, has demonstrated is that although bite forces in these species were relatively weak for their size, the skull was very well constructed to resist powerful vertical forces imposed on the teeth. Now, this, coupled with the very strong jaw muscles reconstructed for these species, suggests that they would not have overcame their prey through delivery of a devastatingly powerful bite, as Tyrannosaurids did, but instead they would have used strong vertical motions of the head and shallow bites to rake the blade-like teeth through their prey, inflicting shallow wounds and gradually bleeding their prey out until it was too weak to fight back. And so, as we can see there here, that we have very different styles of hunting between different kinds of large theropods, and we could begin to speculate how this may have suited them towards different kinds of prey. So, for example, the very strong bites of Tyrannosaurids may have helped them to brawl with armoured prey of a similar size to themselves, whereas this more attrition, whittling down approach of Carnosaurs may have helped them to tackle relatively large prey, such as juvenile sauropods. Now, we can also use techniques to investigate herbivorous dinosaurs, calculating bite forces, looking at how they would have fragmented plant stems, and then also seeing how they would have accommodated stress and strain in the skull during feeding. And so what this shows us is even in the superficially simple skulls of Stegosaurids, Therizinosaurs and Sauropodomorphs, we in fact see a great range of functional performance. And what this shows us is that each of these was in fact a very sophisticated feeding apparatus, and that we see each of these groups of animals adapting to herbivory in different ways, and this in turn would have formed the basis of ecological separation between these different animals. And we can also use these techniques to study how dinosaurs moved, supplementing data from fossil trackways with biomechanical models of the musculoskeletal system. So this is some modelling done by workers at the University of Manchester on Tyrannosaurus rex, where they concluded that it is unlikely that adult Tyrannosaurus could have performed a running gait, as this would have placed too much stress on its skeleton. And certainly they would not have been able to chase a jeep at 50 km per hour. Nonetheless, although these higher speed estimates are out of the range of Tyrannosaurus, its power walk would still have enabled it to move at relatively appreciable speeds, perhaps up to around 27 km per hour. Now, if we look at some speed estimates from other dinosaurs, we can see that their real champions are, unsurprisingly, the ostrich dinosaurs like Struthiomimus, that seem to have been able to run at 60 km per hour, similar to living ostriches. So as we've seen, we can use these techniques to reconstruct dinosaur paleontology in great detail. But what this also allows us to do more broadly is to look at some key transitions in the fossil record, such as exploring the evolution of the sensory structures and brains of birds, as well as the complex evolution of flight within theropoda. What this also allows us to do is to take data from dinosaurs and use it to address fundamental evolutionary questions, such as some of my own work, which has looked at the repeated evolution of herbivory within dinosaurs and use it to investigate the pattern and process of convergent and parallel evolution within the group. So to summarise, if we want to understand the lives of dinosaurs, what we need is not eccentric billionaires plus genetics, but instead careful paleontological work plus maths. Listening. Again, I'm Dr. David Button, currently based at the University of Bristol, and I'd love to hear from any of you. Probably the best way to do it is on Twitter, though I should warn you in advance, I'm very rarely on Twitter, but I'm trying to get better at it, so hopefully you do that, then I will get back to you. But again, thanks for listening, and goodbye.
Well, there's a stream schedule. That's still up. All right, so let's bring ourselves back over here if I can. All right, here we go. So who's up next? We get. It looks like we got the one and only Neemz coming up next.
We do.
How much time do we have in between this conversation?
We have got 8 minutes, Brad. We've got 8
look at
minutes
that.
to chill out and chat.
Yeah, man, dude, this has been fun. How long have we been going so far?
I want to say we're at like
5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. So I don't know, who's been here the whole time or not. There's been a consistent amount of people, and we just want to say thank you so much to everybody who's been, hanging out in the chat, talking with us, and of course, helping to raise money for the Trevor Project. We really, really appreciate that. And you guys are killing it. I mean, look, we're up to, it says $627 on my screen here. So that's awesome.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
Really well.
Super pumped about that. So thank you to everybody who's been donating. 100% of that money will go. I don't know if YouTube takes any fees or not, but I don't think so. But all that money will go to the Trevor Project. None of that comes to us. But yeah, we really, really appreciate that. That was an amazing presentation. That was awesome. I feel like I was learning stuff left and right. I loved the tempered approach at Paleontology and Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
In a time right now where the discussions are getting extremely heated unnecessarily. So I really appreciated Dr. David Button for actually coming at it from a good approach and giving some insight and some something for people to look up to, I guess, with paleontology and that kind of discussion.
So I did over on Twitter, I retweeted this with a link to Dr. David Button's Twitter account, or I tagged him in it. I didn't link it, I tagged him in it. There we go. Please do go over and tweet some praise at him. Let him know if you enjoyed his presentation. He is a really, really awesome paleontologist, and I feel like he is a fantastic person to advocate for Jurassic Park as a vessel to encourage more interest in paleontology. I mean, to give you a little bit of backstory, I literally emailed the Natural History Museum. I was about to say National History Museum. When I was doing my first Jurassic World Evolution meetup, got to speak to the head of the Dino Lab there, and they eventually passed me on to David and said he'd be interested in doing a talk. And I kind of didn't give him any guidance. I said it would be interesting to learn more about the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park and their paleo history, maybe don't go too in depth. And he came back with the same presentation you saw there that so perfectly encapsulates the animals that we see in the film and their paleo accuracy. And
That's
I think
amazing.
there's a lot to be said for having good discussions there. So do go and show him some love. Really, really grateful to him for doing that. And as I said, we will be looking at releasing segments individually after the live stream, so you guys have those things to go away and watch, because we want you to get enjoyment from all the different bits of content as well.
Yeah, so much content. Somehow we were able to get so many really cool people to submit stuff and to speak with us. And like you said, we'll try to get everybody out there another chance if you want to watch some of these segments that you may have missed. But I mentioned it before, some of the stuff that you hear today, or maybe all of it, I don't know. We're still figuring that all out. You'll hear it on the podcast as well in much longer form. Actually, thank you to Caleb, just donated. Caleb is going to be on later on, and we had a conversation that was like an hour and a half long. But today, you're going to hear like a 30 or so minute version of that conversation. So there's so much more content in there to peel off and to sift through. So again, thank you for all the donations. Thank you to everybody who's been watching.
Welcome back, Corey and Sarah. It's good to have both of you back.
And we have like 4 minutes, a very short amount of time before we get into the one and only movie poster guy that you guys all know. So I did list here Camp Cretaceous Season 3. Not really a lot to talk about in 3 minutes or 4 minutes here. But give me some general thoughts on what you're looking forward to moving forward, because going out of Season 3 into the future.
Yeah, so I won't go too spoiler heavy, just in case anyone watching hasn't seen Season 3 of the show. If you haven't yet, as much as I love you being here, turn us off and go and watch it, yeah? I'm just waiting for our watching count to just disappear.
It's all gone. Thanks, Tom.
But no, the things I'm most excited for are new dinosaurs, new adventures, new locations, and possibly further connections to Jurassic World Dominion. And if I'm gonna go out on a limb and say something a little bit ambitious, I really hope we see Biosyn turn up in Season 4.
That would be pretty cool. I feel like there has to be a connection there, right? Like it really feels like there needs to be. I'm still under the assumption that like Manticore is something else. It's not what it seems. You know, they already said it's a front for something else. So I'm like, is it going to be a front for a front for a front for, like, you know, how many layers of fronts are there for this company? I don't know, but I feel like there's got to be some ties there or something. You know, it seems like it would, you know, be a natural fit for
Plot
them
twist.
to lead into this
Manticore
movie.
is a front for Biosim, which is a front for InGen.
Oh, it's been InGen the whole time, stealing from themselves?
It said
Wow.
InGen on the side of that chop.
Well, Blake has a theory on that. Blake, I believe you were the one who led us into this fun conversation on the last mailbag, maybe? It was in regards to Biosyn and Dominion and what changing the theories on Jurassic Park. I don't even know if I have time. Maybe we can get into it, but there was some real fun kind of headcanon-y stuff that they could potentially do. Yeah, I would love to talk more about that if we get the chance here today. But we are coming up here in just a minute. But yeah, this has been so much fun. My gosh, let me put up that schedule one more time just so we can kind of get an idea of what's coming here. So you got Neemz here, 5:45. And then follow that up. I just mentioned Caleb. He's coming up at 6:15. And then a big thing, we have all of your videos that you submitted to talk about the one thing that you want from Jurassic World Dominion. And I know there's going to be some really fun stuff. I am very interested in hearing that. I know Tom put together the video as everybody sent stuff in, so I have not gotten a chance to really watch it yet. And then after that, we have Conor O'Keefe with a Dino DNA talking all about the dinosaurs that are, you know, going to be in Jurassic World Dominion, right? And then we're going to round that out with a conversation with Mattel at the final hour of this stream at 7:35. We're gonna be presenting a short conversation, not too long, but then we'll close out the show after that. So yeah, it's gonna be upwards of 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here by the time we're out of here. But this has been so much fun.
What time is that for me?
Yeah, I don't know. It's 1 a.m, I think, for you.
Yeah.
hopefully you're doing okay. But yeah, so why don't we go ahead and get out of here? Well, not get out of here, but we're gonna hand it over to Neemz here in a second and learn all about his art. I'm assuming, right? Isn't that what you guys talked about?
Yep, you're spot on. So you are gonna hear a little bit about Neemz's past with the Jurassic franchise, the opportunity of the lifetime he got working obviously on the official poster, and then a little bit about what he'd like to do in the future as well. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, let's find out here. Take it away.
I would say my love for Jurassic began in 1994 when the VHS came out, and I got to see the movie for the first time with my dad. I remember going to Kmart and buying the VHS. I begged my mom, please, can I watch this dinosaur movie? I remember looking at the back of the box. I was 3, mind you, and a lot of people are like, you don't remember that. I remember it clear as day. I don't know why. It's one of the memories that has stuck with me. And then I came home that night and watched Jurassic with my dad, and my dad went on a trip to Japan a couple of weeks later. He came back with a Velociraptor, a T-Rex, a Triceratops, all from the original Kenner line, but the Japanese versions, because he figured I'm in Japan, he really liked the movie, here's some toys, and that's where all this started. So I think that's where my love for Jurassic started. I would say my art started, or my graphic design passion. I have a passion for graphic design, like that meme. I think that started in 2003 when I was 13. My junior high actually had a class. It was like a trial class for kids that wanted to try digital art in Photoshop. And I think it was like CS1 or 2 back then. That's how old I am. And I loved it. And I remember passing the class. I still have the CD with like 20 megabytes worth of Photoshop files, which is nothing these days. And that's where it started, was that class. And I never stopped. Honestly, I think it was, I always liked movie posters, and this is embarrassing, but I used to make music video movie posters for like Britney Spears and like all these other artists as like fan art. and I would turn the music video into a movie poster. And the funny thing about that is now is I'm doing that for real artists. But the exciting thing with that is when Jurassic World started to come about, I was like, why am I not doing this for Jurassic, just for fun? And I actually posted something on Twitter the other day that was my first poster that I created for Jurassic World, and it's kind of embarrassing. The layout's kind of okay, but the execution not so much. And there's like a big futuristic city on the bottom, and I use like concept art from Jurassic World instead of the actual art. I don't know what I was thinking. And I think that's what inspired me, was all the old VHS covers and the DVD covers from Jurassic and all that. Just all that kind of goes together into making the art that I make now. So that's a very difficult question, because I've seen artists do like really weird takes on Jurassic, and there's some days where I do like my usual thing, and then there's some days where I just do something that's so not Jurassic, but it's a Jurassic poster. I think what makes a Jurassic poster is that Amblin feeling, if you know what I mean. It's like the ETs and Jaws and Back to the Futures and Jurassics, but it's that like blue, moody, rain, and then you have a pop of yellow and red. And I've always said this was Jurassic Park is red, Jurassic World is blue. And I think the next phase is yellow, where we're getting like the Dominion and that kind of stuff. So maybe the next phase is a lot of yellows, but I think that's what makes the posters, knowing that balance. Like, you're not going to make a Jurassic Park poster that's like branded blue unless you're trying to go for that take of a Jurassic World Park hybrid type thing. I think a Jurassic poster just has to be something that has it's a mood. It's like a vibe. I don't know how to describe it, but you just see it and you know. That process was so interesting and so out of the box. And I feel like it was a once in a lifetime thing for any poster artist or any artist that wants to be a poster designer. I think I have to thank Colin Trevorrow and Universal Pictures and J.A. Bayona so much for all of that. Just flat out, that's the first thing I need to say. Second thing is I started making fan posters when Fallen Kingdom came out. And the first one, the Rex shot, went viral. I don't know how that happened, because I posted it on Facebook and Twitter and I think Instagram, or I even posted it on Instagram like after the fact. And then just people thought and assumed it was official, and it went everywhere. And when the official poster came out, it looked a lot like the poster that I created. I created that one in like 5 minutes, literally, through open Photoshop, and extended it, put on like a little flare, put the logo and the date on the bottom and called it a day, and then just posted it. And when the official poster came out, it looked very similar to the one that I did, but I tweeted out and I said, because people were defending me and saying like, oh, they stole your idea. And I was like, no, this was probably marketing's idea from the start. I just had a good idea. Like, I just released it a little bit earlier type thing. And after that, I keep on making more, and Colin and J.A. and Danielle Pianetta and like a bunch of the cast members would share my posters on their Twitters and Instagrams. And I was like, this is crazy. And then the Jurassic World account DM'd me on Twitter and said, hey, we really like your work. The actors really like your work. The talent do, the actresses, everybody. And we want to talk to you about something. And I was like, this isn't real. I'm dying. I was at work. And there was one of my coworkers was sitting next to me, and I was like, is this real? What is happening right now? And I got on a call with them about 10, 15 minutes later, and they asked me to create a Fandango poster. When you bought the ticket, you got a free poster. And I went through, I think, like 20 posters before that one. And Colin really wanted to post or share a poster I'd already created. And Universal was like, no, we want something new. We want something fresh, so that, you know, the fans will actually go out and get it and all that kind of stuff. And it kind of became this hybrid of something I had already done and a hybrid of something brand new. And the hardest part about that poster was they said, no people. We only want dinosaurs. And I was like, how and they were like fit as many species as you can, and I was like, okay, how am I gonna do that? Because they gave me a few screenshots from the movie, and like you can't really. It was hard for me back then to like mix and match photos from stills and whatever, and I was like, what about the act? They gave me the renders of the dinosaurs, and they were like, maybe this will help, and I was like, oh yeah. And so I made it. I know Avengers was really big that year and all that kind of stuff, and I didn't use an Avengers poster as like a template, but somehow it happened to be very Avengers-like, but in dinosaur form, and people lost their minds over it, and some people really hated it, and actually a lot of people really liked it, which was really nice. And that's how it came about. Was I tried to fit as many, because initially my other poster version of that had way more dinosaurs on it. It looks absolutely ridiculous. But the one that actually came about was the one that you see now all over the internet and everything. So that was that experience. And then I got to do Movie Bill as well, which is the cover for that little pamphlet that is like the playbill that you get before you get to go see the movies in the States. And that was insane for me as well, because walking into a theater and seeing all those in everybody's hands, I was like, this is what is happening to me. It's still surreal to me. And I should have like really took in the moment, but it was crazy. Honestly, that's something that I've always wanted to be a part of. Is I do so much collecting myself, so it's not like I'm just some, marketing guy up high up that's like, let's put this out and the people will buy it and they'll love it, and it's something dumb and we don't even like it type thing. I actually put my like heart and soul into it, and I was freaking out because I was like, is this good enough? And that was the most important thing. And Colin tweeted after it was released, and he said, a lot of kids are gonna have this hanging in their room, and like I forgot exactly what he said, but it was a very nice message from him, and it really hit me at that point. Was, oh my God, a lot of people might have this. They might buy it on eBay later, and whatever. It's gonna be on fake products like blankets and pillows and weird stuff that I've seen on eBay, and that's a sad case for poster designers too. Is a lot of your stuff that you post on Twitter and all that, it gets. I don't make any money off my posters, at least not yet, maybe one day. But that's another thing you have to worry about, is all these people making fake products out of your stuff. And that's another fun part, is even that fake stuff, it might be in someone's room or collection, but the official stuff, knowing that, I remember at the Fallen Kingdom premiere, there was people with my poster like, Jeff Goldblum signed this, and Steven Spielberg signed this. I'm like, there's people out there with my poster with Steven Spielberg's autograph on it. Okay, that's crazy. I want one. Can I have one? So it's a great feeling. I started that Jurassic World account because I really wanted to post stuff about my collection and my experiences. And it didn't really mix well with my movie poster account. People came to my movie poster account to see artwork. They didn't want to see Jurassic stuff. So I was like, I'm just gonna make a side account where I can like share the silly stuff that I do. And I did not expect it to grow so quickly. I don't know what happened. I didn't buy any followers. There's no bots. It's literally Jurassic fans. And I'm like, oh my God. And you're right. I see younger people. I see older people. I see moms. I see dads. I see people my age. I see a lot of people from the Jurassic community. There's a lot of actors and actresses and producers from the films that follow the account. So I'm like getting all this information from different ages and groups and people. And surprisingly, when I post things on that account, it's always positive. And I'll get a random comment, like one comment out of like 90 that's like, oh, this weird negative comment. I'm like, okay, that's nice. I think there's another page for you that you can go on and talk about that stuff. And I've noticed that for some reason, everybody that follows me is very positive. I posted something on for Pride Month, and I was actually worried about posting, something for Pride Month on a Jurassic account, because, a lot of fanboys and all these people are usually they don't tend to, like that stuff. And that was one of my biggest posts ever, and the most shared and the most commented, and it was all positive. there was some negativity, and that was like drowned out by the positivity. So the one thing that I can say about the Jurassic fandom from all those experiences that I've seen and all the posts that I've done is everybody's very supportive. Everybody's very positive. You know what? There's movie fans that are part of the Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and all these different like fandoms that are huge. And that's what makes the Jurassic fandom a little bit different. It's very supportive. And I think that's why I've gotten to thrive so much, is because everything I post, everybody's like, this is amazing. And if I post something dumb, you actually see the like count goes way down. So you can tell that it's very, like, they're very honest and they're very kind and that they're very cool. And they are opinionated, but like in the right way. So they want to make sure that the dinosaurs are right. They want to make sure that the toys look right, or whatever it might be. But, you know, they're not evil, which I love. I love that the Jurassic fandom is pretty great. I would say I love every, you know, I'm a huge fan of every Spielberg movie. I'm a huge fan of, I love Star Wars. I love Back to the Future. I love, you know, there's so many different things that I would love to make a poster for. And this month on my account, I'm doing only Jurassic posters, which is kind of hard for me because I'm like, I want to make something else today. But, you know, I'm sticking to Jurassic June, 30 days of posters. But I think that's the thing. Like, I've been making, for music artists, they message me on Instagram a lot and they're like, I would love a poster from you. And I'm like, oh my God, it's you. Like, I'm not gonna name drop anybody, but it's like, I can't believe, like I made something for Lil Nas X a couple of years ago for Old Town Road, which is very ridiculous, but that's the biggest song ever, which is really weird. But that's the thing, I love music, and I love that music artists are like embracing movie posters into music, which is interesting for the music videos. And I think I would love to be a part of any you know, other franchise. Even I love making fan posters for, you know, the Fast and the Furious saga, and a lot of people are like, those movies are so ridiculous, and they are. But I got to see Fast 9 actually without the Dominion preview. I wish it had the Dominion preview. And those are the kind of movies that you want to go see in the movies. Like, it was so loud and bright and crazy that it just felt right to see in the movie theater. So I would love to be a part of, honestly, anything. There's nothing that I would, there's definitely things I would say no to, but most of it is like, all of it is like a brand new experience for me. So it's very exciting. I'm trying to think. I think the message that I want to leave for all the Jurassic fans is thank you for being positive. Thank you for sharing artwork from not only me, but all the other fans that really want to be a part of something. And I think it's really cool that we're different than other franchises and sagas and everything like that. Jurassic started with Alan, Ellie, you know, Ian, and all these characters that were so different. And I feel like that's the case with all the fans too. There's not, a Jurassic fan doesn't have to be, you know, straight or gay or, you know, a woman or a man or a boy or a girl. I think it's really cool that it's expanded to everyone. And dinosaurs are not just for boys either, they're for girls too. And I think people are realizing that. And it's grown so much. And I think that that's what I want to leave with, is Jurassic is not done. And I think we've learned that hopefully that the franchise is going to grow even after Dominion. And it's going to bring in a lot of fans that weren't a part of it before, and a lot of people that are pretty cool. So I think let's expand it. Let's invite everybody. And if you do have an opinion, just make sure you're nice about it, because opinions are important. But the way that you handle them is very important as well. I think that's what I want to leave with.
I really dig that final message there from Neemz. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Neemz. Just be kind, be courteous, and make good comments to everybody out there. And that's kind of the way I always wrap up the show now. It's like, you know, I want everybody to, you know, stay safe out there and just be kind, stay Jurassic, and also, but just to be kind to everybody, because sometimes, you know, he's referring to other communities and stuff like that too. I mean, sometimes other communities, even Jurassic community, can have a tendency to lean into other things that aren't necessarily kind, but like just be cool, be kind, be courteous to other people's thoughts and feelings, and I think it will really make for an awesome community. So thank you, Neemz, for that. And it was awesome to learn more, you know, about your history and about where you came from and where the art has led you. And I think that's really cool. Actually, I think everybody dug that Fallen Kingdom poster. Yeah, I mean, it's
Definitely.
kind of unbeatable. It was just like really, really awesome. So yeah, and I think I posted a picture of like my wall one day, and my sister got me this thing, and he's like, "Wait, that's mine. That's my art." I was like, I didn't even know. It's like my sister got it for me. I had no idea. But yeah, that was a cool conversation, man.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And Neemz, thank you so much for your time. I think, yeah, you left us with a really nice message, and I think that's the thing that this whole stream has been about. It's kind of making a really nice, chilled out space where everyone feels included and where everyone feels that they can be a part of it. 'Cause you know, I mean, it goes back to a lot of the stuff that we've done through the podcast this past year, where I think we all know that it's been such a challenging year, and Jurassic for many of us is that avenue of positivity, and it's that thing that we really enjoy, and in some ways it's that coping mechanism that gets us through things. So it's really nice to be able to use our platform to really embrace that and bring people together from all different walks of life to discuss all kinds of different topics.
Yeah, so in
I
about
very
10
nearly burped in the middle of that.
Oh,
Would
great.
ruin that completely.
Yeah, definitely didn't have to tell everybody, but here we are. In about 10 minutes, we're going to go over to Caleb, Burnett, and myself for some talk on the
Wait,
Jurassic
you're
World.
in two places at once?
I am. I'm going to be, yeah. Actually, no. The problem with the next segment is we filmed video, right? I filmed it. We recorded the video, and then I forgot to download it, I guess. Or I don't know what happened. So we don't have the video portion, but I do have the audio. And then I just messed around and made some pictures and put some stuff up there. But I'm very excited by the next conversation, talking about Jurassic World Dominion and the score. But I kind of wanted to intro into Jurassic World Dominion here in the next 10 minutes here. So I mean, I'm excited. What was that feeling like for you when we hit June 11th just the other day? Like, did you feel anything? Did you feel like sad? Did you feel like hopeful? Did you feel like excited? What was that feeling? Because we could have been watching that movie, you know, that day. Like, what was your thoughts?
I didn't really feel anything.
Oh, he felt nothing. He was dead inside.
I'm at the point where I'm excited, and I'm just on that roller coaster now, and I'm waiting for the end. So I didn't really necessarily feel sad that we don't get to experience it yet. I think I'm more just in that zone where I'm really, really excited to see what's coming. And I think every little kind of bit of information that we get here and there, you know, trailers, teasers, which I'm sure we'll talk about later, but also things like tie-ins to Camp Cretaceous, video games and other tie-in material looking like they're going to connect in some way. All of that kind of stuff just gets me really, really excited. And I think, if anything, I'm at the point currently, especially with doing Jurassic collectibles, actually, where I'm really kind of just living in the moment and appreciating the fact that we've got another year of sustained Jurassic support that we wouldn't normally get. So getting things like loads of new toys that we wouldn't normally get such a sort of like hefty assortment of is really, really awesome. And kind of getting more series of Camp Cretaceous, all of that kind of stuff is really carrying it over, and I feel like that's just topping up my little tank of hype whenever I need it. So it's really carrying me forward into next year.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little worried at first when it was all pushed, but like the fact that we have so much more time to have conversations and theories and stuff like that, that's really awesome. I'm super excited about that. And like you said, merch and other things that are going to be coming out in that meantime. I'm a little worried, knowing Universal, that things, you know, might get out of control with trailers and teasers and behind the scenes. And from now until next June, the fact that we may know too much by the time the movie comes out. I hope that doesn't become an issue. But yeah, we got our first glimpse at some stuff that may or may not be included in Dominion. I guess that's to be foreseen. But I am super excited. We've gone through so many theories and ideas on the show at this point. So yeah, I love hearing from everybody out there. So if you have any theories, let us know right now. Maybe we'll touch on them in the next few minutes here. But I mentioned Blake's theory before. He was in the chat. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I think he said something along the lines of like Biosyn being the company to have created Maisie. And I was like, that sounds interesting. Like I've always kind of just considered that like Dr. Wu did it. Like I never even really considered anybody else had done that. But maybe if there was a fallout between Hammond and Lockwood, maybe he would have went to another rival company, you know? Like instead, you know, maybe he failed with the dino DNA getting that, but he walked right into their hands and said, make this for me or do this. There he is with the Blake's in the chat again. So it was his theory, but and then we went kind of like on a crazy tangent, which like doesn't necessarily work fully, but I was like kind of wondering if like maybe some of Maisie's DNA was like still on the island somehow. Maybe they did try to create it in the lab there. Dr. Wu was like, here, let me just put it in this freezing chamber container, and then Dodgson goes in and steals Maisie's DNA along with a bunch of dino DNA, puts it in the canister, and then you know what happens there. But I thought that'd be an interesting way to maybe set it up and change what happened in Jurassic Park. It completely changes like your view of Dodgson like stealing that DNA. It could be something interesting. I don't think they'll go that way, but it would be a fun idea.
Okay, so the thing that has me most excited is the fact that ages ago there was an Instagram photo of the Barbasol can, and somebody from the production, I think it was like in the Universal Vaults, the photo, and somebody had commented saying, oh, this has just been taken away to go to set, so it's not there currently.
Yeah.
Obviously not realizing that they weren't meant to say that. And that gets me really excited, because obviously, as we all know, Jurassic has never been something to really do prologues or flashbacks. But I feel like if Dominion is ballsy enough to start with a flashback 65 million years ago, they can easily do some flashbacks to 1993 as well. And they could add some really interesting concept. And it might be, and I should stress this because I don't want this to come across as a spoiler to anyone, for Fallen Kingdom, the Barbasol can was taken away as well, and it ended up just being used in a Barbasol advert, I think it was, and nothing else. So it could be nothing to do with the film, but just the idea that those flashbacks could happen really excites me.
Well, look, I mean, we know flashbacks are happening. I mean, they have to be happening.
Yeah.
There is that picture that I think Colin was the one that teased it, of like a place that is, you know, looks like it is set in 93 or whatever, you know, a lab that has the container there with a Site B on it. So like, I don't think there's any denying that we're having flashbacks outside of 65 million years ago. So I think it's pretty certain that we're heading back to the island in some way, or at least to the past. I don't know if it's actually on the island or not, but so I'm very excited to see how it plays into that. I have no idea.
I think anything could happen with it, and that's really exciting. And it's interesting because there's kind of like polar opposites that really excite me. I think I'm excited for more past storytelling, although I think if you do too retrospective, then it can be a little bit on the nose. Like I feel like Lockwood in Fallen Kingdom was maybe a little bit too on the nose to be the co-creator of Jurassic Park, who we'd never heard of before. But you can do it in a way where it doesn't have that effect and it feels more natural. And equally, the other thing that really excites me is dinosaurs in our world now, and because I think there's such an interesting, perhaps deeper debate to have there. Because something I was thinking about the other day was, why are people trying to tranquilize these animals? We know that they're trying to trank them because obviously we got that set photo of the huge tranquilizer dart in the windscreen. why would they not just distribute the army or somebody else to just track them down and take them out? So there must be something more maybe going on with the rights of the animals in the wake of the Fallen Kingdom courtroom scenes, to make it where they're protected animals and they have to be contained and preserved as opposed to killed. So I think there'll be a really interesting ethical debate in this film as well.
It makes me think about like what Jurassic World Evolution is kind of showing us with the next iteration of that game too. It's like kind of showcasing that kind of thing that you just described as like these preserves or whatever of these dinosaurs that are...
Interestingly, I think I'm quoting this right. I may be quoting it slightly wrong. But I remember seeing the new slogan for Jurassic World Evolution 2 the other day, and it's something like capture, contain, and conserve. So it ties right into that perfectly.
We have seen slogans like that with different badges and things that have been released in fabrics and stuff, and it says protect something, or exactly like kind of what you just said. So there's going to be a whole new world out there. It's 4 years. They did confirm that, I think, recently, right? It is, in time with what we've experienced. I think Colin had said, hey, if it came out this year, it would have been 3 years, but, it's coming out next year, so it's going to be 4 years. And that's just wild. Wild. These dinosaurs have been out there for 4 years? That's not like, that's just completely different than, I think, a lot of us are expecting that, like, oh, the dinosaurs just broke out and people are getting used to this. People are used to it. It is a different world.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we have a fun conversation coming up here with Caleb Burnett and myself. You get to hear from me again. Sorry, Tom, you're out of the loop here. But we're
it's
gonna discuss...
fine. I need a break. I need a nap.
Well, you got 34 minutes here. This is a long one, so I think the longest one yet. And we're gonna talk about the scores, give him some insight. He's gonna fall asleep for a little bit. I'm very excited about that. Let me just throw up the schedule again real quick here before we head in so you guys can see. But there we go. Caleb Burnett coming up in 1 minute. And then we have the listener videos, one thing that you want to see in Jurassic World Dominion. Then we have a Dino DNA with Conor O'Keefe. And then we have a final segment with Mattel. So very, very excited. Also, guys, please donate to the charity below. Down below, hit that donate button. Any amount you want. $1, $1,000. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I just want to see some awesome donations pouring in. You guys have been amazing so far. The Trevor Project really, really is going to love seeing the Jurassic community come together and contribute some money here. So that's amazing. But yeah, I'm ready to dive into this segment. Are you ready?
Let's go for it. I always am very excited to hear from Caleb.
Yeah, and the music is one of my favorite things around this franchise. So I'm excited. Let's dive in and take a listen. Welcome back, everybody, to a segment that has been a long time, I guess, not in the making per se, but a long time coming. We should have gotten to this segment a very long time ago and had intentions of recording so many different things over the course of time, and that's Dino Score, the music of the Jurassic Park franchise. And I am here with Caleb Burnett. How you doing, Caleb?
Woo! I am great. I'm great. Good to be here.
There is a lot to talk about, and this is kind of one of the things that, I know we wanted to do eventually was to talk about, what's in store for the future of the Jurassic franchise, something like Jurassic World Dominion, which is, now coming out June 2022, and we are, as of this recording, we're a few weeks post getting some of the first, glimpses at the score for Jurassic World Dominion. So we did want to talk about that today. So
totally, we can look at score sheets and say, oh, this is in 4-4. What else is in 4-4? do things like that, maybe. I don't know.
Look, we're gonna have to expand upon things and maybe let people know some of these terms and musical jargon, I guess, because when you're looking at sheet music or stuff like that, sometimes it's kind of hard. I play music and I have no clue how to read music, really. That's a fault.
Yeah,
I've always
I'm
wanted
a musician,
to, but...
and I sometimes I have no idea what I'm doing either, so it's okay. No, I mean we can explain like in simple terms some musical stuff, and I mean a lot of those pictures and teases and stuff that have been shared are like specifically you can't really tell what's on the page
Yeah.
too much, which is fine. So yeah.
It's a completely different set of skills, because typically when a set picture or something from behind the scenes of the film is shared, we're all looking for details. I remember when they released that picture of like an InGen container or something like that, and it looked like it was part of an old facility. We're checking out the details on the ground, on the wall, the knickknacks and things that are all over the place, and we're just parsing out every possible detail. So that's a bit easier. This is a different kind of thing, where there's not much to gather from it. It's not like, I mean, I don't know, maybe you looked at it and played a few notes and thought, that sounds good, I like the way that he's going there. But there's much less for the... Yeah.
That first little score sheet that Giacchino shared, you could only see like the bottom of the... Oh, there we go. The bottom of the big orchestra page, which is typically the string section. And so maybe TMI, but I was in bed when he tweeted that. And I immediately got up and came in here to my studio and sat down at my piano and like tried to figure out sort of what was going on. And it's hard. That, I think we'll talk about that specific one probably, but that one there wasn't too much that you could take from it, but yeah, it's really interesting.
All right, so let's take a look here. Let's dive into some images here. So I've got up the first, I think this is the first thing, scoring at Jurassic World Dominion in London from my studio in LA with this week. Strange way to do it, but it's working great. We have Colin Trevorrow with boots on the ground in the UK watching the incredible London players do their thing. So I know this is one of those pictures where like everybody's like, I think I can make out Sam Neill in a monitor in a blurry background back there, but like there's really nothing that you can see in this image. And I know
they were very careful about what was captured in the picture. I assure you. But I think this is the one that I got up and came in here and sat at the piano and like saved the image and pulled it over and zoomed in as far as I could and tried to make out like what the strings were playing, and it's nothing like, there's no themes or anything. I think it's just the strings are either supporting something else that's going on with some other instruments, or it's it's in between themes or something. But
yeah,
and that's on purpose. They didn't want to share anything too crazy, but
yeah. Following up that on their progress section, he says, we have a title for a track, and this is crazy.
I love it so much.
Alan for granted. How cool is that? We have no notes, just a lot of blank space.
Silence. Yeah, I mean, and this picture, the Alan for granted picture, that's the top of the orchestral score sheet. So there could be something going on down at the bottom with the strings or something, and maybe we'll find out later. But this cue, I have a couple of composer friends who when something like this is on social media, I send them the picture and it's like, look at this music, like what do you think? Because we see things that each other misses at times on score sheets or whatever. And so my friend of mine, his name's Dallin, he pointed out something really interesting with this Q title, because a lot of people saw this title and they were like, oh, like something's gonna happen to Alan, or he's gonna die, or whatever. And I obviously hope that doesn't happen, but
of course,
my friend Dallin pointed out, he's like, no one ever listens to Alan. Like he tries to share wisdom, like please don't do this or whatever it is, and people don't listen. And so that's really what this title, I think, is like.
Wow.
Alan is like saying like this is a bad idea, or like why did you do this, and people don't listen. But I mean, it's gonna happen again. So
I like that, and see, that is the type of conversation we need to have. It's like where else would you get that kind of like insight? And that is amazing. Alan for granted. It's just everybody's taking him for granted and not, following up, on his advice, which it's so funny because that's what Jurassic Park was, right? Like they brought out these scientists to tell them what they think about this place. And then every time they tried to tell them, nobody cared. Nobody listened. They just argued with them. They said, well, we brought you here, and like, you're going to side with the blood-sucking lawyer? Like, it just every time. It's so funny how that works. So I hope, it would kind of be, typical. It would be thematically, accurate, I guess, for somebody to not listen to him still at this point. And that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Like who is not listening, you think? This is wild insight, but
that's what Jurassic Park 3 is about too. He's like,
yeah,
y'all, this is a bad idea. Don't land on this island, please. And they don't listen. But
I like
no,
even further. He's on the plane. He's like, so everybody, if you look out this side, and he's like, guys, I'm trying to tell you that if there's Brachiosaurus over here, and nobody's listening to him.
No one. They don't care. That's gonna happen again. Seriously. But the 2M19A, that's a Q number, but it's also a real number as far as like where it is in the film.
Mm-hmm.
And so the low beginning number there in that title, could suggest that this is pretty early on in the film.
Okay.
But it could be, they could put it somewhere else, or it could be somewhere else. That's kind of hit or miss. But yeah.
Yeah. Alan for granted. I think you guys are onto something there. So bravo to your friend for looking into that, because I didn't necessarily think about the meaning all too much. But I love that. Do you think it has to do with maybe Ellie and Alan in a way, because maybe she took him for granted or something like that? I think that could be an interesting way to go.
I did not even think about that.
What does she say? She says something in Jurassic Park 3. You were always the best, or something along those lines, right?
I forget his name. I think his first name is John on Twitter, but he tweeted that clip today of Ellie talking to Alan in the car before he drives off, and just tugs at the heartstrings every time. But
it does.
Yeah, she says, "You're still the best. I'm here if you ever need anything.
Yeah,
call me." And oh man, I hadn't even thought about that, how it could relate to Ellie. So marriages end every day. Sometimes it just doesn't work. So, and sometimes it's so that Ellie and Alan can get back together.
Oh gosh. Okay, that's the way it's gonna be. Let's move on to the next picture here. This is day 4 that I have. I think that was the next one of Jurassic World Dominion scoring sessions, recording at Abbey Road in London, and monitoring from my studio in LA. So this is an interesting one. I mean, I've been looking, because he actually utilized this figure, this little and Michael Giacchino is hugely into tiki culture and stuff like that. So this is absolutely a tiki T-Rex, which I think is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I've seen him use this thing in a lot of the pictures that I think we were seeing in videos or whatever. So I just wonder what that means. First off, I'm like, is this some sort of hint towards it being a T-Rex, track or anything like that? What do you think on the T-Rex? Do you think anything? Is it insightful, or just something he had laying around?
To me, I mean, he's if you've ever seen there's that picture of him with Kermit, and you can see the background of his studio a little bit. He's got shelves like you and I do.
Yeah.
And he's got lots of toys and tiki stuff, and so I feel like, to me, this was just the tiki T-Rex. That's a fun term to say. The tiki T-Rex.
Tiki T-Rex
was
trademark.
his companion for the scoring. Just his buddy every day. The Tiki T-Rex was overseeing the score to make sure it was right for a Jurassic film.
Yeah, it's like a little part of Jurassic, could finally be here with me, even though I couldn't be out there in London. I don't know what we can really get from this image. Tell me about this real quick, because on the side you see the little tabs, and there's I'm not sure, are those, they look like time, the time of a track. I don't know, but and then we
Those
also have the
are-
notes and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a lot going on that orchestral score page,
Mhm.
and I don't remember if I really zoomed in and tried to play any of that, but it seems like some pretty chaotic music going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
So the Allen for Granted cue was
Mhm.
2M19A,
Yeah.
and so on the side of this score we're on 8M. So that means
a little bit farther
we've
in.
moved forward a little bit. Those
It-
are, those are either cue markings, separate cues that we're recording, or they're different, spots in the score of the film that we want to like record as segments, or some variation of that.
Sure.
A score like this is gonna be thick. It's gonna be long, and it's a lot of music. So I mean, the Allen for Granted cue might have been in a complete other scorebook, and now we're on day 4, so we're in the second scorebook, just so that it they split it up so that it's not one giant thing.
We have day 6 of Jurassic World Dominion scoring sessions, long distance edition, LA to Abbey Road in London. Remote scoring is quite different experience, but it's working out perfectly so far. And is this 2 pictures? Yes, it's 2 pictures. You got some Zoom participants, and then the orchestra. I don't know what's up top there. Tiki T-Rex, of course. I was just looking around him. I forgot he was even there. Tiki T-Rex.
The 116 at the top there, that's most likely a measure number, a bar number.
Okay.
So they're deep into a queue, let's say that.
So we have this also here. So this one says 9M67, it looks like, up top. So
Yeah,
we're a little bit
further
farther.
in.
A little bit farther. And yeah, lots of notes. Anything of note for this one?
Is another one that I sort of sat down and tried to decipher. There's not any like decipherable themes in this page or anything, but on the left, under what looks like bar 98, you'll see under some of the notes that you'll see an FP, and that means forte piano in music language. And then right after the FP, there's a crescendo marking that's smaller and then opens to be bigger. And then at the other end of that, there's a FF, a double F, which in music language means fortissimo, which means very loud.
Yeah.
So forte piano means you sort of start quiet and then swell into this really loud thing. And so, yeah, this is going to be some exciting music or some action music for sure. And then right after you get to the double F, the very loud, there's a rest, so it's silent for a second, and then back to FP again. So sort of quiet and then swelling into something loud again. So this is going to be, maybe it's some horror music if we're starting quiet and then swelling into something huge, or it's action music probably. So.
Yeah, and if it's any, kind of consolation for what we're gonna hear in a little bit, like, that is loud. It's very loud.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
I was just thinking that I don't know if this is like what corresponds with what Trevorrow shared, but it's definitely the same kind of music. So
yeah. So then we got some 2/8, 6/8.
2/8
going
and
on.
6/8.
It said this is the
2/8.
last day of scoring.
Oh, cool. No, I was just gonna say, so the 2/8 and the 6/8 are next to each other like that, probably so that so that it's exact and the music fits exactly with whatever is going on screen. And if if the timing of the music needed to shift really quickly there, and so that's why that is like that right there. And it's big, just for people who may not know, it's big so that it's easier for the conductor to read and it's easy for the musicians to read. So
Yeah, and it does say, I think it says big in bold down there. A little blurry, but so
I can't tell what that first word is, but it says something big and bold.
yeah,
So
I was wondering
maybe
that
it says
too.
old, big and bold. I don't know. Dinosaurs are old, but
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
Can't really tell what else is going on here, but
on the right side of that big 6/8, there's Fs going all the way
Mhm.
down the score, which means forte, which is loud.
So this was the last day of scoring for Jurassic World Dominion. It's been an incredible 10 days with the orchestra and crew at Abbey Road. Thanks for making an incredibly difficult process seem effortless. Big kudos to my team and engineers Peter Cobbin and Christy Whaley. So that's awesome. Last day. So
Yeah.
10 days, like we had mentioned before. I believe, yeah, I think I said Christy. My bad. It was Kirsty. Can't
you're
read. The next one I have from Cliff Masterson. Is that the he's a composer, arranger, conductor, producer from London. So he's like, I'm not sure what was in those cupcakes. Actually, I guess I went out of order here. Where is the cupcakes? Here's some cupcakes. Socially distanced cupcakes. Thanks to Michael Giacchino. So you get some dinosaur napkins. That's about it. There's nothing much
That's
going on here.
awesome.
But he got cupcakes, and then you don't know what's in those cupcakes. But there was definitely something a little strange going on in Studio One today at Abbey Road. Cellists, major scales. Okay, so this is a fun look. I like that the this literally just arrived from Amazon. The guy opened the box and then passed out the
Yeah.
out all these hilarious masks. These are too funny. I like it. I like the fun. I like that they're having some fun in the studio.
Yeah, and a cool thing about recording during the pandemic is in a normal recording session setting, each instrumentalist wouldn't be quite that far apart,
Mhm.
and so it gives the music a cool sound. Sort of, it makes it sound a little bit bigger to me, just stuff that I've heard. So
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's interesting. I know we talked about if they did install precautions, it could potentially affect the sound, but I didn't think about spacing and how that might affect it actually too. That's pretty interesting because
and Giacchino talked about how instead of maybe being in one room at Abbey Road, they were in two separate rooms to be able to social distance, and so they were able to get probably the same amount of musicians that they would normally have instead of cutting it down or something. But yeah.
So that brings us to some really interesting stuff. And that is finally some music. And Michael Giacchino says, well, the Jurassic World Dominion recording is done. Now it's time for the mix. I'll share something new with you soon. Wait, soon? He's literally sharing it right now as he tweets this. What does he mean? So I just want to play this real quick, and hopefully this doesn't affect us too much, but we'll take a listen. We got the T-Rex.
Yeah, T-Rex.
Tiki T-Rex. Some Lost Dharma Initiative. There we go.
Nice.
So
on that right score page, you can sort of.
Oh boy.
There's three lines of music there that stick out from the others. It's because there's more notes.
Mm-hmm.
If you can see what I mean. So like about midway through the page, there's a line with lots of notes, and then a little bit down from that, there's a line with sort of the same thing, and then one more line that's sort of the same thing. That's probably the harp and the piano and maybe a string instrument doing the.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. That's got to be that part, because it's a iconic moment from like the Jurassic World score that lead into this portion of the Jurassic World score, because this is it's fairly similar. I mean, it's it's the same kind of theme, just carried over. It ends a little bit differently in this case, but it really sounds like I think nine to Survival Job from the original Jurassic World, kind of ends that a very similar way.
At the beginning of this clip, there's a little carryover from whatever the musical section was before, whatever was happening, and then you go into the Jurassic World theme. But this, I've thought that sort of since he shared this, like this feels like the word I would use is closure. Like that's what this music feels like, because it's not the entire Jurassic World theme. It's just sort of the first half of it, and then it's just and it ends, and it sort of it feels like a fade out. It feels like a fade to black to me. Maybe like
does.
we're off into the. I thought of the ending of Jurassic Park, which is helicopter flying off into the sunset. Like this is walking off into the sunset, maybe or something. So
yeah,
I'll say that right now. We'll go back and listen to this in a year and see. But this feels like the end. This feels like it definitely could be the end of the movie for me.
Yeah, and just think about that for a moment, because I had that same thought. I know we talked about this a little bit online previously, but it feels like the end, and I'm thinking about that as the end of the saga, I guess you could say, because we've heard conversations. Yeah, we've heard conversations about like how this is, it's the end, but also the start of something new in a way. But I don't know. It could be the end of a lot of these characters and stuff like that. So who knows? In my mind, I'm like, is this the last notes of the Jurassic Park, Jurassic World saga? And then we move on to something else, maybe where dinosaurs are just free and people have to deal with that and it's other characters. I don't know. But that sticks with me and it makes me think.
It feels, another word I want to use this word carefully, but it feels a little bit somber to me.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, like it feels a little bit bittersweet. Like we have said, I mean, like you said, it's the end of the saga, but it feels a little bit like we have said goodbye to something.
Mm-hmm.
And so what that is, I don't know, but yeah.
I'm getting like chills just thinking about it.
Same here. So yeah.
just like a little teary-eyed thinking about saying goodbye to whatever I don't even know what it is, but I'm saying goodbye and it's making me sad. But like, I think you're right. And I was trying to put my finger on it too, because it doesn't sound like there's a ton of resolution here to me. It's not like it ends in like a positive way. It just kind of sounds like it's just like, that's it. There you go. There it is.
It's saying goodbye to something, but it's also sort of open-ended, like open to, what is likely an open world.
Yeah.
Who knows what happens next?
Yeah. And kind of what I was talking about earlier with the Tiki Rex, which we've seen multiple times now, and it's in this video, it's focused on. It just makes me wonder, is this, like, in my mind, I'm thinking about the end of the movie, and I'm thinking, is this a moment like the end of The Lost World, but in nature, where, in America somewhere, where we're getting a final shot of a T-Rex or something like that, just being natural and
fade out on just a gigantic landscape of dinosaurs
everywhere
living together. Yeah.
So far, we've gotten a track that is very Jurassic World centric. This next track, I feel like, is fairly Fallen Kingdom, like in its vibes. Fallen Kingdom was straight horror and just loud and bombastic a lot of the time, and I think this next thing that was shared from Colin Trevorrow over on Instagram it feels in line with this, but I kind of do want to hear what is next, kind of what you're talking about. So this is wild. This is from Instagram. And this is Colin Trevorrow trying out Michael Giacchino's score for Jurassic World Dominion, and he says it works. And he's playing Souls 3 or something, Dark Souls. I don't know what this game is. Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, it's Dark Souls 3, I think. Yeah.
Looks like a fun game. and it looks like a scary game, right? I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
So let's kind of hear how this track works. It works. It works. Oh. Look.
Ooh, that's good.
It like
so good.
it takes. So I just said, it kind of resembles Fallen Kingdom, but like it takes what you heard in Fallen Kingdom and takes it to like level 100 and just like through the roof in a way. It's just straight terror. My God.
So at the beginning there, it's sort of just like some percussion and strings and the harp glistening, like going up straight up the scale, like whoop. Like, but then it, like, when I was listening to this, it blew me away, like, because it kept building, like kept adding some like, more percussion comes in, and then low brass comes in, like, but then like sounds like to me like French horns and perhaps some trombones come in and do some rips, which is what that which is what that is. And like that's just like, this is so good. This moment, whatever it is like, it's gonna be like terrifying, whatever it is. And just because it's so like out, it feels like maybe it's like, gigantic dinosaur shows up and it's terrifying, and maybe it's taking steps or something, and we're crescendoing in this moment, or it's it's a terrifying death scene or something like that. Like that is just I mean, it feels that the music there is probably not the whole thing. It's probably longer than that, and so maybe it's like a death scene that is drawn out or something, like, because it feels like it's just like this horrifying thing that probably the characters are having to watch or that they're seeing. But
it reminds me a lot of the smallest of dinosaurs. It's like the compies or the velociraptors. Like that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from it, because when you think about the compies, there's kind of very similar like rips and stuff like that, like you were mentioning, but with like piccolos and things like that, I think, right? So just the flutes or whatever, it's just so piercing in that sense, but also it does have that heft to it. So I don't think you're wrong, but it's got a lot of heft to it.
I think it's probably more likely like a horrifying moment than a big dinosaur, probably. It's just, I think there are a lot of things that I could say here, but like I think maybe like, like I was saying, the scores have built to this film, and they're bigger now, and this feels just huge and epic. Just this tiny moment just feels massive. And so like the two other like Jurassic score moments come to mind, and the first one is what you were saying, which is the compy death in the Lost World, because there's all the high wind instruments, piccolo, flute, everything else, they're just like flailing all over the place. And to me that's always sort of personified the compies, because they're like squeaking and chirping and all over the place, and the music is sort of copying them, but it's terrifying. But the other moment that comes to mind is when Owen and the other park employee sort of look up at the Indominus Rex when it's about to like chase them out of the paddock. Because that moment is like it sort of resembles this as far as like big like, but also it has like the harp glistening up like whoop, 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 like. So it reminds me of that too.
I think I could hear that as well. I actually would love.
But
God,
like like in the Indominus moment that I was just talking about, there's not this, which is like the like that's not really in the Indominus moment. So like I mean I think that lends itself to this more being like a horrifying thing that people are witnessing. But that percussion is really subtle, like you don't, at least me, like I don't notice it every time, but like it's there. It's like Like,
you know,
that's
it
interesting.
has
It's good.
it has like volume or room to it in a way, like where it feels like not, because the Lost World is very heavy with the percussion and stuff like that, like where it feels like it's jungle vibe and stuff like that. I wouldn't say it's exactly that. Here it is again. Like there is a lot of reverb to it in the back. You can kind of hear it like has space and volume, but it's so subtle. But so it kind of makes me think of a jungle atmosphere in a way, because that's like the main time that was ever been used is in this wild, and we, you know, one of the things I feel like everybody kind of wants to hear is more of the Lost World return in a way. So that makes me happy to hear like that sort of percussion continuing on here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've speculated a lot, so I'm gonna cover my speculation basis. But like, you were talking about the image that was teased, and with the engine cart and the look like a laboratory or whatever it was, and like maybe that's in the past. It probably, I mean, it seemed like it was like an old place. And so, like, you know, if the reason I'm gonna speculate to what I'm gonna say is because this music reminds me of a little bit of the opening music in Fallen Kingdom, when it's really like bang, bang, bang. It's really sort of jarring. And so, you know, the last speculation I'll make is maybe this music is over some sort of terrifying opening to the film, and maybe it has to do with a flashback that is where that image was on Sorna or something, like, and it's this wild, terrifying thing. But
yeah,
I don't know.
That I think you're onto something. I think with our brains combining and just like hashing this out, I think we've really narrowed it down and gotten to it. That was pretty spot on. I think I'm gonna say that's spot on, because, you know, we've wondered and you know, obviously you see that image and it is from the past. I mean, there's no denying that, I don't think, at this point. So I feel like flashbacks are there for certain. So finally we got this thing rolling again. Dinosaur.
Yeah, man.
It's back.
now that we've you know, got to start, let's do it regularly.
Yeah. Hey,
We're back.
Hey, I don't know what happened. How did I miss that? Okay, we're back here. I was just saying goodnight to my kids, and I literally just made it back in time. So that was fun. That was fun. I was watching as I was going on, but it seemed like there was much more. I must have been a little bit behind, but the music of Dominion sounds super cool. That sounds super cool.
It does. Yeah.
Everybody's like, guys, you're silent.
Honestly,
you're silent.
I love how that whole segment was like a detective's investigation. Like looking at the notes and piecing from that what kind of tones we were experiencing is really, really awesome. And it's so cool that Caleb is a part of the podcast crew now.
Yeah.
Because he has such an eye for that kind of stuff. And I never knew you were really into the scores as well until you guys did that segment together. So it's really awesome when we get a chance to hear you guys bouncing off of each other, because I think you both have got a really cool passion for the music of the franchise as well.
Since the show started, I've been wanting to do segments like that, and I just never had anybody to really bounce it off of. And Caleb comes around, and we started a segment, but never actually got to really, really do it. So I was always bummed to never be able to talk about it. But then we started the segment. It was like back in 2019, and then we were gonna meet up in person a bunch of times, but then the pandemic happened, and we never really got to do it anymore. So finally, you know, he's settled out in his new location, and we maybe will have an opportunity to do this a little bit more often. So that was awesome, though. I really love that conversation, and there's much more to that conversation. I said it earlier, it's about an hour and a half long. So I will be putting that on the podcast someday soon. So keep your eyes peeled, your ears to the ground. There we go. But we do have another thing coming up here, and this is I think are we already at this? Oh my gosh. The one thing that everybody's looking forward to with Jurassic World Dominion. I want to ask you, but we'll follow that up after the segment, after we hear everybody else's ideas, so I can be like, all right, what do I actually want to see? But I am very excited to hear what everybody else wants to see from this movie. I did get a chance to see the preview in theaters, and I was really excited by what I saw. I'm not going to dive into any kind of content or anything like that, but I was very excited by what I saw. Man, it was very nice to kind of see something once again Jurassic, and then the first half is one thing, the second half is another thing, and the second half was really thrilling, really exciting, and some nice surprises in there. And the music was interesting. I don't think the music was new by any means. I think it was actually music just literally from Fallen Kingdom's score.
Yeah.
But but it was still really awesome. And I know it's a weird, touchy subject right now because Universal doesn't seem to be playing it everywhere in IMAX that, they kind of said that they would be. So we're still kind of dealing with that struggle, and I know a lot of people are. I myself was sitting there, and I'm like, is it going to play? Is it going to play? And by the end of the thing, they had already played, regular trailers, and then they played IMAX trailers, and then they played an IMAX intro, was just literally 2 minutes long about IMAX, and then they played the Dominion thing, and by that point, I think everybody else in the theater that didn't care about Jurassic was like, oh my god. And then by the end of it, because it's 5 minutes long, I heard people say, oh, that was just way too long. And then people started laughing about that person saying that, and then other people were chiming in that it was too long. So I was like, oh, this is like going to see Fallen Kingdom all over again, because I had that moment in Fallen Kingdom where the clone part was revealed, and people started laughing in the theater like it was a joke, and I'm like, oh, it just makes you feel bad. But the content that I saw was awesome, so I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I have one thing to say, and that is Universal. Once you're done having your fun with IMAX, please release it online for anyone who cannot see it. Because as much as we would like to think otherwise, unfortunately, the pandemic is still definitely a thing for so many people. And it would be nice for fans who don't have the chance to go out to cinemas right now to get to experience this and to get to be a part of the conversation as well. We love what you've done with IMAX. We love getting people back into cinemas, but it's also important to acknowledge that there's people who aren't quite ready to be back in them yet.
Sure, and then having people actually show up and pay money to go see a movie that they don't want to see, but then not showing the preview, it's a really bad look. Yeah. It's a really bad look. So especially like you just said, during, we're still in a pandemic. It's still a thing. It's still a real thing, and especially with variants and stuff like that. It's like, people don't want to have to risk it, but if that's the only opportunity they're going to be able to see it, they're going to probably do it. And then to not show it, it's a bit of a bummer. But hopefully everything can get figured out pretty soon, and maybe we get it online. But if it is something that is in the beginning of the movie, it might not. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But we do have a segment here, so I want to get into that. I know we're actually running over time now, so let's go ahead and dive into the community video here, because I am very, very excited to see this. I have not seen it yet. I know, Tom, you edited it, and I'm really excited for it. So let's take a look.
Happy Jurassic June, everyone. My name's Brent, and I'm recording this on June 10th, 2021, which means it's exactly 1 year from today that Jurassic World Dominion releases, and I'm sitting in a theater watching it a couple of times. I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. One of the things I'm looking most forward to is obviously seeing Alan Grant, Ellie Sattler, and Ian Malcolm back on screen together again. For the first time since the first movie, it's going to be amazing. But one of the other things that I'm, slowly starting to come to realize that I can't wait to see is dinosaurs in the wild. It's something that, Battle at Big Rock showed us a little bit of, and the marketing's starting to maybe tease. It's going to be awesome. It's obviously something I make-believed as a child playing with my Kenner toys, and, there's just so much they can do with it. I love the Lost World San Diego incident. I love the T-Rex rampaging through the city, and that was one dinosaur, and now we have, possibly hundreds. So it's just going to be amazing. The big three dinosaurs in the world. I just can't wait. The next 365 days are going to be rough, but bring on Jurassic World Dominion. I'm so excited.
I'm most looking forward to for Jurassic World Dominion, I guess. I'm most looking forward to just see where the story goes, but also the second we see Grant, Sattler, and Malcolm on the screen together, I'm gonna cry.
What's up, dudes? It's Jurassic June again. Super stoked. I know you are too. It's been a rough year, but man, we're gonna make it. I'm really stoked about Jurassic World Dominion. I was really stoked about Camp Cretaceous. Good Lord, look at me. I got Bumpy saying, "Say hi to Bumpy." Yeah. I love Camp Cretaceous. I'm super stoked for Jurassic World Dominion. There's two reasons I'm really stoked for Jurassic World Dominion. One's kind of weird. One of them is I collect like in-universe stuff. Like I've got right here, the Owen Grady Mark 1. Cool. And I've also got the Owen Grady Mark 2. I can't wait to see the Fallen Kingdom watch. I can't wait to see if he has a Mark 3. If he does, I'm really excited. Another thing I'm looking forward to is seeing these vehicles that they got. Like, I love Jurassic Park vehicles. I know you all do too. And that is rad. I can't wait to see the new cars, the new rigs that they've got. I'm really excited about it. Let me know what you guys are excited about too. I hope you guys have a great day.
Hey going everyone, Corey Baker here. What I'm looking most forward to in Jurassic World Dominion is seeing the old cast again. So Dr. Grant, Ellie Sattler and Ian Malcolm, seeing what they've been up to. And I'm as always in Jurassic Park movies, I'm keen to see some more dinosaurs that we haven't seen before, like the Giganotosaurus, or dinosaurs we haven't seen for a while, like the Dilophosaurus. And not just a hologram this time, I'm really hoping we see a Dilophosaurus again. Cheers.
Happy Jurassic June. What I'm expected to see at Jurassic World Dominion is the aftermath of the dinosaurs that were released on Lockwood and the ones that were sold out by the mercenaries. I want to see how people react to dinosaurs in the streets, on the wildlife. I want to see the dinosaurs interacting with the new wildlife, the forest, the snow. I want to see scenes like that. And I want to see more interaction with the Mosasaurus. I expect the return of the one and only Dilophosaurus. She deserves a return and more scenes than the original or the cameo in Jurassic World.
What I'm excited for in Jurassic World Dominion would have to be seeing the Dilophosaurus hopefully again. It's been a long time since we've seen him last. Also, I can't wait to see the new dinosaurs they bring. It's always such a great thrill whenever I see a new dinosaur in the movies. And also, so happy there are no more hybrids. I never really liked the whole hybrid idea anyways.
I'm so excited to watch Jurassic World Dominion for obvious reasons, such as amazing plot, amazing characters, and the original trio coming back. But actually, the thing that I'm most excited to see in this movie is the evolution of Claire's character and the evolution of Claire and Owen's relationship, because those two own my heart. They're my favorite movie couple. Their relationship got me from the very beginning, and I'm so excited to see where it will take them in this third movie. So yeah, hopefully I will get to go to the European premiere to live the Jurassic life in person and meet fellow fans. So fingers crossed for that. But in the meantime, we will wait and see you all in 2022.
So one thing I'm looking forward to in Jurassic World Dominion is the sheer scope of this film compared to the others. We have a huge ensemble with returning characters from the recent films, as well as legacy characters that we haven't seen in a long time. We have a whole slew of dinosaurs, including the ones that escaped from Isla Nublar and Lockwood. Then we have a globe-trotting adventure with whole different biomes like Malta, Canada, and a few others, and then we have Biosyn and other rival companies coming into the fold. So just the sheer scope of this film is something that is really getting me excited, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And in the vein of Dr. Grant, how can we possibly have any idea of what to expect?
Hey there, this is Phil Durasmo from This Podcast Ruined My Childhood. What I'm most excited for in Jurassic World Dominion has got to be the old cast getting back together. Dr. Grant, Dr. Sadler, and Dr. Malcolm all coming back together again to stave off whatever the next generation of dinosaurs is. I can't wait for that. My little raptors and I are looking forward to all your coverage, and we appreciate everything you all do. So say hi to the folks. There's Nessie, my clever girl, Nessie Ray, and then there's my little blue boy, Chewy. There you go. Good buddies. Thanks, guys.
What's up, Jurassic Park podcast? It's Dylan.
And AJ.
And we are here for the Jurassic June event. What are you excited most about for in Jurassic World Dominion, the new movie?
I'm excited to see the new dinosaurs.
That's exactly what I was going to say. All the new dinosaurs running around, and see what Colin Trevorrow and everybody else is cooked up in their labs.
Hi, Jurassic Park podcast. My name is Hannah. The one thing that I'm most excited to see in Dominion is hands down the Legacy Trio. So excited to see all of them alongside the Jurassic World ensemble. I'm also really excited to see Biosyn and any other references to the Jurassic Park books. I have been waiting so long for Jurassic World to go down that route, so it's going to be really cool to finally see all of that on the big screen.
Hey everyone. So the one thing I am the most excited about with Jurassic World Dominion is the story. Colin Trevorrow has done an amazing job since he took the reins of the franchise, and he hasn't steered us wrong yet. And he's thrown so many twists and turns at us that I can't wait to see what he has in store for us with the sequel. But in the meantime, we're going to get another year to build up the anticipation. And in the meantime, thanks to, and make sure to listen to the Jurassic Park podcast.
I cannot express enough just how excited I am for Jurassic World Dominion. The more I hear Colin Trevorrow talk about it, the more convinced I become that he has all the right ideas of what it has to be. I am so stoked to see the culmination of the stories of all these characters, new and old, and to see what I've always wanted to see ever since I started watching these movies. Our world being roamed by the greatest creatures that ever existed.
Hey, Jurassic Souls here. While there's so much to be excited about in Dominion, one thing that I am super pumped for is the reveal of Biosyn. They've been a looming presence in this franchise since the very beginning, and I'm super stoked to see where they go with this. Happy Jurassic June, everybody.
Hey, what's up? Blake Gordon here. What am I looking forward to most about Jurassic World Dominion? Well, it would have to be the return of Alan, Ellie, and Ian. These are three great characters, and I think a lot of people, including myself, agree that this reunion has been long overdue. I am also interested in seeing how they respond to the new world with dinosaurs out in the open and genetic power being unleashed. And from what I'm hearing from Sam, Jeff and Laura and Colin Trevorrow, I have faith that these characters will be treated with the utmost respect.
Hi, what am I looking forward to in Jurassic World Dominion? Well, interactivity between existing characters and new characters, Claire Dearing, Ellie Sattler, Owen Grady, Dr. Grant, the astronomer and the astronaut, that kind of dynamic. Always excited for new species as well, as we are with every Jurassic film. Also, would love to see reimaginings of existing creatures. For example, maybe a Biosyn T-Rex. Also, wanting to know where this guy is, the Spinosaurus, my favourite. Maybe even just addressed. That'd make me very happy. Also hope that we get to see maybe a surprise cameo or two since they've had the extra time, shall we say. Those are just a few of what I'm wishing for and hoping for. Happy Jurassic June, everyone. Stay safe, stay Jurassic.
Hello, I am Carrot Scraps, and today I wanted to talk about why I'm excited for Jurassic World Dominion. So for as long as I can remember, discussions of accuracy in the dinosaurs in Jurassic World and Jurassic Park have always been part of the fandom. But to me personally, while talking about the real science of dinosaurs is fun, I really like the idea of separating the dinosaurs in this franchise from their real-life counterparts. I mean, it's one of the main themes of the franchise. I love that these clones are almost like dinosaurs, but the minute you clone them, they become something completely different, either because of environmental factors or the way that you clone them. But in Jurassic World Dominion, I feel like there's an opportunity to make these dinosaurs even more unique than they were before. We're going to be dealing with dinosaurs that have been living and adapting on the mainland for an extended period of time, and I think that presents a really cool opportunity to take some creative liberties with these dinosaurs. So that's my specific excitement, but in general, I'm just excited to see something new. And so that's like the main reason I'm excited for Jurassic World Dominion. Now I just need to be very, very patient.
So other than being extremely excited to see all the new species of dinosaurs within Dominion, including Iguanodon, Quetzalcoatlus, I'm so pumped to see the three original main characters back together, Ellie, Ian, Alan. I just think the chemistry and the dynamic between those three are going to be amazing. I think my main sort of highlight would be to see how Alan Grant's reaction to tamed raptors and Owen and Blue's relationship and what he thinks of that. I think that's going to be really interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of sarcastic comments and shaking of head and things like that. So yeah, I can't wait to see what his reaction is after his deadly encounters from the previous experiences. So yeah, so you know, everything that we've seen so far, the little snippets of the preview and things like that, the dinosaurs and the animation and things like that just look incredible. So it's, you know, it's got those real Jurassic Park natural animalistic vibes going on. So yeah, I can't wait. It's too long away. It's too far away. So yeah, it's gonna be good.
Hey Tom, Jurassic Dave 93 here. One thing that I'd really like to see in Jurassic World Dominion next year, I feel like the new Jurassic World movies have been missing wild Velociraptor packs. I know we got the Raptor pack, obviously, in Jurassic World, but I just love to see that danger, escape from danger, just the predators of the Velociraptors really can be akin to how they were in the Lost World, but maybe really take it to the next level. I know Blue is the last of the InGen Velociraptors, but even if we got to see some other Velociraptors, feathered raptors made by other companies, I would just really love to get back to, in the original Jurassic Park trilogies, just the wild, ferocious, fierce, scary Velociraptors. So that's just one thing that I'd really be looking forward to see in Jurassic World Dominion. But I hope everyone's having a great Jurassic June, and I'll catch you later. Bye.
Hey, I'm a Dilophosaurus. The Night Raptor, or Keikoa, wants me to tell you what he's hoping for in Jurassic World Dominion. Well, let me tell you. I want a Dilophosaurus like me, but that's not what he wants. What he wants
is Lost Sorna's return? The return of the original trio?
Oh, it's a gainers. Is it to see the movie?
Shut up, Jim.
Well, it's sad. I want to go see the IMAX preview. Well, I don't like Fast and Furious, son.
Well, what is it?
Well, it's what Jim said.
See, I told you to shut up, Jim.
What do you want to see in the next Jurassic World movie?
Gigant T-Rex.
Cool.
And Quetzalcoatlus. Oh, oh.
Hey, we are here. We're back. Dude, that was awesome. That was fantastic. I'm so happy all those people sent in videos, dude. That was all you. You know, asked for people to send in stuff and let us know what the one thing was. So that was fantastic, man. Shout out to everybody who sent something in and did something fun and creative. That was really cool. So let me ask you, what's the one thing that you're looking forward to?
Oh, seeing the original trio together again. It has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about this prior to asking the question. I thought about it before when I said we should tell our one things, but I actually never thought about what my one thing would be. So original trio, that's good.
Boy Tom Jurassic, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true. I maybe. I don't know, man. Can I just think on it for a little while? Do we have how much longer can we do this?
You got 2 minutes.
One thing I want from Jurassic World Dominion or want to see, and maybe I'll take it outside of I don't know, man.
You could say something really meta, like a title sequence, like in Fallen Kingdom.
I was gonna. All right. So one thing I want to see is I definitely want to see, which I've alluded to many times, that it seems like we're positively going to get a flashback to the island or something like that. But that's definitely one thing I want to see is a flashback to the 90s that showcases some sort of ties to something, whether it's Lockwood or Maisie or Barbasol cans or something. I just want I want to see some reference to the past and not just a flashback, a flashback that's meaningful, that showcases some greater meaning behind what's been happening in all of these movies, and maybe making ties to Biosyn and stuff like that. I'm very excited for the potential of the flashback. So, but that was awesome, man. That was really cool to get all that insight and hear from people. And plus, I don't know if it was during that moment or not, but we've crossed over $700, or we're at $700. It looks like right now. So that's awesome too.
Thank you so much, everyone.
I raised the goal up just a little bit more. I just raised it up $100 more. No pressure. But I just want to say thank you, as always, to everybody out there who's been donating. That's super cool. So right now, 7:15, we've got one thing for you here. And this is Dino DNA. And this is, give a little bit of insight into this segment here.
Okay, so this is Conor O'Keefe, our very own paleo expert here at the podcast. And this is going to be talking about the new species who are confirmed for Jurassic World Dominion. So this is talking about that species list that came out for the prologue scene. So if you want to avoid spoilers for that prologue before you see it, maybe go away, make yourself a drink, grab yourself some food right now. It'll be about 15 minutes. But if you want to hear more about these new animals and their actual real-life paleo history, then this is the segment for you, and Conor has done a fantastic job with it.
Awesome. Well, take it away, Conor. Love to hear about it.
Hello everybody, it's Conor, and welcome to this special Jurassic June edition of Dino DNA, in which we'll be taking a quick look at the real-world animals that inspired the brand new species we'll be seeing in the Jurassic World Dominion preview. Now, if you're new to this segment in Dino DNA, we explore the creatures from the Jurassic franchise and see how they stack up against their prehistoric counterparts that inspired them. As of the time of recording, I've not actually seen the preview myself, so the format will be a little bit different to normal. Instead of comparing the designs in the movies to the real-world inspirations, I'll be giving you a bit of background on each animal to prep you
for the preview. Now, from what we know of the preview, it's set 65 million years ago, towards the end of the Mesozoic era and the end of the non-avian dinosaur reign on planet Earth in the Cretaceous period, and is most likely set in North America. Now, despite this, it includes a fair amount of prehistoric creatures that wouldn't have existed in this time and place. I guess we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. Now, starting off with our new species, we have Moros intrepidus, currently the only new species featured in this preview that we have an image for, and what an amazing image it is. For the first time in live action history for the franchise, we have a dinosaur that is covered in feathers, which we now know that the majority of theropods had. Now, theropods are the group of two-legged lizard-hipped dinosaurs that includes most of the known carnivores. Hopefully, this is a good sign that the series will embrace feathered dinosaurs going forward. Now, on to Moros itself. Moros lived in Cretaceous North America around 96 million years ago. It was a tyrannosaur belonging to the same group as series favourite Tyrannosaurus rex. However, unlike the T-Rex, Moros was roughly human-sized and lived around 30 million years before the Tyrannosaurus rex appeared at around 65 million years ago, the setting of the Dominion preview. Now, it holds a special and important place in scientific understanding, especially surrounding the Tyrannosaurid family. When it was first unearthed in Utah only 2 years ago in 2019, it was the oldest Cretaceous-era Tyrannosaurid found in North American rock, helping to bridge the gap in knowledge from the Tyrannosaur's origins in Asia and their eventual dominance in North America. Its name, Moros, aptly means impending doom in ancient Greek, foreshadowing the eventual place of tyrannosaurs at the top of the food chain in North America. Big things have small beginnings, and I think this is a great addition to the franchise and a species we haven't seen represented in any Jurassic media so far. Second up is a creature we've only had a small glimpse of in that preview image, but as confirmed by Colin Trevorrow on Twitter, it is the Giganotosaurus. Giganotosaurus lived at a similar time to Moros, around 99 to 97 million years ago. Unlike Moros, however, Giganotosaurus lived in South America in what is now modern-day Argentina. This giant southern lizard was discovered actually in the same year that the first Jurassic Park film came out in cinemas in 1993 and named 2 years later in 1995. You've no doubt heard of Giganotosaurus. It's well known as one of the largest theropod dinosaurs ever discovered. Current remains only account for about 70% of the total skeleton, but based on estimates it may have reached lengths to up to 13 meters long, which places it at around the same size as Tyrannosaurus. Paleontologists are unsure as to which of these giant theropods was larger, with T-Rex potentially tipping the balance in terms of weight and mass, while Giganotosaurus might be slightly longer. It was thought to have been an apex predator of its ecosystem and may have preyed upon young sauropods. Unlike Moros, it's not a tyrannosaurid, instead belonging to the Carcharodontosaurid group, which includes its namesake, Carcharodontosaurus, and also Acrocanthosaurus. These theropods are known for their distinctive narrowing snouts, as opposed to the more robust skull of tyrannosaurs. As a result, Giganotosaurus probably wouldn't have had as strong a bite force as Tyrannosaurus rex, and would have relied upon multiple powerful bites to take down prey, instead of delivering a bone-crunching blow. Now, I'm personally very excited to see this dinosaur represented in the Jurassic film franchise after its first appearance in the Lost World PlayStation 1 video games back in 1997, and most recently in Jurassic World Evolution. Now, Steve Brissati, the paleontological advisor for Dominion, has personally worked on Carcharodontosaurs, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the design ends up being in the final film and in the preview. We may as well stay in South America for our next new dinosaur because it is Dreadnoughtus, a massive sauropod also discovered in Argentina. It wouldn't have appeared on the continent until about 10 million years after Giganotosaurus' time, however, with an estimated range of 84 to 66 million years ago. Dreadnoughtus belonged to the Titanosaur family and at a whopping estimated 26 meters long, could possibly be one of the largest land animals to have ever existed. Like Moros, it's a recent discovery, being found in 2014, and is known as the most complete skeleton of any titanosaur ever found. It has a really cool name, which in ancient Greek means fear nothing, in reference to its immense size. Even more exciting is that the one skeleton we have for it was probably not even fully grown, as it lacked an outer layer of bone only found in mature vertebrate animals, meaning that they could have grown even bigger. This would make Dreadnoughtus a contender for one of the largest, if not the largest, dinosaurs to have ever existed. We've seen hints at Dreadnoughtus joining the franchise since 2018, in which its embryo was shown in that final montage for Fallen Kingdom, and also its appearance in Jurassic World Evolution. It will be interesting to see if this animal makes it into the present day sections of Dominion, and potentially knock the crown off the head of Brachiosaurus as the largest on-screen dinosaur. Now, from something so big, we're going to take it right back down to another small theropod, Oviraptor. We're jumping across oceans for this one, as Oviraptor was discovered in what is now modern-day Mongolia in Asia, living in the late Cretaceous about 71 to 75 million years ago. Now, late Cretaceous Mongolia is a very special place, as Oviraptor lived in the same habitat as Velociraptor, my personal favourite animal in the series so far. It was a very distinctively bird-like dinosaur, despite not belonging to the bird lineage, the avian group. Instead of teeth, it had a hard keratinous beak at the front of its mouth, with teeth further in, and would have also been covered in feathers like most other small theropods. It also had a very interesting crest on its head that was most likely used for display, like the modern-day cassowary bird. It was very small, and only about 1.6 meters long. That's around the size of a medium dog. Now, Oviraptor, that name means egg thief, which is actually a rather disfortunate name. The original fossil discovered in 1923 was discovered alongside a nest of eggs, in which it was misinterpreted as stealing from. Since then, multiple other Oviraptor fossils have been discovered with similar nests and also young Oviraptor, which suggests that it was actually brooding or taking care of the eggs. This poor dinosaur was actually a great parent. While its diet is still debated, it's highly unlikely that it fed on eggs, as its beak was more comparable to that of parrots, indicating an omnivorous diet of small prey, fruit, seeds and nuts. I'm really looking forward to seeing the Jurassic take on this unique little dinosaur, but also really hopeful that they don't fall into the old tropes of Oviraptor being an egg thief. From Disney's dinosaur to The Land Before Time, it's pretty outdated by this point. Now, the next dinosaur is perhaps the one I'm excited for the most and is a personal favourite of mine, Iguanodon. The original remains of Iguanodon are kept in a Natural History Museum in London, which is where I currently work, and is the closest we have to a British dinosaur icon. Iguanodon was a large herbivore at around 10 meters long, and most likely could walk on all four legs, but potentially run on two. It possessed a very distinctive thumb spike on the inside of its forelimbs, and it's most widely assumed that this was a defensive feature used to ward off predators, but could have been used to crack open seeds and fruits. Iguanodon was the second dinosaur ever named in science almost 200 years ago, in 1825, and was actually named before the word dinosaur was coined. It was discovered by a personal paleontological hero, that was a mouthful, of mine, Gideon Mantell, and his wife Mary Mantell, here in the UK. Back then, they didn't have a clear idea of what dinosaurs looked like, and its first reconstruction looked more like a big scaly rhino, with its distinctive thumb spike mistaken for a nose horn. The original models of these reconstructions can still be found standing in Crystal Palace Park in London, where they have stood for over 150 years. As a result, Iguanodon is perhaps the best example of how scientific knowledge of dinosaurs changes over the years as new discoveries are made. Since then, Iguanodon has been found across Europe, and closely related species have also been found in Asia and North America. The original Iguanodon remains have since been reclassified as Mantellosaurus in honour of the Mantels. You can probably tell I'm quite excited about this one. Iguanodon made its first appearance in Jurassic into the franchise as a whole in 1993 as a little die-cast figure, and was most recently featured in Jurassic World Evolution as part of the Cretaceous dinosaur pack alongside Dreadnoughtus. Here's hoping we'll get to see them use their thumb spike. To round out our roster of brand new prehistoric animals, we have something that isn't a dinosaur at all, but a pterosaur, and a heavily anticipated one at that. It's Quetzalcoatlus. We're bringing it back to North America with this one, and with a species that actually existed 65 million years ago, potentially alongside Tyrannosaurus rex, although in a different part of North America. Quetzalcoatlus was one of the largest pterosaurs and therefore one of the largest flying animals to have ever existed, with a wingspan of around 10 meters across, which is as big as some small planes. Now, its awesome name comes from the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent, which is quite appropriate given that it has a long neck and also was probably covered in pycnofibers, which are feather-like filaments. The first and largest specimen was found in the early 1970s in Texas, which is mainly submerged under a great inland sea during the Cretaceous period. In my personal opinion, Quetzalcoatlus and the group of pterosaurs it belonged to, the Adarchids, would have been some of the scariest creatures to have ever stalked the earth, with human-length, hatchet-like beaks, and when they landed they would have stood as tall as giraffes. I think this recent reconstruction by Blue Rhino Studios can really put that into perspective. It is widely agreed that they would have lived in a similar way to modern marabou storks from Africa, prowling reed beds on their long legs and snapping up prey, most likely including small, and by that I mean human-sized, dinosaurs. We're long overdue a live-action depiction of Quetzalcoatlus in Jurassic, having made its debut almost since the beginning in 1994 with its appearance in the Jurassic Park Series 2 toy line, and it was also in that leaked pitch trailer for Jurassic World that came out around 2013. Here's hoping that its only appearance won't be in this preview, but it will be in the rest of the movie and maybe in further installments in the future. With its massive head and unnerving gaze, it has the potential to be one of the scariest creatures in the Jurassic franchise. Alongside all of these new prehistoric species, the Nasutoceratops will be also appearing in the preview, fresh off of its first appearance in Battle at Big Rock. We'll be covering the Nasutoceratops and other ceratopsians from the Jurassic franchise in an upcoming episode of Dino DNA, so keep an eye out for that. I'm personally really looking forward to this preview and Jurassic's take on the Cretaceous period. It's not often we get a big budget rendition of a prehistoric era, and time anachronisms aside, this will be a great first look at what's in store for us for the full film coming out next year. It looks like we've got a proper best hits of all the best Cretaceous dinosaurs and prehistoric animals on our hands. Now, thank you so much for having me on this special live stream on the Jurassic Park podcast, and I'll catch you all on the next episode of Dino DNA. Bye-bye.
Hey, and we're back. We're back.
We are.
Boy. What's going on?
Yeah, so yeah, I think that was a lot of fun. Conor, thank you so much for putting that together. Guys, I know there is a lot of speculation around paleo accuracy and what's accurate and what's not. What Conor has done with that segment is try to bring together the most information he can from the most reputable sources and communicate that. So if you guys want to go away and read up more about these animals, please do feel free to do that. But just know that Conor did that on very short notice. We asked him for a special Dino DNA for this, and he's tried to pull together the most reliable information he can on these animals. So hopefully you will appreciate that still regardless. And hopefully it's got you a little bit excited for the animals that we are going to see in the upcoming preview.
Oh yeah.
Brad,
yeah.
Are there any on that list that really stand out to you?
Well, the Quetzalcoatlus, however you want to pronounce it,
yes,
is one of my favorite things ever. I mean, you know, he put the effort in there to show how big that thing was, right? And we've all seen the graphic. Excuse me if you hear my dog barking, but we've all seen the graphic of how big that thing actually is, right? And the scope, and let me tell you, that's not really a spoiler, but the scope of that thing in the teaser, in the preview, is so huge. And it's so amazing. And that is one thing that I kind of hoped to see in this movie. Because kind of like and he mentioned it in that video as well, that like that video that came out like years and years ago, that was like a thing to kind of hype people up for a Jurassic movie. Like that kind of sequence is something I've always wanted to see, which that would be set in like present day and stuff like that. So, but maybe I hope we get more of that dinosaur in the future. That's a really, really cool thing.
Yeah, definitely,
or
for sure.
Not dinosaur, whatever you want to call it. I know. But
I was
that's
like,
the thing.
oh, you've just walked into a minefield.
Let me just say, when it comes to I know there's been a lot of arguments and conversations back and forth with a lot of people over the, since a lot of this information was released back in like articles and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it nice. Like, everybody's trying the best they can, and you know, it doesn't really matter, especially when it comes to Jurassic. It's not their job, right? It's not their job to teach and to do all that stuff accurately, the best that they can. They're just having a fun time producing movies that look cool. And whether this species is alive at this point in time or this species is alive at that point in time doesn't really matter. It's a movie about dinosaurs, and it's fun, and it's not on them to teach lessons. And Jurassic has never been about that. It's always been about, here's some cool stuff. These are some dinosaurs, may or may not be accurate, mostly not accurate, but it's on you to go find out the rest, right? Like that's what I love about this franchise, and I think it's made people interested in paleontology and interested in dinosaurs, and put your foot in the door to learn more and to experience more on your own, where you should actually be doing the work. You're not supposed to be learning from Jurassic.
Yeah, I mean, you sum it up perfectly, right? I think Jurassic in itself is a door opener, and it's then up to people who perhaps are more interested in these animals to go away and learn more about them.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard from Dr. Button earlier. I would have never got in touch with a museum about dinosaurs before I started getting into the podcast and doing meetups and that kind of stuff. So it really can be a vessel to encourage you to learn more. And I think that's the thing as well, coming out of this pandemic, there are so many fantastic museums out there who are really, really going to need people's support to keep going and keep educating people. So please do take the time to go out, get out there, embrace this stuff and learn more, because actually it'll really, really engage you. It'll be interesting to learn more about the accuracies of these animals and where perhaps they distinguish themselves compared to their on-screen appearances and their on-screen behaviors. And also it will support a sector that is really, really going to need our support in the wake of this pandemic. And I think it's worth noting there's still so much that we can learn from the past. I mean, if you look at the Spinosaurus and how theories around that animal are constantly changing, especially with recent discoveries about whether it actually swam more or not and was more water-based, obviously that is one theory that is still very much up in the air. So there is so much that's constantly changing, and there's a lot to be learned from the past. So it's really worth digging in and embracing that.
Yeah, it's still so new, everything about it is still so new in the grand scheme of things. So I love that about it, and it's constantly changing. It's changed like so drastically in our lives, our lifetimes. So yeah, but I love that Jurassic is an outlet for people to get interested in what the thing is, whether it's paleontology or being a director or learning about scores, from John Williams' music, or just anything, any kind of aspect of that original film that got you into anything, whether it's theme parks, because that is based around a theme park. Like, there's so many aspects of that film that like could get your foot into door in any industry. So I love that about that film, and it's really special for that reason.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
We are coming up on our final segment, right? We're here.
Yeah,
the final segment of the night. And we're going to be hearing from the one and only Mattel. They're going to tell us about some of their most recent offerings and what's coming out and stuff like that. So I'm very excited about this one. I had the chance to talk with them about some of this stuff, and you'll get to see some pictures and all that stuff. Maybe they'll tease something about Comic-Con at the end. Not much, but it's always fun to kind of hear what they have to say about how they made some of these toys and how they got into it. And the toys are another thing that kind of like gets me to like these things and then look into them more. So let's go ahead and hear from Mattel. with some of their latest offerings.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's dive right into Camp Cretaceous. Obviously, the third season just came out. Super exciting season. I'm sure you're all caught up. Binge watched it in a weekend. Probably the best season yet, in my opinion. Very exciting stuff, and a lot of really cool inspiration for new products that we're going to be getting into in a moment here. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the first discussion, right? Because we saw the concepts and everything of the dinosaur, and we were like, this thing's crazy looking. It looks like nothing we've ever seen before in Jurassic, and we really want to make sure like the toy just captures that spirit while still looking like a really cool toy that a kid would want to have and that a collector would want to have. And I think we really wanted to just kind of capitalize on those key attributes that make the dinosaur so unique in the Jurassic canon. Just a really cool asset to come across our desks to get to work with. It was like, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's the challenge, right? Because the design brief, if you hear from people who worked on the show, was we want it to look ugly, it look like a science experiment gone wrong. And when you're trying to make a toy, obviously you don't want it to be too ugly because nobody's going to want it. And so we're trying to just balance those things and make sure that this thing looked cool and dangerous. And like, so things like really playing up the plates on the back to give it that kind of armored, kind of almost like lizard-like look, where it almost has almost like a crustacean sort of feel almost with the overlapping plates. And then the spikes on the tail, we had the story beats and everything, so we knew how those were gonna fit into the plot, and we're super excited to make sure that those got their moment to shine. And so that was kind of where the angle we approached this dinosaur from, just starting out, was how do we make this as dangerous and as crazy as it's gonna be in the show? And the way we kind of thought about that was just give it more attacks. Like, what does it have? One attack? No. Does it have two attacks? Well, we have dinos that have two attacks in the line already. Can we push it further? 3 attacks? And we felt like just giving it as much ways that a kid could just play with it and like attack other dinos with it and other characters with it was like so important right from the get-go. Yeah, that was definitely something in our minds too, just trying to think about how does this thing move? Because in the script, obviously, you see that it climbs trees, and in the show, we get to see it do that crazy pose when it roars and all that stuff. So just trying to find like ways to kind of bring those kind of strange animalistic movements to life, I think was part of the challenge here, and something we've definitely had top of mind during the design process. Yeah, those are super fun. Just like everyone else, we're huge fans of the human characters in Camp Cretaceous. The campers are such a key part of why the story like connects with everyone, and really wanted to make sure we did them justice in the toys. Yeah, the Yaz figure I think was a no-brainer, and getting to package her out with blues, making her big appearance in the series for the first time, which is kind of crazy for people not expecting that. And just trying to capitalize on, again, those like key characters to really give them their moment to shine in the toy line. And I think bringing in Yaz and Kenji gets the great Monolophosaurus from the penthouse scene. Another really cool, just exciting scene from the show that we got to bring to life. And then, yeah, Ben. I mean, what happened to that guy? Like, went from the nerdy kid with the carob syrup in the first one or whatever, and now he's king of the jungle, right? We really wanted to make sure that that figure felt like Jungle Boy Ben. Like he's got his spear and he's ready to charge into battle with Bumpy and brag about how he defeated Toro or whatever, and it just really try to capture those little minute things that bring the characters to life and make them iconic, you know. Yeah, absolutely. So Dino Escape, we always kind of try to come up with a theme that's going to underpin the line as we go forward, so we kind of know we're working towards a goal. And Dino Escape just felt so natural with the events that we see unfold in season 3. We know that there's dinos kind of rampaging across the island, of course, and we don't really know why, and that's one of the central mysteries of the season. But one of the other big things, obviously, is Scorpius escapes. It breaks free of its containment cell, and Scorpius is loose on the island. And we really wanted to kind of highlight that element that chaos is such an important part of the Jurassic DNA, right? Like, we wanted to make sure that this idea of dinosaurs breaking out and breaking free really felt like just like the natural thing to do, and wanted to make sure that really came across, because that's so much of what happens in the season. So we wanted to take a look at the dinos and kind of find new ways to animate them. In the past, we've obviously had different action features that trigger with the sounds and things like that, roars, chomps, and all the different attacks that go with it. And it was kind of like, how do we give the user more control? The kids that are playing with this, how do you have a more kind of controlled experience where the dino actually kind of does exactly what you want it to do? And so we developed the slider kind of mechanism that's in there now. So basically, you can control the levels of aggression or the level of attack, and even the levels of sound that go with the dino as you're playing with it. So each one of those sliders, like on Bumpy, for instance, we've got grown-up Bumpy, who makes her big appearance too in season 3. Just this massive tank of a dinosaur, and we wanted to kind of help bring Bumpy to life and give you a little bit more control using that slider. So there's the 3 different levels of kind of a little agitated, getting kind of a warning sound, and then full-on attack mode when you really jam the slider with that really big sound and the really big attack, and kind of just spreading that out across all of the dinos, using that same kind of mentality across all of them. Really found some interesting ways to get some new nuances into the play. Yeah, definitely. As you kind of alluded to earlier, this is kind of an offshoot of Dino Escape, right? Like, this was one of the natural progressions once we kind of decided that the season's going to be all about dinosaurs breaking free and wreaking havoc outside of containment and outside of the lab. It was, how do we bring this experience to even more dinosaurs? And capture gear, I mean, it's something I grew up with dinosaur toys, with the Kenner toys that I loved. And I just feel like it's such a natural part of the Jurassic story, right? You've got dinosaurs and they're contained until they're not. And giving kids a way to play that out in such a kind of meaningful, kind of physical way just felt so natural. And I just felt like we had to do it in this line. Dino Escape, you got to escape from something. Yeah, I mean, that was the next logical progression. Once you get to those big dinos and they have capture gear, T-Rex, I mean, that's going to be the showstopper. That's the dino that everybody wants to see break out and break free and cause chaos. So it was, again, a no-brainer for that one, too, to just get some capture gear in there to really show off the power of the dinosaur and give those awesome play moments that we really want. And just finding new ways to bring the dinosaurs to life. I mean, that's kind of what it always is all about, is just how do we make this play experience as exciting as possible and as new as possible for the kids, and give them things that they can't experience. You talked about the leg function, and that's something we've always wanted to do on a T-Rex. I mean, going all the way back to Jurassic Park 1, the stomping, that iconic scene of the water jiggling around as the T-Rex is approaching. It just seemed like we had to find a way to incorporate that. And with this T-Rex, we finally got to do it with that really awesome stomping feature. Yeah, I mean, we're all dino nerds who work on the brand. We all have our lists of favorite dinos that we're just waiting to spring on the line whenever we get an opportunity. So I don't think you have to worry about us ever not delivering new species, even things that are a little from beyond the content, like the Carcera. And I think it's just an awesome opportunity whenever we get to introduce a new species like that. It really helps kind of broaden the scope. And for kids' imagination too, it just lets you know, like, hey, I've never heard of this dinosaur. Like, let me learn about it, you know? And I think it's kind of cool just to kind of start to understand, like, how many of these things are out there that we've discovered and that we're still learning about. It's just kind of like a really cool kind of window into that world. Yeah, so we've got a kind of a new take on Snap Squad coming out, which is pretty exciting, actually. We're going to be introducing a new line of these figures called Snap Squad Attitudes. And one of the things that we were trying to really accomplish with these dinosaur figures in this line was really kind of playing up the kind of emotive kind of parts of those dinosaurs. The original Snap Squads are awesome, and they're just so fun. They dangle on your finger and they move around, and it's so goofy. And I just thought, like, how do we push it even further? And so with these, it was really just kind of playing into how much more emotive they could get, what kind of crazy expressions we could put on the dinosaurs to kind of give them a little bit more personality. Yeah, and that's a new species for Snap Squad just across the board, even outside of Attitudes. Both of those are Stegosaurus and Dimorphodon are completely brand new to that form factor. So it's pretty exciting to get to see them in the stylized figure like that, and now with the crazy expressions. I don't have any specifics I can tease for Comic-Con, but I can tease that you should absolutely be on the Mattel Creations page when Comic-Con goes down, because there may be something very exciting showing up. So definitely look for that in the future. Yeah, so Mattel Creations is basically kind of think of it as like a sub-brand, basically, that kind of captures all of our more collector-focused and kind of exclusive offerings across all of the brands. And we've been really wanting to do a Jurassic Mattel Creations, connection for a while. And I think this Comic-Con item is going to be probably the first public-facing version of that, where people can actually get in on it and start to see what we've been working on behind the scenes with Mattel Creations.
All right, we're back. That was fun.
Yeah.
That was a nice
Yeah,
little
that was really
update.
awesome.
Yeah, that was a fun little update from Mattel. Thank you so much to Greg for chatting with me for a little bit about what they're offering currently, and some of the stuff is still yet to be released out here. I know you have some of those items already. I have some of those items already. So some have made their way out. Not everything everywhere. Like we talked about before, some things are all over the place currently. But the Snap Squad things are things that I'm really, really excited about. I love the Snap Squad in general. I have a few of them right here, just the normal ones. But like the fact that they're coming out with like attitude ones, the Snap Squad attitudes, that's fantastic. I love the snarls on some of those faces. I love how they're just like the Stego looks like it's just like I'm tired, I want to go to bed. And the Dimorphodons are fantastic. I absolutely love those ones. Yeah. But yeah, and then the fact that we have something coming for San Diego Comic-Con, that's very fun. I feel like we always assume that something's going to be coming at these big, major conventions. But I know they're doing, I think it's still an online thing, right? This July, I believe. So we'll keep our eyes peeled because Mattel Creations is going to be doing something. So that's interesting. Mm-hmm. We've seen a bunch of things from Mattel Creations, and they tend to be like really wild paint jobs or, just very interesting takes on kind of products that or characters that So I'm really interested. Any kind of guesses, any idea what we could be seeing?
I think it will definitely be something classic Jurassic. I think it makes the most sense. Yeah, I think I really could see them doing a Gennaro and like making the packaging up to be the toilet cubicle from that sequence, because I think they did that with Nedry with the Barbasol can, and the only other kind of creative packaging it feels like they could really do is that toilet cubicle. But who knows? It might be something else entirely.
Yeah, I mean, not everything has been wild. I know there was like He-Man or something like Masters of the Universe with like crazy paint job on there. But then there's been other stuff too, like just like high-end stuff, I think, at times. So I have no idea what it could be, but I'm interested. I don't think it's going to be a thing that we all really want, because if there is some interesting take on whatever that thing is, I don't know if they would do that, right? I feel like it would be something that is like unique, like a Barbasol can with like a crazy paint job or an interesting package or something like that. So I have no idea, but I'm pumped about it and can't wait to see what that's all about. So keep your eyes peeled over at Mattel Creations. But I think that's it.
Yeah,
I think we've come to the end here.
We have.
We did it.
I want to take the opportunity to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been involved in making today possible. So that's Fanatic, Michael Carelli, Ari Kaplan or Ari Kaplan, Jurassic World the Exhibition, the BDH community. So that was Jennifer, Marie, Sarah, and Ashley, Jaroslav, Kosmina, the UK Jurassic Park Motorpool division, Frontier, Mike Spiers, Collect Jurassic, Dr. David Button, Nima Neemz, Caleb Burnett, all of you who submitted videos for us, Conor O'Keefe, and then lastly, it's insane to me that we're able to save that list and that there were that many people involved. I mean, when we started kind of planning this live stream, we thought we'd maybe get 4 or 5 contributors and that would be it. And it has honestly been such an incredible turnout, and I really hope that everyone who has been here this evening has enjoyed this and has taken something away from this. And yeah, we're excited, I think, to see where Jurassic is going from here.
Yeah. So, and again, thank you to each and every person who has donated to the Trevor Project. We really, really appreciate it. This Jurassic June, Pride Month, everything. It's so great to be able to give back to them. So yes, please continue your donations. You don't have to just wait. It's not just on this video today, right now. I'm continuing it through the end of June. So once June's over, I know we've got a few more days left. Then the project will end and it'll send it all to the Trevor Project. So it will stay up there, and if we upload any new videos, you can always donate on there as well, or you can come back to this video and donate here. But we really, really appreciate it, and thank you again so much to everybody. So far, we're at $728. That's amazing. We opened the donation charity drive up today at the beginning of this drive, literally at the beginning, and here we are, $728 later. So thank you so much. That's amazing. You guys are amazing. I love the Jurassic community and just the way that you give back. And it makes us feel special. It makes me very happy about the entire community. And I know it's a good place. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I think at the end of the day, I said it earlier in this live stream, but I feel like the last year has been so strange, but one of the few things that has got me through it has definitely been our online community. And I'm so thankful that we have so many great people throughout this community who are willing to just come and hang out, geek out about dinosaurs, share positive vibes, and get really excited about the things that we all care about. It's a really, really great form of escapism, and I really appreciate each and every one of you who makes this possible for us. So thank you so much for being a part of this community and making it the great place it is to hang out.
And you know what? Thank you, Tom. You were the one who kind of you definitely
as well, Brad.
you wanted to do something cool like this, and we opened it up, and I think we did create something pretty fun for the community and for ourselves to just have a good time doing this, and for everybody watching. So thank you for all the hard work that you put into this, because I know it wasn't easy, and I know it was very stressful at times, but we did it. We got through the entire thing somehow with very, very minimal issues. So thank you so much for all the hard work you put into it. It's been a lot of fun, and after we're 7 hours and 54 minutes currently, coming up on 8 hours. I feeling good, and I'm sad we don't have more content to air. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Well, I would just say, Brad, thank you, because at the end of the day, you have made Jurassic Park podcast what it is, and I wouldn't be here. So many of our other contributors wouldn't be here wanting to do ideas like this without you. So thank you for being so open and for really being the heart of the Jurassic community. I'm sure that everybody in chat would agree with it, that this community would not be the fun place it is without you. So we're very lucky to have you, Brad.
Well, thanks. It's a fun place. I'm a small part of it, but I'm glad it's it's been helpful giving back to so many different charities over the past, the past year, I guess, since we've started doing these charity drives over here on YouTube. So, we'll do it again. We'll probably do this, maybe not this kind of stream again in December, but we'll do some sort of charity drive again in December for kids around the holidays. So we're very excited about being able to give back here on the YouTube channel. I think it's a fun opportunity. So Jurassic Gives Back. Let's keep doing it. And don't stop now. Like I said, we're going to be continuing the charity drive through the end of the month. So please keep doing that. And that's about it. Tom, where can people find you online if they want to?
If you really want to, then just search for Tom Jurassic on Twitter and Instagram.
That's easy enough. And you're always producing content like we joked about before in so many different places. So you're a busy guy. So I won't keep you too much longer. Hopefully I didn't keep you too long here today. But now you can go back to producing content for other outlets. So. But so follow Tom. You can follow me at Jost on Twitter, also at Jurassic Park Pod on Twitter. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook, and go to JurassicParkPodcast.com to find all of our stuff over there. And of course, the podcast itself, just search for that anywhere you listen to your podcast. Search for the Jurassic Park Podcast, and we do a weekly show all about Jurassic Park. So thank you so much to everybody who tuned in. This has been so much fun. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for hanging out, guys. It's been a really awesome way to end cap Jurassic June.
Yep. All right. So, without further ado, what do you say we get out of here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Bye, everybody.